Good morning. Here's another bunch of yapping about Heidegger. This is my fifth take, if I remember correctly, so we'll just pick it off where we left. So I had a bookmark here on page 78. No, actually it was 79, which means... Okay, so I haven't read this one. I think I'll remember it. So I'll just start. Heidegger describes inauthentic solitude as the type of concern that leaps in for the other, but it is characterized by a form of domination, because the manner of helping reduces the other to dependency. In leaping in, we encounter... Wait, what? Sorry. Very bad start. Actually, I'll just redo this whole fucking thing. All right, welcome to another video about Heidegger. So we'll just pick off where we left off. We are still reading The Philosophy of Heidegger by Michael Watts. So I'll just continue on the next note that I was about to read on page 79. And it starts with first a quote from Heidegger. Dasein's basic mode of being is that in its being, its very being is at issue. This basic mode of being is conceived as care, Sorge. And this care as Dasein's basic mode of being is just as originally concerned If Dasein is essentially being in the world, and in the same way this basic mode of Dasein's being is solitude, so far as Dasein's is being with one another. That's the ending of the quote. And then Michael goes on to say, Heidegger explains that our manner of caring varies depending on the situation facing us. Our basic mode of caring is characterized by an attitude of worry or anxiety arising out of apprehension concerning our own being and our own future possibilities. Towards other people, being with one another, however, care takes the form of solicitude, taking care of or providing for the welfare of those of help. There are three modes of solitude. The default mode is indifference, simply passing others by. In this mode of indifference, the being there of others is simply ignored or neglected. The two other modes are inauthentic solicitude and authentic solicitude. Heidegger describes the inauthentic solicitude as the type of concern that leaps in for the other, but is characterized by a form of domination. Because the manner of helping reduces the others to dependency. In leaping in, we encourage the other to give up their struggle, and we take over that which is their responsibility. Thus, although we appear to be helping them, in fact we are enslaving them by making them dependent on us. Heidegger asserts that this mode of helping another fails to recognize the other person's existential project, and thus one is treating them like a thing or a what. In contrast to this, authentic solicitude assists others in manner that helps them to take responsibility for their own life, to stand on their own 2 feet and take care of themselves. Heidegger describes this as a leaping ahead of the other in a way that frees the other to face their own being, therefore clearing the path for them to assume the burden of their own existence. Instead of taking over another task for them, one enables them to do it on their own. In doing so, one is acknowledging the other's unique existential project. All right, so obviously there's a lot of good stuff here, and obviously there's definitely some truth to this notion of helping others in a way that makes them dependent, right? And obviously the most clear-cut way of seeing these types of dynamics is when raising children, obviously, right? You want them to be independent. And you can also see this kind of relationship with adults sometimes when relations are a bit dysfunctional, right? I think especially when, an adult person is, still way reliant on someone else. Right? Not just reliant materially, but they might be reliant on, a worldview, for example, right? That was given by another. Again, this is a whole thing that we've talked previously about, the Das Man, right? Although the problem with this is that it's also, I see two issues. One of them is that it's a bit condescending, I think, which is like, I'm the one deciding what to do with your life, and I'm the one that have decided that, you're not living your life authentically. So there's this issue of judgment, which might be a bit problematic. And then the other issue is also, again, this notion, this Heideggerian existential notion, because again, this is existentialism one-on-one here, which is like, yeah, people can just do whatever they want, right? It's kind of like choose their own unique existential project, right? And again, this is completely alien, generally speaking, to an ancient cosmology, an ancient philosophy, and ancient religion, and ancient spirituality, right? Your existential project isn't unique. Your existential project is to reach for the transcendence, to reach for the real, right? And so that's not a choosing. That's a matter of, number one, perception. So like, I see it. And then it's a chase, right? And then it's also this constant falling, right? Within the journey of this chase, right? So very two different things. Like one is your own creation, and another one is noticing something real that commands you to follow it, right? That's the whole, for example, that's the whole notion of Plato's Symposium, right? It's like you see beauty, and then it kind of pulls you towards it. All right, next note. 79.4, so still on the same page. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me just see. All right. However, the aspect of Dasein's way of being in the world I'm going to repeat this. The aspect of Dasein's way of being in the world that it most cares about is the fact that it is alive. When Dasein faces, during the identity crisis of deep anxiety, the inescapable fact that it might die at any point, it begins to care about its way of living in a far more intense and profound way. Cares makes Dasein a unified autonomous self. It now enters an authentic mode of existence where what it cares about most of all is the fact that it is a being towards death. As regards its ontological possibility, dying is grounded in care. As care, Dasein is the in-between. By in-between, it means between birth and death. This is from Being in Time, that last part. Let me just see what they say after. Okay, nothing too important. All right, so I'm gonna track this note. I think it's pretty neat, and I think this notion of mortality, the way that Heidegger speaks of, I think it's really, really useful. And I use these concepts and Heidegger's explanation of it a lot in my work about AI, and why I think AI can actually never be alive in the sense that we think of it, but also just never be intelligent. And I think it's because intelligence has a lot to do with this entire notion of relevance that we spoke of, which is also very connected to the framing problem, which I didn't get into, but if someone is hearing this far, they might be familiar with it. And so relevance is only relevant in a condition where things might, I would say number one, finitude. So like it ends. That forces, like, it has urgency to some degree. Although another aspect as well is, which I guess it's not really connected to this, but whatever, since we're speaking about this notion of meaning and relevance, I think also the fact that it's continuous and irreversible, right? So not only am I going to die, but also I can't go back in time to fix a mistake, right? So what is done is done. And so all of this is related to finitude, right? The fact that we are limited in the world, but that limitation is actually what allows us to somehow, even though this is obviously very troublesome language, but that we can rise above nature, right? And rising above nature in all this sense that we spoke of this self-reflexivity and of being able to apprehend the world and apprehend the real. All right, I still haven't made the notes. So this is this. Next note is 91. Big page, big jump in pages. All right. Before I do that, let me just quickly drink some water. I have a feeling that I'm going to have a headache, so I tried really hard to not make that happen. All right. So what we have on this page, 79. No, not 79. 90, 91, first paragraph. In all areas, winning and losing now matter much less to me. So if I am obliged to change direction, leaving behind the path I currently enjoy, I accept this with equanimity and clearly see the unique possibilities that are available to me in the new circumstances that I find myself. I recognize the fragility of long-term commitments and thus remain flexible and open to change. And then a quote from Being in Time. Dasein cannot simply become rigid as regards the situation, but must understand that the resolution, in accordance to its own meaning as disclosure, must be held open and free for the current factical possibility. The certainty of the resolution signifies that one holds oneself free for the possibility of taking it back. Okay, this is quite lovely. And again, this notion of possibility, we've talked about this to death. I am going to save this quote from Being in Time because it might be useful to cite it at some point. I'm just going to take a quick photo. But I don't think this is worth saving as a note. I'm going to try to be more selective with, because this is kind of like a double selection, right? So like I read the entire book, then I made, okay, this is what seems important. And now I guess what I'm doing is, okay, out of that which I considered important 5 years ago, now this is what I consider really important. All right, so 91 is done. Now 94. Those familiar with the practice of meditation should intuitively understand what Heidegger is trying to convey here. Trying to meditate tends to have the opposite effect. Similarly, a person cannot will not to will, which is why the state of letting go and the state of enlightenment cannot be reached simply by trying or consciously willing it. And yet such conditions do not arrive automatically, without any help from us whatsoever. Inevitably, there is always at least a subliminal trace of willing that acts to catalyze the initial state stage in the process of release that leads to the states such as meditative enlightenment or Heidegger's condition of something something. I don't know the German, I don't know how to pronounce this German word. But as mentioned earlier, this willing is dissolved in the process. So according to Heidegger, Dasein's freedom lies in being attuned to being at the presence of beings in the state of Gelassenheit, which simply means letting things be. And this expression, letting things be, it also cites here that it occurs both in being and time and also on the essence of truth. Letting beings be means allowing things to be, which means allowing presencing, allowing presence. This allowing of presence is the presence of allowing. Freedom, understood as letting things be, is the fulfillment and consummation of the essence of truth in the sense of the disclosure of beings. I'm going to read the last paragraph as well. Also, in Heidegger's understanding and usage of the expression, letting things be, letting beings be, is an option available only to Dasein. Other entities, such as inanimate objects and animals, can let things be only in the sense of leaving them alone, unaltered, and unaffected. What Heidegger means is that only human beings can allow other things to show themselves as they really are in their intrinsic beingness. For example, I can let a river be. In other words, I can let the true nature of the river reveal itself to me by attuning myself to the myriad of sounds and movements of the river's water. Its swirling, rippling, splashing, flowing. According to Heidegger, to let things be is to engage oneself with beings, which means attentively involved with other entities in a manner that allows their being to be disclosed to me. If I want the river to reveal to me its being, its true nature, I cannot just gaze at it with passive indifference. I have to care sufficiently about it to make a real difference to me so that I truly become aware of it in my own deepest being. Oof, okay, this is very heavy actually. There's a lot of stuff going on here. So, first of all, this notion of will, not to will, I think is quite important. Obviously, you see this all the time in Eastern traditions. It's a very important concept in kind of Buddhism and well, in the million strands of Buddhism, also Hinduism, plenty of other things. But we also have this notion in the West as well, right? So although it's usually a bit more personal, which is why people think it's silly and they don't like it, but a lot of times, very much connected to, letting God to do, whatever God had planned, right? It's this notion of letting the world unfold on its own accord, right? Because if you try to grasp it, then it kind of like, it goes away, right? It's kind of like trying to grasp water or something. I'm actually going to read a few paragraphs back to reinforce this notion of letting be, because I think this is quite important. For Heidegger, the human will is the most insidious constituent of metaphysics, since it cannot just let things be. And this ultimately leads to the will to will, or technology. In letting a world can serve to provide a potential remedy or counterforce to Gestell, the essence of technology. Perhaps a higher acting, he writes, is concealed in releasement than it is found in all the actions within the world and in the machinations of all mankind. But how is one to achieve the state of releasement, which is free from willing, when, as Heidegger points out, most forms of negating or refusing willing are simply other forms or variations of the will? In answer to this, Heidegger offers the following explanation of the non-willing. Then I quote, "Non-willing still signifies, on one hand, a willing, in that a no prevails in it, even if it is in the sense of a no that directs itself at willing itself and renounces it. Non-willing in this sense means to will fully renounced willing, and then, on the other hand, the expression non-willing also means that which does not at all pertain to will. So it's this notion of, maybe one way to think about it is the cancellation of the will rather than the negation of the will, right? So it's kind of like, probably not the perfect analogy, but maybe something that might be helpful is, instead of, if I'm trying to not be angry, right? It's not that I'm angry and then like redirecting that anger towards non-anger. It's more that I don't get angry in the first place. Maybe that's one way to think about it. I don't think this is quite right, but just an analogy to maybe try to help us think this through. Then Michael continues, Heidegger suggests that this willing-non-willing results only in a preliminary stage of Gelassenheit, characterized by being released from the will. But this is not its most proper sense, because the state of non-willing is rooted in a negation of willing. However, this initial stage acts as a catalyst that naturally releases us into the authentic or fully realized state of the Gelassenheit, defined by a non-willing that remains absolutely outside of any kind of will. Thus, the question remains of what we are doing if we are, as Heidegger claims, not in fact willing anything, and yet simultaneously not in a state of passive inactivity. It leads Heidegger to describe Gehalstenstein as a release of oneself from thinking in the sense of representation. And so a relinquishing of the willing of a horizon. This type of relinquishing is a letting go that is free from all conscious willing, but the actual moment of releasing oneself to belonging to that which regions the openness of truth of being requires what might be described as a subliminal trace of willing. This trace, however, dissolves during the process of releasing oneself, and in the state of complete releasement, it is utterly extinguished. Okay, so again, I think this is, so none of this is quite new, actually. Like Heidegger, well, back then it was new, actually, because now, like in our culture and in philosophy, like we have inherited so much from the East that now it's kind of part of conceptual grammar already. But back in Heidegger's time, this wasn't as common. But nevertheless, I think a pretty good way to try to think this through is the notion of the ego as well, right? So again, the fact that you're always imposing stuff on the world, you're always willing stuff to happen, right? And so you have all these constructions, right? All these desires, and the goal is to not do that, because as you do that, then it shapes the perception of what is happening. So what we want is kind of like almost this return to raw experience, right? It's kind of like, to some degree, this has, again, to do this notion of openness, which to Heidegger is so important. And also the reason why this is so important, because it's connected to this notion of truth, right? Because like, has you influenced your perception from your constructions, then you are imposing things on reality, right? So it's kind of like you're deceiving yourself. That's why he says, this type of relinquishing is a letting go that is free from all conscious willing, but the actual moment of releasing oneself to belonging to that which regions the openness of truth of being requires what might be described as a subliminal trace of the willing. Actually, I'm not sure if I fully understand that, but just to finish my line of thought, which is, the reason why this is connected to truth is because the truth is when you encounter being as such, where the being is revealing itself to you and not you imposing something on it, right? So you let almost the river speak for itself and not your conceptualizations of what the river is. But again, we come back to all this notion of truth and kind of this paradox and duality in Heidegger, which is, there's always something in your mind, right? Like you're always in this process of imposition, of construction, because to some degree that is what makes a world appear. But then on the other hand, there's this completely opposite thing where it's kind of like, but that active process of construction is always a lie. It's always something that you need to return to, right? It's always reducing possibility. It's always masking the world. So I'm going to try to read this part again to see if I get it. This type of relinquishing is a letting go that is free from all conscious willing. Okay? But the actual moment of releasing oneself to belonging, that which regions the openness of truth of being, requires what might be described as a subliminal trace of willing. This trace, however, dissolves during the process of releasing oneself, and in the state of complete releasement is utter extinguished. Okay, I'm getting a little bit confused by this region talk, but I think what he's getting here is that there's a kind of willing to the act of non-willing. And then what he says is that eventually this also dissolves when you're in this process of release, right? Which is also, again, very Buddhist, right? So because, for example, a very common issue in Buddhism is, you need to extinguish all desire, but isn't the extinguishing of desire also a desire, right? And the Buddhist answer traditionally, or at least one of the most common and influential ones, is yes, that is true. It is a desire. But in the process of using that desire to extinguish desire, that last desire will be canceled as well. So I think that's what Heidegger is saying. Then there's this last paragraph where, he talks about letting things be. And then he says something very interesting. What Heidegger means is that only human beings can allow other beings to show themselves as they really are in their intrinsic beingness. For example, I can let a river be. In other words, I can let the true nature of the river reveal itself to me by tuning myself to the myriad sounds of movements of the river's water, its swirling, rippling, splashing, and flowing, and so on. Now, this is interesting because, again, we are once again trying to make this argument of the special of humanness. But this is interesting because to some degree, you can, because this notion of what makes humans special, again, as I've argued, is very connected to this notion of intelligibility and intelligence and this apprehension of the real. But at the same time, this is, in this perspective of truth, has a construction, right? A buildup. But then here, it's more the opposite, right? So you are dismantling, you are destroying these constructions in order to apprehend what truly is. But the problem is, if this is a return to raw experience, then why are humans special? Don't animals have raw experience, right? It's like if you're in this mindset of like conceptual thought being a hindrance to the apprehension of the real, then surely if you have less conceptual thought, i.e. a cat or a dog or a fly, then surely that is closer to the real, right? They have less concepts, that's for sure, right? We can argue how much conceptual thought they have, and it's very likely very minimal, especially from our basic animals. So why isn't the fly letting the river be, right? Now, to some degree, I don't think this is quite true, actually. This is actually one of the things that sometimes I struggle a little bit with, kind of Eastern strands of thought. I think they struggle a little bit to give that answer in a way that I find persuasive. But there's also another way of thinking about it that I think is a bit more helpful, that I actually think, it's described here very well, which is being attentively involved with other entities in a manner that allows their being to be disclosed to me. And I think the key word here is attentively involved. It's about attention. And the world is built of attention because, again, attention is salience, it's relevant. Right? So right now in this room, there's a billion things going on, right? There's like literally billions and billions of details, right? Just this page, like not even accounting like the semantics and the meaning of the text itself, but just like the book itself has infinite detail, right? Each page has endless texture, right? For example, and texture is just, again, very small, variable among many, right? But all of that is invisible to me, right? So as I'm reading this, I didn't even consider the texture of the page, right? It just came to me now. Why? Because it's not relevant. So there's all this multiplicity, and I'm selecting that which is relevant. And that is something that human beings excel at. Because even though the fly has less conceptual thought, it doesn't seem to have this level of attention that human beings can have. Although why is that exactly? The most straightforward way would be to answer that they're kind of like just instinct driven. I'm looking at the ceiling because there's a spider on the ceiling, so I'm not too much bothered by spiders or bugs in general. But this one is pretty big, and it's just like a blob of black on the ceiling, which is otherwise very light. So it's just like super noticeable even when it's on my periphery. But again, I think this is kind of like more animalistic attention, right? Which is like something just calls to you, which is very instinctive, right? It's kind of like something is moving, I kind of look at it, right? But I think that is different than, for example, the type of attention that Heidegger is trying to describe here, of letting a river be, right? He gives this example of the myriad of sounds and movements of the river's water. It's swirling, it's rippling, splashing, flowing. And I think the reason is, like, obviously all these features of the river, they can also be apprehended by an animal, right? Be apprehended by the spider, which is now literally just above me. But first of all, I think an issue, again, we have to, like, even though we're on this whole concept of reducing constructions, right? Again, you can't avoid this, because, like, what the hell is a river, right? Like, actually, a fly wouldn't actually understand very well what the river is, right? It's just like liquids, but again, liquid is also a concept. Like how exactly does a fly understand liquid? Like, it probably has some notion that is something like liquid like, right? But not, it's not what we mean by liquid, right? Like, we have a much more number one, expansive definition of what that means, but also just like a different way of categorizing, right? In largely influenced by, to some degree, influenced by our scientific understanding, right? It's a scientific category, more or less, but also an embodied understanding, right? Which is like, we need liquid to live, like water and whatnot. And also, if you want to transport liquids, we take into account these certain properties and whatnot. And all, to some degree, that's shared, because a fly is also embodied, and it also needs water, for example. So there's all these commonalities in the relevance of the liquid to its experience. But at the same time, because we're embodied differently, which is also a large reason why embodiment is different, is because it's specific, right? And again, it has this notion of like, this is why it matters for all this stuff about this whole historical and philosophical cultural baggage of the mind has disembodied, right? Because then it's like, when it's abstract, then it's not specific, almost by definition, right? But coming back to what I was trying to say is, so there's all these conceptual problems with the river itself. But then even ignoring that, even assuming that the fly is passing by and it's like, oh, this is a river, and this is what a river means. These are the characteristics of a river. This is the characteristics that I saw. They match up and whatnot. Even if the fly did that, the fly isn't investigating the river, right? At best, it might notice certain things for the purpose that it's doing, right? So it's like, I don't know, I need to get food, or I'm escaping from this predator, right? But what Heidegger means here is quite different. To let it be is to engage oneself with beings. Engage, right? It's almost like you're looking at the river and waiting for the river to reveal itself. But at the same time, you have to want for the river to reveal itself. Like it's this passivity and this activity at the same time, right? It's this paradoxical action of action and non-action, right? Because if it's purely passive, then you're not paying attention. But if it's active, then you're imposing, right? So again, this is what he's talking about here, right? And again, this comes up super often in Eastern traditions. But also, again, we do have this kind of grammar in the West as well, and in Christianity and Judaism. And again, just to wrap this up, if I want the river to reveal itself to me in its being, its true nature, I cannot just glance at it with passive indifference. I have to care sufficiently about it for it to make a real difference to me, so that I truly become aware of it in my own deepest being. Okay. All right, this was a lovely section, so I'm going to track all of this. It's a pretty big section. It's all like 2 pages long, but I feel like I can't find a way to cut it in a way that I wouldn't lose something that I want to say. So you should try always to make your notes as small as you possibly can. Because otherwise you just have too much text, and it's just like you're saving half the book, which is not helpful. But at the same time, you need to capture the meaning that you want to capture. And so sometimes if that means that it's 2 paragraphs, it's 2 paragraphs. But if that means that you have to do 5 paragraphs, then it's 5. If it's 15, it's 15. All right. Time to move on. So this was 94. Now 105.4. 1, 2, 3, 4. For Heidegger, it is death that potentially gives everything in my life ultimate value. The sum of my existence can best be defined as what will be subtracted from the world by my death. Death will sever all my relationships with others and complete the story of my life, because, unlike any other possibility, it is the one possibility that strips all of my other possibilities. So I will have no possibilities left. This is what Heidegger means in his understanding of death as the possibility of the impossibility of any existence at all. For death has possibility, gives Dasein nothing to be actualized. nothing which Dasein has actual could itself be. Okay. That's really good, but we've talked about all of this already. But as long as I am alive, I am inhabited by what Heidegger calls a constant lack of totality. As long as Dasein is an entity, it has never reached its wholeness. In other words, I live amid a continual overhang of unfinished business, my not yet realized possibilities for being. Each choice I make has the potential to reshape and redefine my identity and the meaning of my existence. So a complete perspective on my life, the significance of my whole existence can be achieved only when all my possibilities, my potential choices are extinguished. But Heidegger points out that, since this only happens when my life is over, I will not be around to reflect on it. So it appears that it will always be either too early or too late for me to comprehend the complete picture of my existence. Okay. I think that's good enough. It's a decent passage, but I don't feel like saving it. I think I covered this well enough. Right, so 100, 106, what's after? 107, okay. First paragraph, and then also the second paragraph. What is fundamentally important for Heidegger is the fact that Dasein is individualized by death. Death just not belongs to one's Dasein in an undifferentiated way. Death lays claim to it as an individual Dasein. The non-relational character of death, as understood in anticipation, individualizes Dasein down to itself. This individualizing is a way in which the there is disclosed for existence. It makes manifest that all being with others will fail us when our own most potentiality for being is the issue. Dasein can be authentically itself only if it makes this possible for itself of its own accord. And that's from Being in Time. Then Michael continues. Such facts are obscured by Dasein's fallenness. In a futile attempt to achieve ontological security, it tries to hide from death the absorption in numerous invasive strategies in the everyday world, thus losing the valuable benefits that could be derived from facing up to the fact of death. Awareness of mortality arises from introspection, but the fascinating, constantly evolving world of technology, with its MP3 players, mobile phones, emails, and internet browsing, shapes consciousness that is entirely outwardly directed, providing perhaps the ultimate evasion of mortality. The self-assertion of technological objectification is the constant negation of death. Furthermore, reminders of death in Western society are carefully tucked out of sight. The aged are concealed in homes, the terminally ill in hospices, and the corpses in a crematoria. And often death is simply regarded as a mishap which is constantly occurring, treated as a potential avoidable event, such as a needless accident, or perhaps even a deficient medical care, rather than an intrinsic feature of life. Indeed, many people in Western culture have never even seen a dead body. Oh, this is great. This is wonderful. And again, I've used this a lot in the book that I wrote about technology, like this notion of wanting to transcend death and at the same time ignoring death. It's this very weird paradox, and this is super common in the tech bros of Silicon Valley and their entire fucked up gnosis worldview. All right, so this is quite good. I'm going to save this. So paragraph 1, and then I think there was another paragraph on this page. Yeah, there was. The inauthentic mood that discloses death is fear, which focuses on the specific event of death and flees from what it sees. Death is experienced as a remote possibility in the distant future that for the moment happens only to others. This is probably the most subtle, common, widespread evasion of death, because although we acknowledge that one day we shall die, we do not really feel or believe that it could happen at any moment. So when I think about death, while simultaneously feeling one day I will die, but certainly not today, I confer on myself a type of immortality, because death will happen only to a future me, who barely seems related to the present me. Thus, although inauthentic Dasein may readily acknowledge the fact of death, with its cliché comments such as life is short, we don't live forever, the literal, true implication and the stinging significance of this fact is excluded from Dasein's feeling awareness, for dying is leveled off to an occurrence that reaches Dasein, to be sure, but belongs to no one in particular. Dying is perverted into an event of public occurrence with the day comments. Thus Dasein is deprived of a sense of totality of its own life by the chattering day self, which does not allow to look at death in the face through the courage of anxiety. Okay, this is great as well. I'm actually going to expand the previous note to encompass this one. And I think this is great. And I use, and again, I should be reading Heidegger on its own terms, but I keep drawing connections that I want to make. But like a lot of my PhD work is about psychedelics, and I think one of the arguments that I make is psychedelics are very much about non-propositional knowledge. And I think this is a really good example, actually. I should definitely use this in my dissertation, which is the fact that we know the proposition, right? I am going to die. But it's a very different thing to like, for that to hit in your very soul of like, oh, I'm going to die, right? So Tolstoy is short of Ivan something, right? I forgot the name. I'm bad with names, let alone Russian names. But this very short story from Tolstoy, it deals with this thing, right? At some point, he realizes he's going to die. I think I read this, actually. I think this Tolstoy reference in relationship to Heidegger, I think I read this in the previous book during the series. But either way, another example that I like to give is like imagining, that that someone goes through cancer, they manage to overcome cancer, and then they say, "Oh, now I see the sacredness of every second of life, right? Like every leaf, right? And that all of this is super precious, and that eventually I won't be here to enjoy it." Now, one could be cynical and say, "Yeah, but I knew that, and maybe you knew that as well. So what's so special about it, right?" That type of cynical take feels sinful, right? It feels like no one should say that. But why not? It's kind of true in a way, right? It's just that it's true in a very shallow way. Like what matters is kind of like this deep awareness of that proposition in a way that actually changes how you view the world in a very deep way. Right? And so the same here applies to the example that he's giving about death, right? And death is, again, particularly important because it's related to this notion of finitude, of this notion of the significance of the possibilities that are available in front of me, and all of this that we've already talked about. And so I think that's a lot of what's happening in psychedelics, and I think that's a lot of what's happening in the whole cultural system of religion. They're trying to make you aware, right? It's kind of, for example, Christ's way of talking about always being ready, right, for the final judgment, right? It's kind of like always be ready, like always have it in mind, right? We don't know when it's coming, right? So always be on the lookout, never relax, never forget it. Okay, so this was great. Page 107, what's next? 109.2. Interesting. Okay. So, notes that Heidegger's authentic death perspective does not refer to the simple acceptance of death as sometimes seen in primitive societies. Because in this context, the apparent acceptance of death frequently is not due to an authentic attitude towards death, but it is derived from the individual sense of identification with the larger body of the group that never seems to die. This identification thus provides a sense of continuity to life that reduces the ego's fear of extinction. Nor is Heidegger's understanding and acceptance of death based on any belief in the immortality of the soul, which allows an individual to escape the fear of death through identifying with the transcendental immortal self. Rather, authentic death awareness is rooted in anxiety. Authentic Dasein is not fearful of death, nor does it worry about the actual event of death. Instead, it suffers from an anxiety that brings it face to face with the inevitability of its own death. In the light of this awareness, it realizes and accepts that its possibilities are limited by death and bases its choices in life based on this understanding. Obviously, I know what he means, but at the same time, I think this is a bit problematic. Number one, there's this tension between, yes, this is true, and in the sense that you need to face death on its own terms, and you have to have this perspective of the individual. But at the same time, it can also push a little bit too far of this like hyper-individualistic kind of framework, which is very bad for a million reasons and doesn't work out, and it's very shallow, I would say. And also, his comment on primitive society is also a little bit problematic. It is true primitive societies are more collectivist, and you could argue that this collectivist element does, at the very minimum, play a little bit into this. Like it does influence this approach to death that is not as authentic as it could be, but it's still problematic. And makes a lot of assumptions, and I think we should be very careful when passing judgments to these kinds of societies, especially when we don't understand how they work. Like you don't speak their language, and by language I mean you don't understand their worldview. And it's particular. I think this applies to everything, but I think even more it applies to primitive societies, because also part of what mean by primitive is because obviously there's a hierarchy, which again you can very rightfully criticize, but also another element of this hierarchy is also the distance, right? And because there's more distance, the gap of understanding also widens, and therefore your skepticism towards, or rather, that should inform how skeptical you are of thinking that you understand what they're doing or how they live. Okay, I don't think this is worth noting, so we'll keep going. 111.1 now. Okay. According to Heidegger, because humanity is trapped within the metaphysical understanding of being that has given rise to the mindset of enframing, mankind ignores being to focus only on things in existence. Thus, we have a restricted understanding of ourselves and all entities as resources for exploitation. The result is that beings remain forever shrouded in oblivion. Its deeper and richer meaning is neglected and forgotten. Since enframing is always the source of our worldview, we remain permanently closed off from all other ways of being. And thus we remain cut off from our own being, the being of other entities, and the mystery and sacredness of being in beings. Imprisoned within this metaphysical outlook, the world of beings appears to be a totality of what there is. Beyond beings, there is nothing, an absolute, empty, privative negative, abysmal, nihilistic, and annihilating nothing. No other sides to our world of beings who are suspended in a complete emptiness. Jesus Christ, that is a mouthful. It's very weirdly constructed, this sentence, and the way that it's the way it's articulated here. Either way, then it continues. Efforts to avoid the terror that arises in the face of this seemingly total annihilation leads to a constant state of anxiety, usually modulated by evasion into continual uneasiness. And as such, the world becomes a threatening place, and one never really feels like at home with it. So this is pretty important in terms of enframing. Again, it's this notion of, everything is reduced to resources, something to exploit, something to manipulate, right? And it's this notion of that there's several ways to apprehend the world, right? We're always involved in this process of construction. And there's several ways that we can do that, right? And one of the ways is precisely this way, right? It's the technological thinking, right? That something is a resource, right? So I see a tree, I'm like, oh, I can cut this tree down to do whatever I need to do. Right? And this is in the most basic, primitive sense, right? Obviously, modern technological thinking and modern, use of resources for exploitation is on a massively greater scale. But you can see at least its beginnings in this kind of stuff. And then once you have that mindset, the big problem with technology and the whole, especially technology, even when it gets, or rather, even worse when it gets kind of enmeshed with kind of a capitalistic society as well, is that it's kind of self-enforcing, right? That a way of approaching the world becomes the way to approach the world, right? It's kind of like a cancer that just keeps spreading and kills everything else. This is why he means, within this metaphysical outcome, the world of beings appears to be the totality of what there is. Beyond beings there is nothing, an absolute empty, right? So on and so forth. And then continuing, he also says, this homelessness is specifically invoked from the destiny of being in the form of metaphysics. Homelessness consists in the abandonment of being by beings. Homelessness is the symptom of oblivion of being because of the truth of being remains unthought. And the reason for this being of homeless is that dwelling is not experienced as man's being. Dwelling is never thought of as the basic character of human being. Thus, Heidegger believes that we are homeless because we have lost our sense of dwelling in the world. This is very important. I'm going to track this as well. All of it is important, actually. But I will separate this into separate notes. One is the technological bit, which I'm going to track here. And then there's this notion of homelessness, which I think is pretty important as well, and which I need to use as well in my PhD. Okay. So just make a note here. Then continues. But what exactly does Heidegger mean? Oh, actually, before I go to it, let me think about this homelessness issue. Homelessness is very important for Heidegger, but now I kind of forgot how he frames this, which I'll get into a second. I just want to, I think the author will expand on this. Michael, keep forgetting the guy's name, Michael Watts. It's specifically annoying because there's another Michael that also writes about Heidegger, which I also have a book from, which is Michael Inwood. So that's not, you could have two different names at least. Anyway, so homelessness. Very much connected to this notion of dwelling. I would say maybe one way to think about it, to kind of get started, is that home is that to which you belong, and this notion of belonging is that you are connected with it. But if you are abandoning being, if you're ignoring being because you're trying to purely manipulate it, and you don't let it shine forth as it truly is, then there is no connection, right? You're severing the connection. You're severing the connection because you can't connect, right? Like it's kind of intrinsic to what you're doing. Anyway, let's see what he says. So, but what exactly does Heidegger mean by this, and why, as he suggests, is this homelessness a consequence of metaphysics? We shall answer these questions, but first a brief explanation of his usage of the term dwelling will help to explain why he asserts dwelling is the manner in which mortals are here on earth, and yet also claims that modern man is homeless. Heidegger utilizes two senses of dwelling. Dwelling, which is the human essence, which is essential dwelling, the fundamental and continual possession of all human beings, and existential dwelling, which describes the state of consciousness which Dasein has achieved an authentic understanding of its essential dwelling and lives according to that understanding. Okay, I think this notion of dwelling is very much connected to kind of an inactivist way of thinking, right? Which is, number one, it's this notion of movement, that you're moving in the world, but it's also this notion of you're moving in the world and you're in the world, right? It's like a very embodied, connected thing, right? The subject and the world are very tightly coupled together. Then he talks about dwelling has, fundamental and conceptual possession of all human beings, and existential dwelling. So I suppose one could say, I don't know exactly what he means here, but I suppose we can think about dwelling in a more basic sense, and then we can think about dwelling on existential concerns, I guess. I'm not exactly sure what to make of it. I think the way it was explained here isn't super clear on why this distinction is worth making. But either way, let's continue. In Heidegger's later thinking, his approach to metaphysical experience of existence derives from his in-depth interpretation of the significance of this term dwelling. And he concludes that dwelling is the essence of who we are. The German I am, and then he names it in German, stems from the Old High German and Old English wohnen, which means to dwell, since it is the language that tells us about the essence of a thing, provided that we respect language's own essence. Heidegger thus claims the original and true meaning of I am is I dwell, and thus he concludes to be a human being means to dwell. A man is insofar as he dwells. But the word wohnen also means at the same time to cherish and protect, to preserve and care for. Thus Heidegger says the basic character of dwelling is safeguarding. Okay, interesting. So I'm not going to pay too much attention to the etymology, which Heidegger likes to do a lot, which is very controversial. I personally like a lot of his etymological approach, despite recognizing some limitations of it. But I think it's very interesting, and I think it's worthwhile paying attention to. But in this case, whatever. I think the biggest important thing is that I didn't think about it before is this notion of that when you dwell, you do cherish and protect, right? And again, it has to do with this notion of home, right? You want to protect your home, right? And you want to respect your home, right? You don't want to just throw trash into your home, right? And this notion of care is also very much concerned with, wait, where was I going with this? I forgot what I said initially, how I started the sentence, but I'm just going to describe the thought from scratch. This notion of home and protection is also very much associated with what we talked about technological thinking, has its opposite, right? Has its opposition, right? So either I think that this tree is worth protecting, or I think this tree, is completely okay to cut down because I need to do this and this and this. Right? So there are two opposing forces. Now, I actually think that it's a little bit oversimplistic to give all these environmental examples, even though Heidegger himself gives a lot of environmental examples. But I think a lot of times there's a danger of over relying on it. And I think that it goes much deeper than that, because I think it's the whole approach to existence, and the environment is only an expression of it. And it's something that comes very naturally, even to me. That's why I use it all the time. But at the same time, I think it's a dangerous oversimplification where it makes it feel like, that we just need to protect the environment and that's it. And like that's part of it, but it's much bigger. He continues, Heidegger claims that the human essence is to be in the world as a dwelling place. Thus to dwell means the way humans are on this earth. The original meaning of one is wuchnen, which means to reside, to dwell at peace, to be content. It is related towards feeling at home in a place. So again, this notion of, there's enough, right? We're okay, right? Like, because again, this notion of consumption and manipulation is very much connected to this notion of desire, right? It's kind of like there's something missing, and if only I extract this, if only I manipulate this, then I can fulfill my desire. Then everything will be okay. But of course, it never is, right? Again, it's this loop of technological thinking where there's always something else, right? We always want more. We always want it bigger and better. And again, if you look at Eastern traditions and if you look at primitive societies, there's very much this notion of, everything is okay, right? Like nature provides everything we need, right? We don't have to have this kind of mindset where there's always something missing, that we'd always need something else. Obviously, we have these all this type of thinking in the West as well. I just like to give other ones because the way I'm making these videos is almost as if I'm having a conversation to some degree, or I'm giving a lecture to some degree, and people usually are a bit more receptive to non-Western examples because people fucking hate the West, unfortunately. All right, so then he continues, and now there's a quote directly from Heidegger, from Building Dwelling Thinking. In what does the essence of dwelling consist? To be at peace, to be brought to peace, to remain in peace, preserved from harm and danger, taken care of, to care for. The caring for itself consists not only of the fact that we do no harm to that which is cared for. Real caring for is something positive and happens when we leave something beforehand in its nature, when we gather something back into its nature, when we free it in the real sense of the word into a preserve of peace. The fundamental character of dwelling is this caring for. And then Michael says, Heidegger also suggests that dwelling lies in being attuned to being and the presence of beings in a manner that simply lets beings be. Letting beings means allowing beings to be, which means allowing presencing. This allowing of presence is simultaneously the presence of allowing releasement from the human will. Okay, let me track this as well. This whole part on dwelling and home, I think, is very important. Oh man, but this is so annoying because like I want to just do my notes and then just like keep moving this way. But then I see the next paragraph because I can't help it, and I'm like, oh, this is really interesting. I need to read it. Which is cool, like I get more context and I continue the arguments, but then I'm just fucking reading the book again. And if I do that, this project will take hundreds of hours. Anyway, but I'll do it anyway, fuck it. So, Thus, for Heidegger, there is two main aspects of dwelling. To dwelling is to be cared for and protected from harm in the dwelling place, and also to care for and protect from harm the things of the dwelling place. So to dwell is to feel fundamentally safe in the world, ontologically secure. And since the ultimate threat to our security is death, understood has permanent distinction or nothingness, then dwelling implies that we feel safe, even in the face of death. Rather than fearing mortality, it is accepted with equanimity. And then again, another quote from Heidegger. Mortals dwell in that they initiate their own essential being. Their being capable of death is death, into the use and practice of this capacity, so that there may be a good death. To initiate mortals into the essence of death in no way means to make death, as the empty nothing the goal. Nor does it mean to darken dwelling by blindly staring at the ends. This is so well written, and because it's like, because now we're connecting all of this to death, right? So we're kind of getting sidetracked, but at the same time, he like Michael pulls this directly from this notion of homeness, and he does it so well. Like this transition was just perfect, so well done. But I don't want to get into death too much. What I do think that is important is this notion of safety as well. I don't know why I didn't remember this when talking about homeness, which is like when you're at home, you're safe, right? And again, it has also to do with this. It's also important to remember this contrast with technological thinking, right? It's kind of like the world is a dangerous place, right? We need to be on the lookout. We need to make barriers, right? We need to make weapons. We need to defend, right? But you don't do that at home, right? I'm at home right now. Everything is chill, right? I don't have anxiety. All right, so I'm gonna stop here, and I'm just gonna make. All right, and I'm gonna try to not catch the whole death thing, to not get sidetracked too much. All right, so okay, this was supposed to be one note that I was checking. Now I did 3 notes, but I think it's worth it because I think this notion of home is very important. I'm gonna use it a lot. All right. Okay. What else? 114 dot 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So according to Heidegger, equanimity in the face of death arises when Dasein is released from its egocentric metaphysical understanding of existence, and it is unified with the infinite totality of being itself. Most importantly, in this unification with being, there arises an ecstatic belonging to the essential in all beings, that enable him to guard the truth of being in order that beings might appear in the light of being as they are. Thus, for Dasein, dwelling as an ordinary mortal being in the world requires simultaneously dwelling beyond the world, in the sense that Dasein identifies its essential self with the totality of being. So Dasein now understands that the nothing of death is not an absolute or ontological nothing, for it is nothing only in the sense of being beyond all available criterion of intelligibility. Death as the shrine of the nothing is the presencing of the mystery of being itself. Fuck, that's so heavy. I understood the beginning, but then I got lost. Just gonna reread the whole thing again. According to Heidegger, equanimity in the face of death arises when Dasein is released from its egocentric metaphysical understanding of existence, and it is unified with the infinite totality of being itself. Okay, yes, so in the face of death, you can surpass it by releasing your impositions on the world, these metaphysical understanding of existence. And when you do that, he says, is united with the infinite totality of being itself, which is very mystical. So how can I make sense of it? I suppose one way is that to some degree concepts slice things up, right? So by removing your concepts, by removing your imposition, then everything is a totality. Right? Everything is one, especially because of this notion of relational ontology as well that we've talked about in the past. Then it continues. Most importantly, in this unification with beings, there arises an ecstatic belonging to the essential in all beings that enables him to guard the truth of being in order that beings might appear in the light of being as beings they are. So again, it's very complicated, but in this case, it's just this notion of letting beings be. Thus, for Dasein, dwelling as an ordinary mortal being in the world requires simultaneously dwelling beyond the world. I think what he means here is, again, this notion of totality. Right? It's kind of like, I don't know, dwelling in the worlds. Because when you're dwelling in the world, you're like, again, because of this notion of embodiment, of finitude, it's kind of like, it's particular, right? So I see a tree, right? Particular, finite. But then at the same time, the tree is part of everything, right? The totality of being. But I'm not sure if that's the right interpretation, actually. I think I might taking this in the wrong direction, because it says, in the sense that Dasein identifies its essential self with the totality of being. So I don't understand why the self comes into play here. I think my interpretation and my example is not quite right. Then he continues again. So Dasein understands that the nothing of death is not an absolute nothing or ontological nothing, for it is nothing only in a sense beyond all available criteria of intelligibility. Death has the shrine of nothing, is the presencing of the mystery of being itself. Okay, so death is not a nothing. Yes, I get that. In the sense of being beyond all available criteria of intelligibility. I don't know what that means exactly. I'll continue the rest of the page to see if more context helps. It should be now clear that Heidegger's later... Is this recording? Yeah. Where was I? It should be clear that in Heidegger's later thought, he views the fundamental importance of Dasein's authentic relation to death in terms of indispensable function in the closure of being, and thus Dasein is authentic if it belongs to the truth of being in such a way that priority over beings is granted to being. Since Heidegger at this stage is far more concerned with being than with the welfare of the individual Dasein, authenticity is no longer a mode of existence that he regards as necessary for everyone. He emphasizes now that only philosophers and those who are contributing to the preparation of a new beginning needs to attain this authentic relation to death, since true thinking on being requires detachment from everydayness and the influence of the day. Okay, I kind of get this notion of authenticity, blah, 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 philosophers, new beginning. Okay, sure. This notion of a new path in philosophy, which was Heidegger was very much concerned with. And again, it's not for everyone. Okay, again, a little bit of a Platonic elitism here, but whatever, I get it. Okay, but I still don't understand what came before, which I would really like. So I'm gonna try my LLM setup and see if Sadler's lectures can help us here. So what I want is, maybe I just won't give any instructions actually, because I don't want it. I don't even know exactly what's the best thing to focus on. So I'm just going to give the entire passage and make the LLM. Oops, I made a mistake. Okay, so this, and then I don't know if I should include. Actually, I didn't even speak in the last quote. And then the page ends with a quote directly from Heidegger, which says, "Not everyone need to perform this being towards death and assuming the self of the Dasein in this authenticity. This performance is necessary only in the connection with the task of laying the ground for the question about being, a task which of course is not confined to philosophy. The performance of being towards death is a duty only for the thinkers of this other beginning, but every essential man along..." I'm going to repeat this whole sentence. The performance of being towards death is a duty only for the thinkers of the other beginning, but every essential man among the future creators can know of it. Okay, my brain is bush. I also don't understand what this is about. I mean, again, I understand this new beginning, blah, 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 but it's still not clicking very much. But I'm going to try to ignore this more death stuff. I just want to, this ontological nothing and the dwelling beyond the world and identifying the self with the totality of being. That's what I understand, what I want to understand the most. So I'm actually going to say that to the LLM so that it focuses on that. So explain self with the totality of being, with the totality of being, and the notion of dwelling, and ontological nothing. Okay. And because this is complex as fuck, I am gonna how do I select the model? I fucked up. God damn it. It's very odd. I don't understand how to select the model. Whatever. Sounds very important. All right, I just need to take the pictures again. That won't take very much. All right, so just gonna take a picture of that. Then I'm gonna take a picture of that. Okay. Let's see what the LLM says. This is very abstract. Okay, so I'm just going to read it. So key passages. Dasein is being in the world. Existence is already outside of itself, always in relationship to it. I don't know what that means. Human existence can relate to beings only if it holds itself out into the nothing. This going beyond is metaphysics itself. Okay, I think this issue of holding itself into nothing is this notion of openness, of possibility. Then another is anxiety discloses this way of relating is the mode of nothingness. We come face to face with the fact that we exist only in relationship to that world. Metaphysics aims to recover beings as such and as a whole, the totality. Okay, sure. Again, this notion of by letting things be, by removing your assumptions, by cutting out your models, then you're more in touch with the real as it is, and that becomes a totality. right? Now, self and totality of being. The claim that Dasein is always already outside of itself means that the self is not an enclosed subject, but structurally open to the world. Okay, I think that makes sense. Let me read the original quote again. In the sense that Dasein identifies its essential self with the totality of beings. That's how Michael described it. Okay, sure. Okay, I think that makes sense. So again, it's this inactivist kind of thinking, right? Which is the self is not just you, right? It's also in the world, and therefore, to some degree, it's also the totality, right? Okay, that makes sense. This openness is not towards isolated entities, but towards beings as a whole. The totality of being disclosed in metaphysical questioning. Okay. Thus, the self with the totality of being means the self is constituted by its exposure to the whole field of beings, not by an inner essence. Yes, which again, this notion of totality, but also the notion of relationality. And its being arises through this relation, again, not prior to it. Then the notion of dwelling. Dasein as being in the world indicates that existence is fundamentally situated, relational, and immersed. Yes, again, situated, immersed, specific. But this is not spatial location, right? It is an existential structure in which one stands outside oneself while remaining situated. Okay, that makes sense as well. Therefore, the notion of dwelling, number one, to dwell is to inhabit the world as a site where being is disclosed, and two, it is a mode of belonging, not possession. Right? This concept of possession is also very good that I should have remembered when talking about the notion of homelessness in relationship to technological thinking. And anxiety is this disruption, right? The anxiety is this feeling of homeliness, right? When you're not at home, you have more anxiety. Things are more uncertain. Things are not safe. And then in terms of the ontological nothing, Heidegger's formulation is, human existence can relate to beings, only if it holds itself out into the nothing, shows that the nothing is a condition for access to beings. Anxiety reveals it discloses nothingness by stripping away familiar meanings and exposing pure relationality. Okay, so human existence can only relate to beings only if it holds itself out into the nothing. Yes. So again, I think this notion of possibility, right? This notion of removal, of cancellation, of potentiality. Okay, yes. And anxiety reveals this by stripping away familiar meanings. Okay, so yes. So I think the way to make sense of this is, okay, so you have all these conceptions, you have all these models of the world, and then that hides the world. But then at the same time, that is comfortable, right? Because you have a schema, right? You model the world out. And usually you model things to make them predictable, right? So it's kind of like, you know what's going on. But if that breaks, then that anxiety comes, right? Like there's uncertainty, there's nihilism, right? There's the potentiality also means that it's chaos, right? You don't know what's going on. You don't know what's real. You don't know, nothing is familiar anymore. But the fact that nothing is familiar is an opportunity, right? To disclose is an opportunity to expose the nothingness, which then allows to disclose the beings as they are. So the key implications are that the nothing is not an entity, but it says here a structural clearing. Okay, right? Okay, clearing and this notion of renewal, right? I mean, clearing is not renewal, but renewal depends on the clearing, right? It's change. And what allows beings to appear is suspending their taken for grantedness. Again, notions of familiarity, of predictableness of the models. And it is tied to freedom, it says. The gap between what it is and what it could be. Yes. I don't like the word freedom here. I think possibility is better, but same thing, loosely. So 3 notions form a single structure to synthesize this whole thing. Self is not a substance, but an openness, right? We're always in the world. And this openness is already towards the totality of beings. Yes, because of this notion of relationality and of the removal of the concepts that split up the world up. And then lastly, this relation is only possible because Dasein is exposed to the nothing, this closed-in anxiety which loosens the grip of everyday meanings and opens a clearing. Yes. Okay. Therefore, dwelling is the stable, everyday inhabiting of the world. Being in the world in the totality of beings. Okay. And then the ontological nothing, the disruptive condition that makes such dwelling possible by opening the clearing of being. Yes. Okay. The disruptive condition. Yes. So to make dwelling possible, which is the inhabiting of the worlds, the being at the worlds in the totality of beings, that is only possible through the ontological nothing. And the ontological nothing is that which shows like the possibility of change, maybe is one way to think about it. Right? Possibility arises out of nothing. Like change occurs when you're willing to remove, when you're willing to let go. So this nothing is the condition for the clearing of being. And the self and totality is this unity of Dasein and the world. And then it says, grounded in this, in the prior openness of the nothing. I don't know what that means, but whatever. Either way, and then concludes, the self belongs to being not by merging with a substance, but by standing in this clearing where beings as a whole can appear. Okay. So, okay, that helped a lot, actually. That was, I still don't get everything, but I get the overall picture, which I think is very helpful. But holy shit, that was dense as hell. Jesus Christ. Fucking Heidegger. All right, but I want to track this. This was interesting. But like this whole thing, the main gist of what I'm trying to understand is like a single paragraph long. It's crazy. All right, I'm tired of this bullshit. I need a break now. So I'm just gonna make this note here, and that's it. All right, I can just go to the next page already, so I don't get confused. So next is 117. Okay, it's just the next one. All right, but that was neat. Some interesting stuff. So how long did I go for? Okay, an hour and a half. That's usually what I try to go. So it's funny that I always seem to hit this natural limit with these sessions. It's like 1 hour and a half seems when I feel like I should wrap things up. So it's pretty inconsistent. All right, thanks for watching. See you next time. All right, time to continue our Heidegger series. So we were on philosophy of Heidegger by Michael Watts. So we'll just keep going and dive straight into it. So I believe I was on page 116 or 117. Okay, so 117, paragraph 2. Plato encapsulated the essence of time as a moving image of eternity. Aristotle's cosmic view of time viewed it as the time of the natural world, which can be characterized from planetary motions and natural changes, and which is characterized by the number of movements in respect to the before and after. That is, a sequence of homogeneous present-at-hand nows that continue onwards interrupted. Broadly following Aristotle, Augustine describes the essence of time as a presence of things past, a memory, a presence of things present, sight, and the presence of things future, expectation. The Christian theological conception was that time, organized by God, is finite and eschatological. It eventually comes to an end. Descartes and later Enlightenment thinkers maintained the subjective view that time is something understood in the mind of a rational observer. Okay, so I will read the other paragraph as well for extra context, but just to try to digest this first. So first of all, a few notions that come to mind. Number one, that Plato encapsulated the view of essence of time as a moving image of eternity. Now, what does that mean? I'm not sure, but the thing that comes to mind is obviously Plato's forms, but also I think this has to do with his notion of truth, right, and how his entire like ontological framework, right, which is like why are the forms ontologically primary? To one degree, it's because everything else is based on the forms, so they create being, let's say. But also, I'm not sure if this would be the same sides. Sorry, I don't know if this would be a different side of the same coin, or if it would be a completely independent thing. But at least something related in some form is also that the forms are eternal, and eternal is that which is true, right? And again, we already have this notion of truth, right? Which is like if something doesn't change, then that means it's true, right? So it's like, I like strawberry, you like banana, right? So it changes between us, right? And maybe 1,000 years from now, no one will like strawberry, no one will like banana. They will like something else, right? So if it varies from person to person, from place to place, from culture to culture, then it's subjective. If it's subjective, then it's not objective, and objective is, again, this notion of truth. Again, obviously, all of this is quite problematic, but yeah, long story short, Plato's notion of truth is very much connected to eternity. Now, just give me a little bit of break so I can... Right, there's kids just doing tons of noise upstairs, which is very annoying, but whatever, let's just keep going. Hopefully my microphone can cut some of that out. So that was my first kind of thought about this very first sentence, about the essence of time as a moving image of eternity. So and again, man, this just this first sentence is so dense, because what does it mean for time to be a moving image of eternity? Because when you say time, like, what do you mean already, right? Like, obviously, this is very tricky because you're trying to unpack what something is, but you're already referring to what it is when you're trying to engage in that process of description and explanation. But time usually as we mean it is already this progression, right? So we're here, and now we're over here, right? And between then and now, this moves, right? So it's like this march of time. So within this march of time, what is the essence of it? What is its core? What makes time time? And Plato says, a moving image of eternity. I'm trying to think if there's something else that I'm not connecting besides this notion of forms and truth. But I think it's probably it, right? A moving image of eternity. Okay, so going forward, so we don't waste a lot of time here. And then he speaks about Aristotle, the time of the natural world. And again, maybe again, we can connect this to the forms again, which is, so Plato, truth, eternity, right? And so the time that we see now is only pointing towards eternity. So maybe, I don't know if I'm overstressing it here, but another way of thinking is that the finite world is pointing towards eternity, right? Like maybe also the fact that there's time, and also because time is that which changes, right? Like that's essentially what time is, right? Now, obviously, we speak about time as seconds, for example, right, or nanoseconds, whatever it may be. But that is just like a schema that we're using, right? Like that's a human-made construct, right? But it's not purely subjective, right? Like time works for a reason, and it works for a reason because it's tied to something that is outside human subjectivity that just happens in the world, right? Like, for example, the sun, going around, right? Going around, in a phenomenological perspective, obviously, or the fact that you're measuring, subatomic particles in some way, right? And it has a constant decay, right? So you measure that, right? But whatever it is, change is what you're measuring, right? You're changing the position of the sun. You're changing whatever happens at these subatomic levels that very fancy clocks use. But again, this already ties to Plato's notion of truth, which is, if stuff changes, humans can already contemplate that which does not change, right? And that which does not change is eternity. And therefore, it cannot be illusory if it is permanent, right? So I think that's a good way to think about it. But Aristotle's here, it says, cosmic view of time viewed it as time of the natural world. Then he says, which can be determined from planetary motions and natural changes, which is characterized by number of movements in respect to the before and after. Yeah, I don't know if my interpretation here is correct, but I think it still works. But I'm afraid that's not quite the point he's trying to make. But let's read the other paragraph to see if maybe we get a bit more context. So, however, by the late 19th century, this modern Cartesian conception of time came under criticism. The French philosopher Henri Bergson, in his Time and Free Will, points out that there is a clear distinction between scientific knowledge of ourselves and the way we actually experience ourselves, a viewpoint shared by Heidegger. Bergson points out that because science is concerned with measurement, it treats time spatially, as though it were a set of separate, quantifiable geometric units, similarly to spaces, like hours, minutes, and seconds, found on the face of clocks, or similarly to a calendar grid that is divided into days, months, and years. Sorry, I'm getting sleepy. Also, Since science is interested primarily in causes and effects, it deals in linear time, in terms of before and after, earlier and later. In other words, A before B, before C, and so on. So time is seen as a timeline made up of uniform sequences of nows, which is in each moment is conceived as an independent, actually existing point along the line of duration. We exist in the present moment, but are continually moving to the next moment, leaving behind us an infinite line of past moments. And ahead of us, there stretches an infinity of future moments. On this understanding of time, the not yet now becomes the now, and the now becomes the no longer now in a beginningless, endless, irreversible sequence. Okay. So here is just basically the standard description of time within a somewhat standard scientific paradigm, where it's just like, it's just a block, right? So we're always moving across the block, and it's kind of fixed to some degree. There's also this notion of subjectivity of time. That's why they mentioned Bergson, and Heidegger says a lot about this as well, which they mentioned, and we'll probably unpack that now. So this notion of objectivity and subjectivity also matters a lot. Not sure how this connects to Plato, but we'll see. Indeed, in our common sense understanding of time itself, we do in fact represent it as a line. And clocks are used as a means of keeping track of our progress along this line as we journey towards the future. But strangely, when one starts thinking more closely about time in this way, it suddenly seems to have no objective reality at all, and one begins to wonder if it is entirely an artificial construct, a subjective projection of the mind. For if we exist only in the present moment, which disappears in the instant it arrives, it would appear that time amounts to nothing at all, and yet we do seem to experience the passing of time. But Heidegger asserts that questions of this nature only arise if we think of time as a timeline, which is mostly a superficial phenomenon, instead of understanding time in terms of Dasein's temporality, which is primordial time. As we shall see later, Heidegger diagnoses the timeline conception as the product of inauthentic falling. Heidegger also points out, although time is not fundamentally a succession of nows, this is exactly how philosophers have always attempted to understand it. And some of these were quotations from Being and Time. Bergson observes that humans generally do not experience time in this scientific manner. Instead, he notes that our experience is that of existing within a continuous flow that involves past, present, and future. This flow is his resistance to objective measurement because the experience of time as flow is unique to each individual. So again, this notion of subjectivity that we're seeing here. But again, I'd like to know how they're going to relate this to Plato and Aristotle. I think that's really important, and I'm not sure if I quite get it, because like I really do understand obviously this point of subjectivity, right? Which Bergson got really popular for, but we still have to contend with this seemingly objective nature of time, right? That we experience subjective, that we have this primordial temporality, as Heidegger calls it, and that's because number one, the past and the present and the future, they're all meshed together in how we think, how we act, and how we feel in the world as alive beings, and also because our experience of time is also very affected by our reflexivity and our self-consciousness as well, right? So that's why, sometimes you can do task A and it takes an hour, but it feels like 10 minutes, and then you can do task B and it's vice versa, right? Because again, the subjective feeling of time changes based on context. So obviously that's all true, but how does that relate to how do we make sense of that in relationship to the fact that we can track change in the outside world, in something that is not dependent on me, like for example the sun going around? How do we make sense of these two things? But again, maybe they're not getting here, because maybe the point that the author is trying to make is simply this notion of stop saying time has this like straight timeline, because that ignores human subjectivity. Maybe that's a broader point. Sorry, I'm so sleepy I can't help but yawn. All right, let's continue. Thus, we may be convinced that an excruciating dental procedure took at least 5 minutes of clock time, when in fact only lasted 60 seconds, while someone with an extremely high pain threshold might not experience this strong distortion of time. Conversely, an enthralling 3-hour film might be experienced as lasting only half that time. These sorts of experiences do not mean that time is merely a subjective phenomenon in the sense of being illusory, for we do really live temporally, but this temporality does not exist apart from us as a physical property of the universe. Since the universe is temporal only because we are temporal and not the other way around. So time is not a substance nor a property of beings, such as the size or shape or color, but is a way of being, an existential rather than categorical. Okay, so first of all, obviously it's funny that they mentioned this type of examples right away, but I'm still trying to understand. Let's read this important sentence again. But this temporality does not exist apart from us as a physical property of the universe. I'm not sure if this is the best way to go about it, but the only thing that comes to mind is there is change in the outside world, but that change isn't intelligible, doesn't have any meaning outside the human, because the human is that which is the one tracking, right? The human, or at the very least the agent, right? Maybe you could say the same out of an animal, although there's issues there. But at least the point is that change requires this apprehension, right? It's kind of like there's this and now there's that. But none of that makes sense without this perspective, right? And you can say the change happens, right? Like the universe would keep going even if there was no humans, and that is true. That's not what it's at discussion here. But the problem is that we're using these terms, and the terms already have baked in certain meaning, and that meaning is inherently dependent on human experience. Continuing. Also, in the flow of time, an experience in time turns into a past experience, becoming something qualitatively different as a memory. And future experiences, that which is not yet, also exist in a different way, as imaginations or projections. Time in a traffic jam can seem significantly longer when we're already late for an important appointment, because our future projections or anticipations of negative consequences coexist with our present experience, distorting our perception. So we see that the human experience of time is generally not linear. Husserl took Bergson's work at the stage further by asking how time appeared in awareness. For instance, how is it that we experience a musical melody as something whole, that is complete from start to finish, even when we hear it for the first time, when in reality we encounter the melody in time as a succession of separate notes? Husserl suggests that the melody is knowable only through the simultaneously operation of 3 acts of awareness: retention, which notes that the notes are no longer sounding, have to be retained in memory; attention, which is a primal impression of each note as it sounds, must be gained; and protension, which is the auditor must listen ahead and construct expectations of what might or might not follow. Crucially, these three acts have to occur together. Awareness of time is thus gathered togetherness, a simultaneous occurrence of past, present, and future in retention, attention, and protension, and this clearly does not fit into the linear theory of time as A before B before C. Heidegger mentions that Mozart had stated that while composing, he would often look over an entire piece of music in his mind at one glance, hearing it all together in his imagination, not serially. In other words, Mozart was thinking a non-linear gathering of time, not measurable in clock time. Okay, this is very dense. So first of all, again, this notion of that time is experienced differently for everyone, like, I don't think this deserves that much unpacking. I think this is pretty obvious. But again, it is hard to account for within kind of like a super objective materialist conception. But it's more in the sense of narrative, right? It's not in a literal sense that science cannot account for the subjectivity of time, obviously. Although the very notion of subjectivity, it is tricky for a scientific worldview, but that is very nuanced. We can't unpack that now. But the point is, yeah, but then I completely forgot about this notion of Husserl in regards to time. I had read it before, but just completely, I haven't thought about it in a long time, or I haven't read it in a long time. And this is brilliant. And this connects, in my opinion, perfectly to what I was just trying before, right? Which is like, okay, there's change, but what does change mean? How can change be intelligible, right? And I don't know if Husserl's description here is the description, but at least it's a really good place to start, right? It's a really good framework, right? Let's just hear that again. Awareness, retention, and then protension, right? So it's like I don't like these terms. So let's say like, why does he have retention before? The order here is a bit weird to me, but whatever. I'll put it like this, which is, number one, there needs to be the notion of salience. That which is salient is that which makes it present. And again, this connects to perception in general, which I also think why this time issue is so important, because this whole issue of time mimics the exact same problems that you have in perception, and why the typical, normal, old school view of perception, at least before kind of modern cognitive science, was completely broken, right? Which is like, that to perceive is already like a judgment, which is a mode of meaning, right? It's not this passive thing, and it's not this thing that is objective in the world. Like, it's already a construction, and it's already sense making. Anyway, so what was I getting with this? Okay, so I was describing these three stages of Husserl, but I was trying to get away a little bit from his language, right? So anyway, so there's perception, right? So there's the awareness, which, number one, already requires a conscious subject, right? Because again, what is attention? Attention is like, you're focusing on me if you're watching this, right? But you're probably not focusing on, I don't know, the tail of the giraffe, right? But they're both objective features of the world, right? But you focus on me. Why? Because I am, and by the way, giraffe is because for audio purposes, it's because I have a painting of giraffes behind me, right? So the point is, there's a focus on me, which is meaning based, right? Which is, I have relevance, and right now the tail of the giraffe probably doesn't have a lot of relevance, right? So again, attention, you're already in human experience, And let's remember, why is this relevant? Because of time, right? And what is time? Supposedly objective thing in the world, where, well, we're already in tricky territory, right? And then again, not only do you have to have that attention, that relevance, that salience, but then you have to retain it in memory, which is already very weird, right? Because it is true, right? Because if you don't, without memory, it's very hard to conceive as any kind of cognition, no matter how primary, right? Because otherwise you're just like, I don't know, it's just very hard to conceive, because like stuff is happening to you, but then to be an agent in the world, like even very primordial life forms, let's say, it seems that memory is always required, right? Because otherwise, like imagine that everything you do, your memory was completely erased, all the time, right? So, or like maybe you would the memory would register, and then like half a second later you would forget everything, right? Like you couldn't get anything done, right? Even the most primordial, basic aspects, right? Like I need to run from this predator. Wait, why am I running again, right? I need to get this food. Why do I need to get this food, right? Or like everything just breaks apart. But again, notions of memory, without subjectivity, tricky business. And then the other thing he mentions is protension, which is again this notion of the future. And again, future is also very problematic, right? Why? Because the future doesn't exist, right? In this view of time, right? It always belongs to non-being, right? It's not here, right? There's being, and then there's that which is not being, and that is in the future, right? Within this perspective, obviously, I kind of constructed that sentence a bit weirdly, but you still get the point, right? And past is also non-being, because again, it doesn't exist now. It existed, supposedly, at least in this way of speaking. But the future is even more problematic, because the future is also not now, but also you don't have a reference point of the memory, right? It's pure speculation, let's say. And again, how do you make sense of that without subjectivity? Right? And again, the whole problem of this is you can say, oh, it's just imagination, right? But like the problem is that people say that as if it's a simple thing, but it's not. It's like, how the fuck does imagination work? Like the fact that you can just construct a world in your head is crazy. And the fact that it actually corresponds to something in the world, right? Because like imagination isn't just like noise, right? It's useful, and it exists precisely because it is useful in the world, right? Like I can imagine, I don't know, like I saw the animal, going behind the tree, and now I can guess that it's going to appear on the other side of the tree, right? Like I imagine it, but it hasn't happened yet, right? But it's not noise. Like the animal very likely will follow this pattern. But again, how can you conceptualize imagination without this, right? And again, the reason why all this matters is because we're trying to understand what change is, what time is, right? From this Husserl perspective. So I think this is really, really good, actually. And I think it fits really nicely on my interpretation before I started reading this paragraph. And then Heidegger mentions the notion of the example of Mozart, which I think is really cool. I don't think I had known that before. Well, clearly I'd known because I read the book, but it's not on my mind. Maybe I just couldn't remember it. And again, remember, right? Anyway, so what he was trying to get here with the example of Mozart is that he understood the piece of music as a single thing. I'm not sure if I actually like this example too much. Like on one hand, I like it because it is this notion of the wholes versus the parts, which also becomes here in Husserl in the beginning, right? Because again, let's read this part again. How is it that we experience a musical melody has something whole that is complete from start to finish, even when we hear it for the first time, when in reality we encounter the melody in time has a succession of separate notes, right? So there's all this individuality, right? How can we make that into a unity, right? How is that gathered into an intelligible pattern? So that's what Husserl is trying to get at here, and this is again also part of what's happening here. Now, the issue with Mozart, though, is that he's doing this at a very, very high level of abstraction. Because, like, who the hell can imagine a piece in a single thing, right? It's at least I can't, I think. Or if I can, it's probably like, 0.1% of the kind of thinking that Mozart was doing. So I'm not sure if these example of Mozart is actually that helpful, because we can actually notice the same pattern. We can notice the same problems in just very basic perception, which was precisely Husserl's point. Anyway, that's enough. That was a long thing on just time, but it was very, very interesting. I think it was quite productive, and I'm definitely gonna track this. So just gonna put here my sticky notes. Okay, I need to keep an eye on the time as well, because I don't have a lot of time. Okay, I think it was about half an hour, which is actually crazy, because I did exactly one note, I think. Yeah, it's half an hour. Oh my god. All right, let's try to be a bit quicker. So, okay, cool. So my next note is 119. But I think, I think this is what I already read, actually, because I skipped a little bit ahead just to try to finish the thought process of time. Okay, so we'll skip this, I think. So next one is 121, last paragraph. All right. So, all Dasein are required to engage in making presence in order to efficiently carry out everyday tasks. For such activities flow more smoothly and effectively when we take them for granted rather than questioning them. For instance, Dasein master craftsmen and master athletes usually achieve their highest potential while making presence a state of utter absorption in the immediate present, apparently oblivious to past and present. To past and future. Right? Heidegger claims that making presence is the inauthentic presence of inauthentic temporality, a fact that is certainly obvious in the case of inauthentic Dasein, since it has not resolutely chosen its mode of existence, and thus its making present is still under the influence of the way of the day. All right, that was typical Heidegger brain melting sentence. So let's try to read that again. Just this specific part. Heidegger claims that making present is the inauthentic presence of inauthentic temporality. Okay, I think what he means is it is the present, but is inauthentic, and because it belongs to inauthentic temporality, right? Which is kind of saying the same thing, but okay, sure, whatever. All right, so going, then he says, however, resolute Dasein, making present, is embedded in and inspired by an authentic understanding of its own temporality that is grounded in a prior resolute decision made in the authentic present, which Heidegger calls der Augenblick. which means the moment of vision. A moment of resolute decision where Dasein seizes the authentic possibilities presented by its situation. And that's a quote from Being in Time. Moreover, just as absorption in everyday tasks retains a muted awareness of the immediate past that is relevant to the present, it would not be unreasonable to speculate that, even when authentic Dasein is utterly absorbed in its everyday daily activities, it nevertheless retains a subliminal or muted awareness of the fact that its current tasks have been resolutely chosen. Perhaps, therefore, authentically making present could be more accurately construed as neutral or indifferentiated temporality. Indifferentiated is a term sometimes, although rarely, mentioned by Heidegger in reference to the fact that average everydayness can potentially be seen as neither authentic nor inauthentic. The main thing to remember is that both irresolute and resolute Dasein have a making present, but only resolute Dasein has experiences of an authentic presence, characterized by the moment of vision. This moment of vision is thus of exceptional significance to Heidegger, for it is an expression of resolute Dasein's sharpened sense and authentic understanding of the moment, the pulsing heartbeat of time. In Heidegger's understanding, the moment is not simply the passing of time through a moment point of the present, not a mere occurrence, something that is automatically given to Dasein. Rather, it has to be discovered, because our normal inauthentic relation to time conceals the moment. In other words, the moment of vision is an achievement derived from Dasein authenticity, a manifestation of Dasein's return to itself from dispersal in fallenness. Then a quote from Heidegger: "The moment of vision is nothing other than the look of resolute disclosedness, in which the full situation of an action opens itself and keeps itself open. To acknowledge and face the moment which compels one to decision is what Heidegger regards as a fundamental possibility of Dasein existence proper." Okay, so here I would just say again that it's this notion of making present, right? And what does making present mean? Making presence, I would say, here how he describes it a bit further up. I'm going to quote again. Heidegger involves Dasein's temporality in yet another way. When using a hammer, I make it present through my deep absorption with it in the presence to the exclusion of the past and the future. Nevertheless, this everyday absorption is in the immediate presence. I still have some sense of my immediate past, for I retain or have a non-explicit muted awareness of other tools and matters related to my work. Okay, this is actually a paragraph above of where I started reading before, but that's okay. Also, similarly, I wait and I have a muted or non-explicit expectation of an immediate future. My hammer functioning and the nails being there when I reach for them and so on. Thus, my awareness of the presence is grounded in the ecstatical unity of making presence, which awaits and retains. And then a quote from Being in Time. Even if concern remains restricted to the urgency of everyday needs, it is never a pure making present, but arises from a retention which awaits. On the basis of such retention or such a basis, Dasein exists in a world. Thus, in a certain manner, factually existent Dasein always knows its way about, even in a world which is alien. Okay, so I think the example of the tool is useful, right? So like there's this deep absorption in the present to the exclusion of the past and the exclusion of the future, right? So it's this notion of being engaged, right? Of the flow state, let's say. Although it doesn't have to be that extreme. Like the flow state is to some degree a little bit of a gradient. But so there's this notion of, to some degree, the concentration of attention to what I'm doing, but also the fact that I can do what I need to do without such like, explicit formulation and instruction on my head, right? Like this narrative of like, I need to lift the hammer up, right? And then my wrist needs to do that, right? And then I'm going to do the reverse, right? And I'm going to use this and this muscle, right? And I'm going to hit it in this way, and to hit it in this way, I need to hit it at this angle that I want, and I need to hit at this angle that I want because that's what it needs, to go in the place that I want, because I want to join these two pieces of wood or whatever it may be, right? And therefore my arm needs to be in a certain way to produce this angle, right? And it needs to be in this way to produce this angle because of, gravity works in this and this and that way, right? So none of that exists, right? All of that is condensed into my attention, right? Of I'm hammering this. But again, it's this notion of memory and imagination to some degree as well, right? Again, this is why I think this is so important, is because this notion of time and the notion of perception are actually very, very similar, right? Which is like, not only is the problem of relevance and everything, we've talked about it before, but again, there has to be this notion of memory, right? Because again, then you can't act in the world without it. Everything crumbles. But then also this notion of the future, right? You're always imagining what comes next, right? So they're all bundled together in this unity that makes you able to do the behavior that's required. But then he mentions also this notion of authenticity. And I find it a little bit hard to make sense of this, but I think one of the things that comes to mind is this notion of fluency, which I just read a paper by Vervaeke and Hussein some time ago, and I also spoke about it in my podcast. But it's about this notion of lack of friction, right? Which is like when you're deeply engaged into something, then there's this lack of friction, right? And you can conceive of it, again, it has this notion of flow, and you can also conceive it has this notion of skill, right? That which you get really good at it, and once you really in contact with the world, right? Then things just flow, right? Things just happen naturally without you having to have all these, representations in your head. But at the same time, this notion of fluency sometimes also happens in a way that isn't desirable, and it's a bit pathological, right? So for example, you might have oversimplified models of reality that simplify reality for you, and that's why it seems so smooth and you can navigate it, so well, at least so you think, right? So for example, a lot of times, life as a child looks really simple, right? And looks easy to navigate. But that's just because the child is so sheltered from the complexity of reality. And so I think maybe one of the things that Heidegger is trying to get here is that sometimes you do get in the sense of making present, but it wasn't actively decided, right? You kind of just stumble upon it, and then it's inauthentic because, it might not be useful. It might not be true, however we define this, right? And again, then he says, I'm going to quote again from the book, a fact that is certainly obvious in the case of inauthentic Dasein, since it has not resolutely chosen its mode of existence, and thus it is making present, it is stealing the influence of the way of the day, right? So it's this fluency, but it's in this fluency of something that wasn't chosen, right? You are under the influence of something else that's external, right? And therefore, it kind of robs you of your freedom, right? But again, this notion of freedom is already tricky, right? I'm kind of doing a tangent here. This is not, I think, what is getting at here. But the problem is, the issue is, what if you are being pulled by something external, but that external force is pulling you closer to reality rather than what you would authentically choose, right? Because this might happen, right? So, for example, again, a child, they might authentically choose something to some degree, to the degree that they're capable of, and it's very obvious that they can't do it fully in the same way as an adult does, but it's also very clear that they can do something like it, right? They're certainly not robots, therefore they can choose. So it's this very, so we have to take two things into account, which is not hard to understand because because adults are also in the same situation, right? Kind of the ratio just changes slightly. But the point is, a child might authentically choose something, but then if they follow just what the parents say without questioning, they might actually end up better off, right? But also sometimes not, right? Sometimes the parents might just be, dumb, right? Or be too old school, right? Too blinded, too narrow-minded, right? The reason why I'm referencing all of this is because, this notion of freedom was so important for the existentialists and for 20th century philosophy and for Heidegger. But I think the notion of freedom automatically invites the question of truth as well. And obviously all of this is very related to also the notion of tradition, right? Which is like, do you follow what came before or do you go your own way, right? And all these kinds of dynamics then play out in trying to sort that out. Okay, I think that's enough. Should I make a note of this? I'm not sure. I'll make it just in case. Right, so another book thing. I never know what to call these things. Like, are they stickers or are they something else? All right, this one is kind of broken, so I won't use that one. All right, so and then let me just see what they say at the end again. The moment of vision is an achievement derived from Dasein's authenticity, a manifestation of Dasein's return to itself from a dispersal of fallenness. Right. So again, his notion of authenticity, which is, you're just following along what everyone says, and again, that tends to have this frictionless. Which now that I'm thinking about it, there's also this funny maybe I'm overreading it or overthinking it, but it's funny that this notion of fallenness is again this notion of there's a lot of symbolism there. It's probably one of the most rich symbolic images we have, but I've spoken about before this notion of that you lose agency, right? It's harder to move in the world, and again, this also related to the notion of embodiment. Like, for example, the fact that we are built to walk upright, for example. And there's a lot of symbolism there and some other things. But another thing that came to mind is also that, again, it has to do with this notion of the pull, right? So number one, there's gravity pulling you down. But also another thing that came to mind when talking about friction and kind of like
friction is, for example, if you leave a ball, on an inclined surface, right? It just naturally wants to go that way, right? And so it's also this notion of like just this force in the universe that, like, symbolically, obviously, I'm not trying to come up with metaphysics or anything, but like it's this idea that there's a tendency in human experience to lose yourself to something else, in the same way that a ball, unless it's a flat surface, just goes to whatever it's the lowest point, right? It's just a law. The problem with this, though, is that also a lot of it, because, and again, I'm biasing this by bringing up tradition so often, but like I think it's just unavoidable, because like tradition to some degree is someone else, right, telling you what to do, right? But also a lot of the times, what tradition is set up to do is, okay, you're being pulled by all these different directions, right? How can you not be pulled by them, right? Because they're pathological, they're non-functional, they're non-helpful, right? Well, we have to do this and this and this. And we found that through experience, right? Like there's these frameworks that are useful to not be pulled, right? But you can't know that framework just out of pure insight, right? Because you're a limited being, right? So obviously there's some level of progress in culture, to the degree that, in the sense that, other people can have a certain experience and then they can tell you about it, right? Like you don't have to discover everything for yourself, right? And so that framework is given, right? And so to some degree, it is this notion of incorporating something external into your own being. So it is to some degree a loss of agency, but that loss of agency is towards that which increases your agency, because that framework will empower you in order to have the capacity to retain your agency in other ways, in other aspects, in other situations where it matters the most, right? So it's kind of like a loss to have a gain, right? And again, very similar to situations of parenthood, right? Just like, the child can just do whatever he wants, because and if it did, it would just fall prey to other problems, right? So you're also, so the child is also falling prey to the parents' advice or instruction or rules, right? But it is so that the child doesn't fall to other things that are worse. And then it says, to acknowledge and face up the moments which compels one to decision, which is what Heidegger regards as a fundamental possibility of Dasein's existence proper. And again, it's this notion of openness, which is very important to Heidegger, which I agree with, and which I think is very important, right? Which is like, I think that's also one of the important things to think about tradition, right? Is tradition, number one, can't be closed in itself, right? So like the tradition itself needs to have some form of openness, right? Now, obviously, the degree to which that occurs is hugely controversial and hard to argue, but at least in principle, if it's completely closed, we know that's not a good thing. But there's also this other issue, which is not only the tradition can evolve and therefore it's open, right? It has possibility, but also you yourself, in how you relate to that tradition, also has to remain open, right? And one way to think of it is because, these externalities are always general rules that are meant to apply to, people broadly, but there is no people broadly, right? There's only individuals, right? So there's always context that needs to be taken into account, right? And many kinds of context, right? It can be context between people, right? So what's my situation is different than your situation, but then also the situation of how should one conduct yourself, is not going to be the same for someone pre-industrial revolution compared to post-industrial revolution, right? To pre-internet and post-internet, right? To pre-AI and post-AI, right? So the world is always changing, and so the context is always changing. So by rejecting possibility, one necessarily falls out of a maximum grip with reality, right? Because then you're trying to fix it, but then it's not fixed, right? Because reality is always moving away, right? But there's also patterns in reality that are consistent. Therefore, that's why there's guidelines, right? It's kind of like, don't chase wealth, right? Like the world has massively changed since the Roman Empire, right? Or since the Babylonians, right? But someone who only thinks about wealth is not going to fare well, right? Certainly not mentally, but most importantly, spiritually, let's say. And that was true then, and is true now. Like, so again, this notion of truth, right? Truth is that which is constant across time. So anyway, all of these kinds of interactions of possibility and freedom and everything else. All right, maybe let's do one more note before we wrap up. All right, so let's do, I'm on page 122, 123.5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's the last one. The ordering of these three, my God, I can't speak today. 3 ecstasies, I have no idea how to pronounce this, Jesus fucking Christ. It's just because I'm too sleep deprived, so my brain just is mush. So anyway, I'm just going to repeat everything and just hope for the best, and if it's wrong, it's wrong. The ordering of these 3 ecstasies of time is prior to and independent of any temporal chronology. And this is a being in time reference, but I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'm going to read one paragraph up. Heidegger also emphasizes that the future, especially for authentic Dasein, is not merely a not yet, since Dasein's temporal future exists in the present in the form of Dasein's potential future choices, which influence Dasein's present choices, present actions. Yes, 100%. This is what I love about Heidegger so much, right? Is like, I think this is super important. I think this is one of the most important realizations about human experience. And also, I think this is one of my fundamental considerations in ontology, right? Which is like, that not yet literally does not exist. But it is the foundation of that which makes things exist. And therefore, your initial criteria of saying this exists was wrong, right? Because that which creates reality cannot be said to be unreal. So this notion of being and non-being gets questioned here. And then I think that necessarily has implications for stories, for narrative, for notions of what's subjective, what's objective. All of this gets way more complicated. And then obviously this affects how we think about religion as well. Anyway, continuing. Thus, the ecstatic future is not a later than the ecstatic presence. For in any moment of my life, I am vulnerable to the power of death. Thus, my vulnerability is always an actual, living issue for me. Nor is my future later than my past, because my past has thrown us, is currently shaping and giving meaning to my present and future experiences. Further, my present is always enmeshed with and influenced by my future possibilities and my living past. Yeah, so basically, you're always enmeshed in this context, right? So you're always thrown into the context that you have, right? So your context is written. Sorry, your past is written, right? You have to deal with it, right? So I can't go back in time, number one. So me has Tiago in 2016 is already dependent on Tiago of the later years, of the past years, sorry. Right? That is not changeable, right? So it's kind of like this burden that I have to carry. But also at the same time, the same is true for everything else, right? So the fact that I am in this country, or at least that I was born in the country that I was in, and this historical period, right? And having certain technology available, right? Being in a certain cultural and political and social context, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, it's also the same at the future, right? I always have these possibilities ahead of me, right? And so me as an agent, I always have these things, right? Like there's no agent that never has these things. You always have possibility, otherwise you're not an agent, and you always have thrownness, because otherwise you're not a finite being, and you're not real in a normal sense of it. Obviously, this notion of real gets tricky, but regarding that aside. Furthermore, my present is always enmeshed with and influenced by my future possibilities, my living past. In other words, the present moment simultaneously compromises the past and the future, and in this sense, it goes beyond or transcends the mere presence. So we can never occupy exclusively or merely a punctual here and now moment, because in our understanding, in our modes of being in the world, we always already exist in 3 temporal dimensions at once. This a quote from Being in Time. Temporality is thus the transcendental condition for experiencing a universe of meaningful entities. So our sense of the meaning of being is rooted in the temporal structure that underlies our understanding of everything in existence. Yes, this is so good. Although the last part got a little bit dense. So let's just try to revisit it. So again, you're always in this condition, right? So we never occupy exclusively the present, right? And then it says, because in our understanding, in our mode of being in the world, we always already exist in 3 temporal dimensions at once, yes. Temporality is thus the transcendental condition for experience a universe of meaningful entities. Okay. So meaningful entities are enabled by temporality. Why? Like, to some degree, the answer is really obvious, which is it has to do everything that I spoke about before, especially when I was talking a lot about Husserl, about this idea of that perception has all this meaning into it. Like it's dependent on human experience. And so I think to some degree this is what this is about, but the way that it's put here, if I want to make it justice, I can't quite get the words right. Because again, what is temporality? Okay, so temporality is the whole experience of time that human beings are situated in, which once again is not just the present, but is the past and the present and the future all combined into one. And that is how meaningful things show up. So if you break this temporality, if you try to abstract it away from human experience, then there's no time, and there's not a world to be disclosed. Okay, I think that's pretty good. It's not perfect, but I think that was close enough. And that was pretty good. I like this, like how this was phrased as well. Okay, great. I think I'll end it here for now. I've been going for an hour or so. I'll make this one a bit shorter. Usually I do it an hour and a half, but yeah, this was really good. I just need to speed it up because like I'm spending so much time on this. Like I'm like 40% into this book, and I already spent, I don't know, like 4 or 5 hours on the book maybe. And it's particularly annoying because this book, and maybe just one or two more, is actually harder to do this project on because my tracking of the paragraphs was so hard and inconsistent. So once I get to more recent books, it will actually be easier to read and understand what I wanted to select in the first place, what I thought it was important, and that will make the commentary easier as well. So anyway, just a mental note to myself to try to not get boggled so much. Where did I put my? Oh, here's my bookmark. Yeah, so that's it. Thanks a lot for watching, and see you next time. All right, time for some extra Heidegger. So let's see where I ended up. It's been quite a long time since I did the last one because my life has been very chaotic. But okay, so I ended in page 123, supposedly. Yep. Oops. Okay, so that's clearly not going to work well. Okay. All right, I'm going to have to redo this. So hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode in the series where I'm just going to read through my Heidegger notes. So let's just jump right into it. It's been quite a while since I've done the last one because my life has been very chaotic. So it might take a while for my brain to get into Heidegger mode, but we'll see. So we ended up in page 123, and we're reading the Philosophy of Heidegger by Philosophy of Heidegger by Michael Watts. So now let's go to the next notes, which is, so if I'm on 124, my next note is 135. So let me search for that really quick. 135. There you go. Yeah, and it's the fourth paragraph, supposedly. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I'm going to read it now. Descartes despised history because it lacks the certainty of the sciences such as mathematics and physics. Husserl was not interested in history, nor even in the history of philosophical ideas, which he saw as irrelevant since he believed philosophy to be founded on intuitively evident truths that can, in principle, be discovered at any time. Heidegger disagreed with such ideas, asserting that truth could not be discerned without taking into account historical context. Since the situation in which we disclose truths, our present circumstances, is immersed in historical heritage, and thus truth is always relative to the historical period and cultural context in which it arises. Because Dasein is historical in its own existence, possibilities of access and modes of interpretation of beings are themselves diverse, varying in different historical circumstances. And that's a quote from Heidegger, starting with because Dasein. Further, Heidegger emphasizes that even science is in the grip of historializing. The fact that Heidegger points out universal structures common to all Dasein, such as care, is not in conflict with the claim of the historical relativity of truth, since this claim refers to his way of interpreting such structures. It is his understanding of truth that is historically situated. So that's very interesting, right? Because it's this whole notion of relativism, which obviously then kind of got really big in late 20th century and mid 20th century. And so yeah, obviously Heidegger puts a lot of emphasis on history, right? So you can't be detached from history. So again, it's really nice how he set it up, because you have two modes of thinking. One is you have the thinking that you can like do everything from scratch, like Husserl. It's kind of let's think anew, and to some degree, there's many aspects of philosophy where you always have to do that. That's kind of the spirit of philosophy, right? Of kind of like, regardless of everything that was said before, all the people that have said before, regardless if I live, in China in the 17th century, or in England in 21st century, or whatever, despite all these different contexts, we can reason through, the truth as such, right? And obviously, this is kind of very Platonic notion, right? The issue is how to make justice of historical contingency of thought and the very notion of thoughts to grasp truth. Because if you think thought can't grasp truth, then you should stop thinking, because that's more or less what thought is for, right? So if I think that I'm not getting anywhere doing all my PhD and all this reading, then I wouldn't bother, right? It doesn't mean that I have to have the full truth, but at least it means that I'm walking towards it, and it's an object to some degree. An object in the sense that it has real ontological validity, I suppose. That doesn't mean, like, when we speak about objects, my view is that it's useful to think of it as an object, because that's the easiest way to think about a real existence that is delineated, right? It has an identity. But at the same time, also being an object is a bit problematic, because this notion of an object and of existence always has this connotation of being static, right? And I think that's what a lot of Eastern traditions are trying to point out to, which is, if you think of things as real in themselves, as objects, then they're kind of invariant across all time, right? But the truth is kind of like malleable, right? Malleable, not in the sense of like pure relativity, but in the sense of, obviously what's true today won't be true 1,000 years from now. Not in the sense because the truths change, but because the truth always depends on what you're talking about, and it depends on the circumstances. And so if the circumstances have changed, right, then the truth of those circumstances have changed as well. So it's not this notion of subjectivity. That's not quite, that can play a role as well. Obviously, there's a large train of thought there, but it's more the sense that it's always a coupling between what are you talking about, and because you're, generally speaking, always talking about the world, unless you're talking about mathematics, then it does have this historical process to some degree, right? And so I think that's one way to think about it, right? Which is kind of like, there's this thing that is really there, right? There's such a thing as truth that we're all pursuing. And that is independent of all the subjectivity of all of us, right? So we can all look at outside and we can say, it's raining, right? It's raining. It's an objective fact of the world that doesn't depend on our subjectivity, right? I can't just come here and say, I look outside, it's raining, and I say, it's not raining, or rain doesn't exist, right? Ignoring all the problems of demarcation and definition, stuff like that. Now, however, that demarcation problem, those definition problems, or whatever, are already hints about this problem of thinking of truth as this very fixed object, right? Because the very language that we're using is already loaded with assumptions, right? About what rain is, how we define rain, how we define weather, things like that. Obviously, this can only go so far. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, it all depends. Like, that's not where I'm coming from. But nevertheless, those things play into it, right? And it's a bit hard for me, maybe in this case, to think of it as an element of context in which the statement rain doesn't apply anymore. But if you study a little bit of anthropology, and if you look at these very large contrasts between how we think in the West, for example, and how some indigenous traditions or more tribal traditions think about their worlds, then you do run into situations where you can't easily like have a common ground because the very assumptions behind what is being spoken of differ, right? And gender is a good example as well, right? So it's kind of like, obviously there's an objectivity to sex and gender, and sex is somewhat related to gender. Obviously this is very controversial. This is just my opinion. Like if you think differently, then that's fine, and I'm not here to offend anyone. And I admit my ignorance. I'm not kind of a gender expert of any kind, but I do think that gender and sex within its kind of like biological reality, I do think that they're linked, but also they're not one to one clearly, right? Because what we mean by gender is mostly has a massive amount of like a cultural construction that's made on top of it, and there's some cases that have been studied in kind of the field of anthropology, where a lot of times those kinds of categories do break down a little bit, right? And so I think that might be a little bit of a specific example of this whole topic that we're talking about, of there's such a thing as truth. It's anchored somehow in the facts of the world, but then it's always mediated by a bunch of context. And also, because the truth is about that context, like you can't easily remove the context. Like it's very difficult. Like it's always specific to some way. So there's an object, but it's an object that isn't an object because it is an unfolding process, right? It's dynamic, right? And I think, again, coming back to the Eastern traditions, I think that's a lot of the intent behind a lot of times hinting at this non-existence of things, because it is always relational and it's not a thing in itself. All right. So that was okay. So I started this with Husserl, but then there's element of Descartes as well, which is very interesting as well, which is it's kind of a different approach. Rather than trying to start afresh in terms of philosophy, Descartes was always trying to do that. Also obviously, that's the whole point of his philosophy. Let's remove all assumptions. So in that sense, it's very similar to Husserl, I would say. Although Husserl obviously paid a bit more attention to experience. Although Descartes also did, like, not that he was a phenomenologist, but he also started from this like subjectivity point, which is also why he got in trouble, right? Like the fact that he started with pure subjectivity is also what made him at the end of his thought process to end up with nothing but subjectivity, right? And that's also why it harbored this dichotomy between the world and the subject. Like his starting point was already compromised in the first place because of his fundamental ontology. But there's also this element of mathematics, which is certainty, right? That's also very interesting, which is like which doesn't play into Husserl as much, I think. Although I think Husserl had some connection with mathematics, but I can't remember it from the top of my head. But either way, the point is that only with mathematics you can be 100% certain, right? And part of it, once again, has to do with all this context, right? So, for example, there's stuff that, there's stuff that's very hard to argue. Like, for example, the Enlightenment happens, right? There was such a period as the Enlightenment. That seems an objective fact, right? Like all the enlightened thinkers did exist. All the enlightened books were written. We can read them today, right? We might be able to test their authenticity in some way. So how can you possibly entertain the very notion that the Enlightenment, that the statement that the Enlightenment existed might be problematic? Well, it depends what you mean by Enlightenment. Like, where did the Enlightenment start? Where did it end? Who exactly belonged to the Enlightenment? Who are the figures that didn't belong? And good luck defining that, right? Like scholars debate endlessly, right? So, for example, for a long time in history, it was more or less a given that there existed such a thing as the Dark Ages. But now no one believes that anymore. So what happened? Did history change? No, it's just that our understanding of history was always contingent on our interpretation and on the context and on the assumptions that we were bringing to the table, right? And now we realize some of these assumptions, and we're like, hold on, that which 10 years ago, 10 years, not from today, but like a hypothetical 10 years after, if we can delineate a hypothetical year where the Dark Ages were had a consensus that wasn't a useful historical construct. If we have that in mind, then we can say, okay, 10 years ago, how come the Dark Ages were a thing and now it's not anymore? Like, did someone went back with a time machine, right? So obviously not. So that's how we need to think about it. And so that's why Descartes was very much on this path of trying to achieve mathematical certainty, because that's the only thing that you can be 100% sure about. Even that might have some problems. There's some. It depends what you mean. Like if you connect mathematics to kind of like physics and laws of nature, then maybe you can be a bit less certain. You can have like a Humean doubt, or it's kind of like you can never prove causation. You can never say that the natural laws exist for eternity. They might be contingent on something else, but you just don't see the contingency, right? For example, in the same way that, and this is something that I actually have never seen talked about it in this way, but when I read Hume, that's what I had in mind. So, for example, we might think of the laws of nature as this like brute force of the universe. But for example, before we had such a deep, complex understanding of physics, we might have thought the same about the sun, for example, right? Like the sun, like it comes up every day, right? And like there might be civilizations tracking the sun coming up every single day, right? And they might think that is a brute fact of the universe, that there is such a thing as sun and that's going to be there forever. Well, it's not, right? The sun, first of all, the sun will die one day, but also there might be some other thing, right? Like I don't think there exists comets that big, but like let's say hypothetically that a comet comes and explodes the sun, right? Okay, that doesn't work because I don't think that's physically possible. But like let's say the moon instead, right? Let's switch the examples, right? The moon is always there, has always been there, right? It's fundamental to life, and people have seen it since the dawn of time, and we have really good reasons to believe it's always going to be there. And then an asteroid comes, boom, no moon, etc. Again, right? And so there might be something more fundamental upon which the laws of physics are based on, but we can't see behind it yet for some reason. Anyway, that was a big tangent, but that is in relationship to laws of nature. You can also think it more in terms of logic. And with logic, I don't know so much about. I suppose there's an argument against it, which is you also run into all kinds of problems if you follow logic all the way through. But I suppose another argument that can be made is there is no point in doubting the certainty of logic, because logic is kind of your starting point to try to make sense of the world, right? And so if you kind of doubt logic in this way, then everything breaks down. I'm not sure how I think about it, and it's not relevant now, so I'm not going to try to unpack that. But we're just kind of providing some context about this whole notion of historicity and how this relates to certainty and how this relates to Heidegger and the whole notion of relativity. All right, that was a big detour. I shouldn't have spent so much time on that, but okay. So now 136, paragraph 5, 1, 2, 3, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Thus, the historical past is not determined by its position in what has been, nor by any and every event that has happened to result from it, by the possibilities of its future. What is future has possible. And thus, the historian disclosure grows out of that future. In other words, the future is not only of primary importance in Dasein's temporality, but also definitive of history. And then he quotes Heidegger. History has a happening, is enacting and being acted upon, which, passing through the present, is determined from out of the future and takes over the past. That is a hard sentence. I'm going to try to read that again. History has a happening,
is enacting and being acted, passing through the present. Okay, so it's in the past. It's kind of like passing through temporality, I suppose, or some shit. We can act on it, obviously. So we're making history, but also history is influencing us, right? So it's all this, it's this reciprocal thing, I suppose. Maybe that's something that he's trying to go through. But then he says, it is determined out of the future and takes over the past. Okay, my brain is collapsing a little bit now. I'm going to read the next paragraph. Maybe it helps a little bit. So he says, Heidegger believes that the study of history has historicality, requires the projection or anticipation of monumental possibilities concerning the conclusions of historical developments, for this is essential basis for the developing of our sense where history as a whole is headed, and for selecting those past events that should be reverently preserved as a historical record of our cultural achievements and has historically relevance to our account of the significance of history. Okay, that's very reasonable and very intelligible to me, right? So it's kind of like history is already a narrative to some degree, and obviously this plays into the whole interpretation and relativity problem, but that's not even what I'm highlighting here, which I don't think is what he's highlighting here, which is the very construction of history is already a delineation about what is relevant, right? So for example, even if you were to make a history out of this video series, right? The color of my shirt, right? Or the specific not pixel, but like, I don't know what, a specific piece of textile from my shirt, right? A specific color that wouldn't be relevant for its history, right? Because history is narrative, and narrative is already a process of sense making. It is a process of meaning. And that always depends on the purpose of that narrative, and the purpose is also very much connected to its end, right? So like the purpose of doing this video is, to go online so people can watch it. In this case, not so much because probably no one's going to watch this because it's so long, but it's helping me think through things, right? It's an excuse to some degree for me to revisit my notes. It's a format that I'm comfortable with, talking with the camera, pretending that I'm talking with someone, pretending I'm giving a lecture, something like that. So purpose and kind of the future are very much connected. And therefore, the construction of history already has kind of, I suppose to some degree, an assumption of the direction of that history. This is actually very interesting to me because I always thought that eschatology was very important for this notion. Even if you completely reject, in a literal metaphysic eschatology, I think just purely from this philosophical point, I think it's already very interesting. But it was always blurred a little bit in my mind. I can't articulate it very well. So let's read the paragraph again. Heidegger believes that the study of history has historicality, requires the projection or anticipation of monumental possibilities concerning the conclusions of historical development. Okay, so again, as we study history, as we make that construction, that interpretation, right, it already contains the possibilities of what's going to happen next. The conclusions of historical development, right? So again, what is a conclusion, right? It's kind of like there's all this multiplicity, right? And you extract what's relevant, right? The takeaway, right? Let's say. Then he says, for this is the essential basis for the developing of our sense where history as a whole is headed, and for selecting our cultural achievements as historically relevant to our account of the significance of history. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I think my interpretation is quite valid. All right, so that's 136. After that is 143. And it's paragraph, the last paragraph. It's the last paragraph, but actually this whole page is about truth of aletheia. Probably pronouncing that correctly, but whatever, incorrectly. So I'm actually interested to read this whole section, actually, because I think this is quite relevant, and I'm actually using this a lot in my PhD. Although it is quite long. Yeah, damn, this section is like 4 pages long. But whatever, I'll just read the beginning all the way until the paragraph that I'm interested in. Let me just check my phone really quick to see if I have a timer. Okay, I don't have a timer, which is problematic because I need to know where to end to take the dog out. So let me just put that really quick. Okay, that's done. All right. So, Heidegger's truth of aletheia. Heidegger's understanding of truth was influenced by his readings of pre-Socratic texts. He regarded the pre-Socratic era as the dawn of Western civilization, a first beginning in which the Greeks brought to light the ontological difference between being and entities by asking the question, what is the being of entities? Being, according to these early Greeks, is the appearance, has a definite mode of emerging self-manifestation, in which things emerge from concealment into truth in the sense of unconcealment. Okay, I probably spoke about this already in the video series, but since it was quite a while since I made the last one, just going to try to think through it again. So the way that I'm not even 100% sure if this is accurate to Heidegger, but it's how it makes the most sense to me, which is like, it's how you carve up the world, right? Like how things appear to you depends on the meaning that they have, and the meaning depends on the categories that you have, right? So the way that this book appears to me depends on all the interweb of significance about what it means to be a book, right? And so the disclosure of the book as a book is based on all these other things, right? And so someone in a different culture, for example, right, that they don't have the concept of a book or even writing, let's say, that wouldn't be necessarily the same object, right? And that influences how you move in the world, right? Like the way that I always like to think about it is kind of like that there's this chaotic potential that has multiple interpretations. Like, for example, the famous illusion of like the duck and the rabbit, right? And then so there's like all this ambiguity in the world, and then depending on your assumptions and your cultural background that you're bringing into it, you carve it in a specific way, like rabbit, right? Now, the reason why you can't easily do that in a lot of optical illusions is because a lot of times that meaning, there isn't a strong reason why your brain, aka you, should pick one or the other. But in some cases there is, right? So for example, if I remember correctly, in many of these illusions, you can see one option better if you know what the option is, and now you're looking for it, right? And then your brain kind of like, kind of frames the whole gestalt in order for you to apprehend that specific meaning. And so I think that's the best way to think about disclosure, right? This unconcealment, which is like, because again, this chaotic potential, this pure potentiality that is not intelligible, right? So for example, like if obviously I can't do this, but like if I try my best to like think of like everything that's around me, like in front of me, which is the camera and my computer, my monitor, my mouse, my phone, all these stuff, right? It's kind of like a mess if I try not to focus on anything, right? But then when I focus on it, then it's kind of like, oh, that is an object, right? That was now unconcealed from this thing of nothingness, which is also everything at the same time. And then it's like, snap, that's an object. That is made real. Trying to think if there's another example where maybe this notion of unconcealment and categorization comes up better. Maybe it has something like, let's say you're walking in the forest, right? Which Heidegger did a lot.
and let's say the person you're walking with or hiking with or whatever, let's say that they're very experienced, like Heidegger was, for example, and let's say that you're not an outdoors person at all, right? So it's like you're looking at it, and there's tons of multiplicity, right? That you're not noticing, right? And then Heidegger, as you're walking with him, he says, look at this specific thing, right? Like look at this detail in the leaf, for example, of this particular plant. And then it's kind of like, oh, now this just popped into being for me, right? Now, the leaf example isn't the best example. Like, I still think you can understand what is meant by it, but it's not a perfect example because to some degree, it's also a notion of attention, right? It's kind of like, look here, and then you see it, right? But also sometimes, like, because you can almost see it as like, oh, I just need to move closer enough to the leaf, right? But there's other contexts where it's not just looking, right? It's kind of there's certain contexts where you can say to the person, look at this, and then the person will like, I have no idea what I'm looking at, like, right? So for example, in the leaf, maybe it's a little bit too specific, right? But it's like might be a pattern of some kind. I suppose paintings are a good example, right? Like paintings are a bit more abstract. Like let's not say like fully abstract, right? But let's say like somewhere in the middle, right? That maybe it's a little bit hard to interpret, and you're looking at it, and it's kind of like, what am I looking at? It's not intelligible to me, right? And then someone says, oh, it's a boat, and then your brain's like, oh, now I see the boat, right? That might be a better example. Anyway, so let's go on. So Heidegger claimed that propositional truths are derived from this more primordial and far deeper truth, which he called aletheia, ancient Greek for truth, which is etymologically means unconcealment. Which I think is a bit contested, but at least it's one possible interpretation, which Heidegger draws on. He asserted that propositional truths can deal only with the surface phenomenon of meaning, since such truth must always be grounded on a prior understanding of being and beings. A more fundamental truth has unconcealment that is central to our existence. Yes. So, in order for me to make claims about something, right? Like, for example, is this boat blue or red? Right? Does it have one flag or two flags? Probably not. Now my brain is mush. I don't know what the things that boats use to be carried through the winds. Oh my god, why? I can't come up with a word. Anyway, but you know what I mean, right? But any kind of proposition about the boat needs to exist first, right? So again, like you have to, the leaf needs to appear in your consciousness, right? It needs to be carved out of the world in order for anything at all to exist, right? And then you can also think the other way around, which is like, okay, that comes after the unconcealment, but after what comes before the unconcealment? And the answer is nothing. Nothing can come before the unconcealment, and therefore the unconcealment is the most basic, most primordial way of thinking about truth, because it's what discloses truth in the first place. Because before unconcealment, it is non-being, for all intents and purposes. Non-being, the way that I like to talk about it is, again, this pure chaos, right? Because being is identity. Right? Can be flexible identity, can be debatable identity, whatever. That's not the point. The point is, for something to exist, it is this. And saying this means a border of some kind. And then that pops into existence. Before you said this, it was just in everything else. And if it's everything else, it doesn't matter. Not that it doesn't matter, like it's just not, it's just not usable in some way, in any way whatsoever, right? So he keeps going. So Heidegger, like the early Greeks, did not see truth as an agreement between a thought or a statement and then an object, right? Which is how we think about now, right? It's kind of this notion of correspondence, right? It's kind of like I'm looking at my camera, right? And I think about the camera, and then if I see the camera, those correspond, right? So it's like if I think in my head that this camera has, I don't know, 2 lenses or whatever, right? Somehow cameras don't have 2 lenses, but I suppose phones do, right? So the phone instead, right? So my phone has, how many cameras does it have? 3, 4, I guess, right? So if I thought it has 5, but it has 4, okay, there's a mismatch, right, between what I think, the truth that I'm trying to propose, and this thing in the world. But then Watts continues. He did not see truth as an agreement between a thought and the statements or its object, nor has any type of theoretical attitude such as judgment, belief, or representation. But instead, he viewed fundamental truth as uncovering, revealing or unveiling of something what shows itself entities in the how of their uncoveredness. So Heidegger believed that for us to really know or experience any entity, including ourselves, it first has to be revealed to us or unconcealed to us. He regarded that such disclosure as the essence of truth from which all other theories and uses of truth are derived. The traditional view of truth is, in comparison, shallow and limited because of all the components of this truth, the statements or judgments, the objects they refer to, and the state's maker are themselves entities that first have to be recognized as such prior to any matching up. Okay. This is perfect. I won't even develop this because it's everything that we said so far, just more to the point and better written, because I'm doing this on top of my head, obviously. To clarify this, Heidegger describes in his later works a hierarchy of 3 levels of truth. Propositional truth is the lowest of these 3 truths, and dependent on the other 2. He illustrates this via the statements, the picture askew on the wall. Confirmation of the truth of this proposition is possible only because 2. Ontic truth, which is factual information, which reveals that the picture is obviously hanging crooked. Heidegger sees ontic truth as the first stage of unconcealment. Wait, I got a bit confused now. So he mentions the first one is propositional truth. And what he means, and the example he gives is the skewed picture on the wall, right? So the picture is uneven, I suppose. I think that's what the skewed means. And then, so that's first level. Second level, ontic truth, which is factual information, which reveals that the picture is obviously hanging crooked. Heidegger sees ontic truth as the first stage of unconcealment. However, the picture can reveal itself to us as hanging askew only because of a third level, ontological truth, the highest sense of truth, in which the event of our existence is revealed or unconcealed. In other words, Dasein first needs to exist and have an a priori understanding of its being in the world in order for the crookedness of the picture to matter and to be noticed. So aletheia, truth as unconcealment, is clearly also a prerequisite for the application of the correspondence series of truth and all other truths. Heidegger therefore regarded aletheia as fundamental truth. So the general gist of it, I agree and I understand. I just don't understand these 3 tiers. Let's start from the bottom. The bottom in this conceptual metaphor that I'm using in the sense of more fundamental. So, ontological truth, which is being revealed, being unconcealed, right? And he mentions again, let me find it, to matter and to be noticed, right? Attention. Attention is the focusing. Focusing is delineation, right? An identity. This exists. Boom. now the painting exists, shows up in my world, in my reality. That's fine. Second one, ontic truth, factual information. That painting exists, and now I can make a factual information claim, I suppose, on that painting, which is it's crooked. Sure. And then first tier, right? At the very top. So the most superficial. Propositional truth, which says the picture is skewed on the wall. This makes no fucking sense to me. To me, propositional truth and ontic truth are the same thing. It's just making a claim about something that was disclosed. I don't understand how he's making the difference here. Again, I won't delve into this, so this is the last time I'm gonna try to understand it. Ontic truth that reveals that the picture is obviously crooked. Okay. Now, propositional truth, the picture is skewed on the wall. Is maybe because it's skewed doesn't mean what I think it means, and now it's derailing my entire understanding of this, but I think it is. Yeah, it is. Just means not straight, means crooked, and so on. Okay, then I'll just assume that this makes no sense in the sense that he's trying to describe here, or I just don't get it, but whatever. The overall, I think what matters is this delineation of factual information about something. That something has to appear first. That's it in a nutshell. So that is 144. No, 143. Now let's go to 146, paragraph 2. Okay. Heidegger adds that because of Dasein's fallenness, it always contains closed off or unexpressed possibilities. Thus, Dasein is always in part hidden or concealed. This is why Heidegger describes Dasein as simultaneously in truth and untruth. Truth is untruth, insofar as it belongs to the reservoir of not yet uncovered, the ununcovered, in the sense of unconcealment. Okay, that is a very typical Heideggerian odd way of putting it. Like, it makes sense, but it's just so counterintuitive. But that aside, style aside, what I'm very interested here is the notion of fallenness. Because, I mean, I agree, I get it. But the way that very often Heidegger talks about fallenness is this notion of authenticity, which to some degree is like, is staying true to something, right? So for example, when you are following the other, right? What term does Heidegger use for the other? Das Man, right? The one or whatever, right? It's kind of like this unidentified person or persons or culture or society or whatever. When you are following it without being like your own conscious decision, fully aware of what's happening, then it's kind of like you're losing yourself, you're losing your agency towards that which outside, and therefore you're not authentic, and therefore you have fallen, right? And again, this metaphor of foreignness is the kind of like you have a purpose, and maybe one way to think about it is like the purpose is your own agency, like what you had set out to do, but then you fall. It's a break on on the process in which you were engaged in, right? So you had a purpose and you had an obstacle to your purpose, right? Like you fell off the path. And so Heidegger very often speaks about these notions. The problem, though, is that the way it's described here, it strikes to me more has a point about finitude, which to me seems very theological. Right? It's this notion that you can apprehend the truth. You do have this capacity of apprehending reality, right? Like this notion of intelligibility, right? But also there are always shadows of some form, right? Like you can't truly be fully in contact with reality. You're always having these mini falls, right? And so in the Neoplatonic sense, it's simply that that the materiality can never fully ascend towards reality as such, or towards the one. And Christianity, very similar, because it was very influenced by Neoplatonism, obviously, but it also has an emotion of morality, right? It's kind of like, yeah, but this reality has a purpose. It has a normative dimension, which is like, I should do X, right? I feel like I'm being called to go here, but I've fallen, right? I've sinned. I went off the path. And that is because, again, in the Christian perspective, the fact that I have this duality, right? It's kind of like there's a divine spark, but also I'm an embodied creature that cannot fully express that divinity perfectly. But that's not what he means. I think he means something more ontological, which I suppose it's kind of like this very potentiality of reality, I guess, right? So Dasein has simultaneously in truth and untruth, because truth and untruth both depend on disclosure, on aletheia. So again, quoting, truth is untruth insofar as it belongs to the reservoir of the not yet uncovered, the ununcovered, in the sense of concealment. Maybe I'm just missing, like, I understand both things. I understand the fallen, and I understand this ontological point that both truth and untruth depend on concealment. So like and they're also, yeah, that's it, really. The problem is connecting those two is not being as clear in my mind. I'll continue the next paragraph, maybe that helps. In terms of conventional thinking, in which things are either true or false, this idea of the coexistence of truth and untruth seems absurd. Understood in Heidegger's sense, however, the statement makes perfect sense. Truth is constantly in the process of uncovering what is still concealed in it. And this activity never ends, which is why Dasein's case and all other situations, truth is always simultaneously an untruth. This whole discussion crystallizes in Heidegger's claim that an understanding of Dasein's way of being is the fundamental foundation of truth. The disclosure of Dasein via its own relentless inquiry to reveal itself as it exists is what truth means. Oh, that's heavy. Okay. So first of all, yes, I think the point that I was trying to do about like this chaotic potentiality, that's largely correct. But this activity never ends. Yes. So it's how I interpret it is like reality is infinite, right? There's always more of reality to disclose, right? Like no one ever thinks that, oh yeah, I captured reality, right? And I think there's 2 points to that. One is the fact that, again, it's this point about finitude, right? Like you have a limited perspective, right? Like you can't have this objective, bird eye view of all of existence, right? So you're finite, you're limited, you're not gods, basically. And then there's another one, which is also that reality is also in a process of construction all the time, right? Again, precisely because you have to carve up reality, and it's always dependent on meaning, right? There's not just like reality out there as such, where you simply like latch on into it and then it's done, right? There's always an element of co-creation, and that point can be, I suppose, maybe expanded into two slightly different points, which is one is because of this, again, of this process of interpretation, right? So there's always gaps in the interpretation, right? So it can always be shifted, can always be moved around. Another point is that I suppose this is theological to some degree, is kind of like that reality is being created anew, right? And often, like there's a lot of people in process philosophy and things like that, they're always trying to make this claim that, reality at the very bottom, right? It's not static, and that it's always being created, right? It's this notion of creativity has like this, and this newness, this novelty, it's baked in at fundamental reality. Now, how this subpoint number 2 connects to subpoint number 1, I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. I'm not sure if it's the same thing or if it's just related or if it's a different thing, because I'm aware that this kind of like process philosophy and process theology and creative theology and all these kind of approaches, I'm aware. I loosely understand the direction that they're going for, but I never read anything on it. So maybe they're making a deeper point that I don't know enough about. Okay, I think that's it. Let me see. I should. Where? Okay. Let me just drink some water. Oh man, the problem with these videos is always my throat gets so dry. All right. So, where was I at? So I finished this, I think. Yeah, let's finish it. And the next one is the very next page, I suppose. It's like only 2 paragraphs apart. Okay. So, being is always being together with their other sides, the lightened sides of the globe of being, together with its dark side. What the fuck is he talking about? Okay, since these 2 notes are quite far apart, I'm actually going to read straight from where I ended up, so I can have a bit more context. In his later writings, however, Heidegger saw the vastness of being itself rather than Dasein as the clearing. In the midst of being as a whole, there is an open place, there is a clearing. This clearing is, thought from the side of beings, more being than beings. The luminous middle itself encircles like nothing, all there is. And this is a quote from Heidegger that Watts is quoting. And that was very heavy. I understood nothing of it, basically. So I'm going to try to reread it. In the midst of beings as a whole, there is an open place. Yes, it's the opening through which disclosure is made, a clearing. And this clearing is, thought from the side of beings, more being than beings. Yes, because I mean, I don't know how defensible that is, but to me, it's just self-evident that which discloses the real is more real. That has been my whole journey into philosophy, and also why I'm interested in Heidegger so much. And to me, it's such a fundamental, basic assumption that I'm not even sure how to argue for it necessarily, but it seems relevant here, right? But then he said, and this applies exactly to this quote, I think. But then he says, this clearing is thought from the side of, oh, I'm sorry, I'm repeating. I started on the wrong line. The luminous middle itself encircles like nothing. All there is. I have no idea what that means. Fuck. The luminous middle, I really don't know what that is. What middle? He mentioned two things, which is there's the clearing. No, wait. In the midst of beings. So there's individual beings as a whole, and then there's the open place, which is the clearing, that which being is disclosed. Okay? And that opening is more being than beings. Yes. So there's a duality, right? Then he says the luminous middle. Okay, so what would be the middle? Does he mean what is in between individual beings and the disclosure of being? So is he trying to hint at the process because it's a reciprocal thing, right? The luminous middle itself encircles like nothing. I have no idea what that means. Fuck, this is annoying me. Sometimes I'm okay to skip if I feel like it's not being very productive, but this one is annoying me. So I think, so in the past I had made like an LLM, custom LLM, like it's well done for my purposes. There you go, it's here. All right. So I'm gonna take a photo of the page. Okay. And then I'm gonna ask, understand the context, explain what luminous middle means here. The luminous middle itself encircles like nothing. The problem is that there's like three parts of the sentence, which is luminous, and I guess luminous might be the referring of, it shows light being. It's kind of this whole metaphor, but like that is already being so dense. Like he's using so many metaphors together. Then he says middle. Again, middle, I have no idea what that refers to. Maybe it's the process, maybe it's not. Then it also says in circles. I don't know what that means. And then he also says like nothing, which I also don't know. So there's four parts of the sentence, and I know nothing of them. Okay, but the LLM says the luminous middle is Heidegger's name for what he most often calls the clearing. Okay, sure, that makes sense, I guess. So I guess it is because of this metaphor, right? Like he's using the metaphor of light in this Platonic sense. But like, fuck, that's just making it so much denser. Why does he do this? It is the open space of disclosure which being can appear as meaningful. Okay, it's fine. And then I'm also quoting, because my LLM has a RAG system, which is then pulling from several lectures, and one of the lectures is Sadler's lectures on Heidegger, and there's this lecture from Gregory Sadler on the origin of the work of art, where he says, only this clearing grants and guarantees us, humans, a passage to those beings that we ourselves are not. That is a wonderful quote. That is a beautiful quote. Because in order for you to disclose reality,
Rather, let me start this way. Only through this process of disclosure are you able to apprehend the real, which is that which is outside yourself, right? So if it was pure subjectivity, then you'd be constantly stuck in your head, and then you wouldn't be in contact with reality at all. Right? It's like you would live in this own pure, mental construct. And obviously, we do have mental constructs, right? But it's this dialogue between our subjectivity and a world out there, which is not dependent on myself. Like that is what it means by real, right? To a large degree, right? Is that which doesn't depend on me, on how I'm approaching it. And this quote is particularly beautiful from Sadler. I don't know if this is pulling a text where Sadler is speaking or Sadler is quoting Heidegger. My guess is that it's Sadler, but he also says, "To those beings that we ourselves are not," right? So to some degree, it is the real, right? But it's also important to think about that the real is other beings, right? And to some degree, you can think of it as the more Heideggerian ways that beings include everything, right? So it's like all objects, all concepts, everything. But then the way that it's phrased, I also like it because it also hints a little bit. It doesn't hint it directly because that's not how Heidegger wants you to think about it. But at least linguistically, it makes you think of also beings in the sense of other people, which I also like because then you can also have this connection to people like Simone Weil and Murdoch, where the real also matters because the real is other people, right? It's kind of like this contact to the real is always this emergence reality of the other person, right? And so this delusion, this self-deception that we're always engaged in that causes suffering to ourselves and others is always because you're too much in your head, right? And because you're too much in your head, you get detached from reality. So, but this is a connection that I'm making. Like the point here isn't the moral reality, even though I think this is important. This is just a little bit of a tangent on my side. Okay, so the luminous middle is clear. Then he says, it is the open dimension between us and beings that makes understanding, perception, and truth possible. Yes. Think of a forest clear, and then now the LLM is giving me an example. I don't know if this was in the lectures or not, but I think it's a popular example. Think of the forest clearing. Trees can only be seen because there's an opening among them. Likewise, beings can only appear because there's a prior opening in which they become method. Okay, this whole notion of identity, of borders, everything we've talked about before. And this clearing is more fundamental than individual beings, yes. Not produced by human subjects, yes, because it is a real thing. The sight of truth has unconcealment, yes, where things emerge from the hiddenness into visibility, right? And then Sadler summarizes this whole notion, and a quote from Sadler, this open center is not surrounded by beings. The clearing center encircles all there is. Again, this notion of circle, this is where I was getting stuck at, right? Let me read this part again. The luminous middle, what is the luminous middle? This process of disclosure, right? It's the clearing itself. Okay. So let's replace this with the clearing so that this is fucking easier to understand. So the clearing itself encircles. Okay, so what is the circle? That's what Sadler is saying here. This opening center is not surrounded by beings. I see. Okay. This opening center is not... Okay. So the process of disclosure... Fuck, this is so abstract. I think what is meant is that this aspect of disclosure is not surrounded by beings in the sense that you can't think of it in the same way as other beings. Like to some degree, it is not here, right? It's not a thing. And then he says, the clearing center encircles all there is. So part of why it's not here, it's because it is reality at large. Like reality is this process of clearing, right? It's everything, right? So I think part of what is being emphasized here is, number one, it's not a being, right? But also it's not on the same being, it's not on the same level of being as beings.
because it is that which generates being as such. And because of being as such, it's why all there is, right? And again, coming back to the original Heidegger quote, in circles like nothing. But the nothing here, I'm not 100% sure if I know what it means. But my guess is that what he's saying by nothing is because the totality is also nothing, right? Because again, it's not this. It doesn't have this specific identity, this specific instantiation, right? Because he says right after, right? He says, the luminous middle itself encircles like nothing, so nothing. And then he says, and then there's like 3 dots, then he says, all there is. So again, and then he says, it is called luminous because it illuminates or reveals beings. Yes, the whole kind of Platonic way of thinking about it. But obviously Platonic in the sense that it's a Platonic tradition. But the reason why Plato and Platonists thought about it this way is because this is how reality is, right? Like if you shine a match in the dark room, then you see, right? Like so when I mention when I mention Platonic things, I don't mention, oh, this is just what Plato or Plato and his buddies thought, right? I just want to credit your tradition, but I think this is actually the real thing, right? So it's not like, oh, Plato said this, but Aristotle said that, and it could have been Aristotle who said, like, no, this is how I think reality exists. Anyway, so it is called middle because it's neither a thing among things, yes, the specific beings, nor merely a human mental state, yes, because it is disclosing the real, right? Like it's not pure subjectivity. But the in-between, the open fields where beings show themselves, yes. So this constant disclosure, right? In Heidegger's later vocabulary, this is the clearing, Lichtung in German, even though I'm mispronouncing that 100%. Truth is not primarily correct propositions. Truth first occurs as something that enters this clearing and becomes unconcealed, yes. The luminous middle is therefore the condition that makes perception, meaning, knowledge, and truth possible at all. Yes. Okay, everything is clear now. I think I understand what he means by nothing, but I would like to double check just in case. So let me... Let me double check that. What does he mean by nothing? And then I'm going to quote, what is it? In circles like nothing. Maybe actually in circles like nothing. Okay, before I push sends, another way of thinking about it, I suppose it's kind of the same thing. I don't know. My brain is a bit mush at this point. But maybe another claim is also that the disclosing in circles like nothing, encircling is delineation, right? So it's identity, right? But because this is the very process of identity making, it can't be encircled because you can't have a border on it, right? Like it's this very fundamental process through which everything else then unfolds. I think that's actually a little bit better than what I said previously. I think it's still connected because right after he says all there is, right? So ultimately these are kind of like 2 sides of the same coin. But I think how I put it now is a little bit more accurate. But let's see what the LLM says. So the LLM says, the phrase does not mean that the clearing is identical with nothingness. Heidegger's point is structural. The clearing is not one being among other beings. It is the open dimension in which beings can appear. Likewise, nothing is not a thing, object, or being. It is not another item in an inventory of reality. Yes. So in What is Metaphysics, Heidegger's central claim is that the nothing is what allows beings as a whole to stand out and appear. Human existence relates to beings only through a relation to the nothing. Sadler explains that Heidegger conceives an open place and clearing that is thought from being rather than from particular beings. Yes. The comparison to nothing is therefore about non-objecthood. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I meant. A tree surrounded by other trees, a chair surrounded by other objects. The clearing is not surrounded by beings because it is the openness in which all beings appear. Okay, great. The nothing is also not one being among beings. I think the nothing, I hope, it's also very much how I talk about chaos, right? Or pure potentiality, or what's some other terms that I usually use? I don't use this, but another term that came to mind is the void, right? And again, why is it nothing? Because what is chaos? Chaos is that which doesn't have order. Order is structure. It is identity. Therefore, if you don't have these things, which are what a being means, a being is particular structure, is a particular identity. Therefore, if you take that out, then you are in non-being, you are in nothingness, you are in the void, you are in pure chaos. Okay, the LLM keeps expanding this, but I'll just repeat everything we've said. All right, it's been an hour, so I think that's pretty good. My throat needs a break. But yeah, that was great. So yeah, we'll end it here. Maybe I'll just put it on the other. Oh, actually, shit. Okay, actually, no, never mind. Because I got into this whole rabbit hole just to understand the single sentence of Heidegger. But I actually forgot that there was more stuff. So let's try to finish it there. But fuck, it took me probably like 15 minutes to understand this sentence properly. All right, now we get it. So now let's move on. He describes this place as an open region or field of relatedness where entities manifest themselves and interact in various ways. And although humans are not in power here, they are still of fundamental importance. Heidegger speaks of this open region as the place that illuminates the presence of entities, where Dasein experiences the unconcealment or truth of an entity's presence or being. Heidegger points out, however, that in order to understand the most fundamental events of being, we should realize that this clearing is not a clearly definable place, but rather an infinitely complex era of possibilities. Yes. In it, all beings cannot be disclosed simultaneously. They may or may not appear. The concept of aletheia contains at the same time both unconcealment and concealment. Paradoxically, it is unconcealment that produces this concealment. This truth is always essentially a mystery, since being is always being together with the other side, the lighted side of the globe of being together with its dark side. Okay, now I'm getting a little bit lost again, but the thing that comes most to mind is I have a podcast with Graham. How is he called? I know his last name is Harmon, I think, but now his first name Graham something. Oh, I wish I had his book here, but it's on the other room. But either way, he talks very much about this notion that every time that you look at an object, you're always looking at an object from a particular perspective, and so that perspective always hides the other perspectives, right? And you can't just look at the other perspectives, because when you go to the other perspectives, then you don't have the other one, right? And I suppose that there's an element of this that makes you think, okay, but if you just rotate across the object like 360, right, then you have all the perspectives, right? And now you have the object in full. But I think that the problem with this is that this object perspective is just a metaphor, right? But really, what we care about is concepts, right? Is the apprehension of beings, and you can't do that. You can't just you can't just walk 360 around the concept, right? It's like this infinite possibility, and there might be, and I think even something stronger that I think they're hinting at here is also that these perspectives aren't neatly joined without paradox, right? There's some exclusivity to some degree. That's why there's always this light side and this dark side, right? It's kind of like you come over here, it looks a particular way. You come over there, it also looks a particular way, but you can't just add them up, right? It's not like you took a picture. It's not like if you divide the screen, right? If you grab this side, my left side, I don't know how the hell this is going to show up on the video, and then if you grab on the right side, and if you just like make a collage, then you have everything, right? That's just not how it works. Anyway, continuing. Ordinarily, however, we are oblivious to this mystery of truth, believing that we dwell exclusively in the immediate surrounding circle of beings that are familiar, reliable, and ordinary. Thus, we forget the true depth of being, the fact that our realm of being is just one disclosure of a reality that contains within it an infinite amount of other possibilities of realms of beings. Other possible realms of beings. Trapped within this impoverished experience, which finds philosophical expression in the belief that truth is fully encapsulated by the correspondence theory, we are now as ignorant as the young child who understands the moon only has the flat, illuminated disk because he's completely unaware of its dark side, the unconcealment that belongs to its concealment. Okay. So yeah, that's roughly right. Yeah, sure. And again, this notion of correspondence theory is because, again, it assumes that there's just this object out there that you can just easily make that kind of correspondence, right? Like you're ignoring the very ground through which an object becomes an object. So that was paragraph 1 of 137, and I also had 2, so I'm going to read the next paragraph. This idea has simultaneously concealment and unconcealment can be grasped easily if one thinks about how a radio functions. Tuning into a wavelength automatically blocks all the other wavelengths, but these other channels nevertheless remain as unheard possibilities. Similarly, when an entity is revealed in one particular way, this simultaneously conceals all the possible ways of its being. Think about truth in this way opens a very flexible view of truth in which something can express degrees of unconcealment, like a landscape seen in the half-light of dawn. The clarity of truth in the sense often emerges only gradually. The clarity of truth in the sense often emerges only gradually, similar to discovering meaning in true works of art whose deeper significance is not immediately apparent. Okay. Yeah, that's more or less what I mentioned, so no need to dive into it. But an interesting point is that here they're not highlighting this problem of adding perspectives up, which I think is kind of important if you do want to maintain this like pure possibility, right? But again, this is the whole problem of Heidegger and also of how to think about reality that I struggle a lot. Again, it's always this pull between an objective view of truth versus a subjective view of truth. Now, obviously, Heidegger already undermines this, right? Like that's his whole project. But at the same time, even thinking through Heidegger as I'm doing now, like it's just so baked into our grammar, right? Into how we think, that a lot of times it feels like we still have the problem. Like we saw, like we're just like trying to shift our thinking, but like the problem is still there. And for example, and the reason why I'm mentioning this, to be a bit more direct and to try to not go on so much tangents, because what I'm trying to address here is this notion of addiction, right? Because if you think about these notions of possibility, of the fact that when I conceal something, there's also something unconcealed that I've concealed, right? So it's this notion of it shows and it hides. But you can still, I think, adhere to a correspondence framing of truth if you just then think that we are finding about the world, we make claims about the world, they're either true or false, but we're limited in how much we know. So we're kind of like making these hypotheses of correspondence. And then sometimes we get it right. And when we get it right, it's kind of like this partial view of reality. But then if we just like keep going, like we shine another aspect on it, and now it's a fuller picture of reality, right? And if you do that, like coming back to the object metaphor, even though that's problematic, if you just keep doing that until you have the 360, until you have a complete mental 3D model of the object, now you grasp it, right? But that assumes that there's such a thing as to be grasped, right? That you can fully know the apple in its infinite reality through all these steps. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, but that's a problem, right? Or at least that's what you get if you think about it in this way. The other way is this more paradoxical element, which is like, no, actually, you can't just add them up, because that unconcealment fundamentally reveals something, that the perspective, it's always baked into the reality, where you can't compensate the perspective by just adding more perspectives, because they're not going to all add up coherently, right? Like that's just not possible. And if you take that view, but again, if you take that view, you're again on this notion of going towards subjectivity, right? Because like, why can't they be reconciled together? Right? If there's a real thing out there, then why can't you add them up? And I'll leave it there. But this is the problem that just comes over and over and over again that I'm trying to work through. But yeah, fun stuff. And thanks for watching. See you next time. All right, time for another Heidegger video. This time I managed to stay consistent. So the last one was yesterday. So ideally, in a perfect world, I'll do this every day, maybe twice a day, but it's just been too hard. But either way, but it's good when they're close, so that kind of it's so fresh on my mind what I talked about before. So right now I'm on page 146, and the note is on paragraph 2. I don't remember if I mentioned this or not last time. It's about Heidegger Dasein's fallenness. Yeah, we did cover this. I remember this as the last question. So we need to go to the next one. So 146, we go to 147. Oh, I'm such an idiot. It's the same. It's where I had the book open, obviously. It's just the next page. Okay, so it's paragraph 1, paragraph 2. And quoting, let's begin. Being is always being together with their other sides, the lighted sides of the globe of being, together with its dark side. Ordinarily, however, we are oblivious to this mystery of being, believing that we dwell exclusively in the immediate surrounding circle of beings that are familiar, reliable, and ordinary. And that was a quotation from Heidegger. Thus we forget the true depth of being, the fact that our realm of beings is just one disclosure of a reality that contains within it an infinite number of other possible realms of beings, trapped within this impoverished experience, which finds philosophical expression in the belief that truth is fully encapsulated by the correspondence theory. We are now as ignorant as the young child who understands the moon only has a flat, illuminated disk because he is completely unaware of its dark side, the concealment that belongs to its unconcealment. I feel like we covered this already. Am I repeating a note? Yeah, I am repeating a note. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna cut it here and I'm gonna start again because I'm a fucking idiot. Hello everyone, welcome to another day of me speaking and yapping about Heidegger forever. So, Last time I ended at page 147. So now we'll go to 150. And it's paragraph 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And I tracked this note as important. And I read this ages ago. And back then, I very rarely added comments besides just tracking the passage. Now I do it more often, but back then I didn't do it a lot. So the fact that I tracked it as important, this makes me excited because it's probably very important. So let's begin. It seems that Heidegger realized that the attempt to think the unthinkable is one of the most worthwhile endeavors of all philosophical thought. But why should this be so? Perhaps the answer lies in that which was already discovered thousands of years previously by masters of Zen, who gave their students unsolvable riddles called koans. These masters discovered from their own experience and through observation of transformations in the consciousness occurring in some students. Sorry, I butchered this a little bit. I'll repeat. And through observation of transformation in consciousness occurring in some students, that if our efforts to think the unthinkable are continued with deep intensity to their final conclusion, what may and sometimes does arise is a state of being liberated from the confines of thought. And in that moment, the illusory separation between the being of the individual and the great mystery of being is transcended. Thus, for Heidegger, in thinking the unthinkable mystery of Erigenes, obviously I'm pronouncing this here incorrectly, one is opening oneself to the possibility of Erigenes experience, awareness that is unified with the wonder and mystery of being that arises as a gift from being itself, an event that religious thinkers might describe as grace. So that is important. That was a good tracking. Okay, so first of all, again, I think I would say the easiest place to start with this is the importance of possibility, right? So probably the most important is, first of all, if you think something is impossible and therefore you shun it out of the possible thought, then you're kind of creating this cage for yourself. Now, it might be unthinkable, like, for example, Heidegger really loves the question of why is there something rather than nothing. And it might be that, even if somehow us humans get really, really smart, and even if you live for, I don't know, until the very last second of the universe before heat death, it might be that we'll never answer that. But there's a spectrum, right? There's certainly a lot of answers that we thought were completely impossible. And we figured it out, although that's more in the case of science than philosophy. But even if it's in philosophy, at least we can think through them better, right? Like, there's certainly philosophical positions that nowadays are very rarely held by philosophers. And a lot of people have this conception of philosophy never makes any progress. There's a grain of truth to that in the sense that it's always open and it's hard to settle things 100%, but it's also very misguided. Like, there's really good arguments why certain modes of thought don't work. And they're really well established and very few people question it. So that's part of the answer, right? It's kind of like, let's keep pushing the limit because we have no idea where the limit of thought is. Point number one. Now, the issue is, and also this has, again, a religious connotation, because as I've mentioned before, like this, like I would say that this opening of reality is the sacred, like is the ultimate, right? Because again, it comes back to this notion, like, what is the most real? The most real is that which discloses the real. So if you are in this mode of thought that is closing off new possibility and new realness, we can say, then that is the opposite of whatever the highest thing is, right? Like you inherently already come up with this kind of like vertical axis of ontology, I guess, which is connected to normativity in the way that I'm trying to describe it here. And then there's this notion with koans and Zen masters, which is very nice. Now, what is actually occurring with that is a little bit difficult because, again, like it's very hard to make sense of it because, you know, even within Buddhism and Zen, you know, there's kind of different traditions where, for example, sometimes the enlightenment is done gradually, which is more kind of a Christian view where it's kind of like you just keep getting better each day and you kind of like you're climbing up the mountain, right, for as long as you live. But there's other branches of Zen where it's kind of like, actually, no, it's like the single point in one's life where you were enlightened, you were completely unenlightened the moment before, and then you got completely enlightenment the second after, basically. So because of all of this and other things, for me, it's very hard to make sense of this aspect of the tradition. There's some things that do make sense, but as a whole, I think it's quite hard to grasp, and I think it's especially hard to grasp for people in the West because this is not our culture. So I'm sure there's lots of great insight, but I personally feel a bit uncomfortable being too confident on speaking on these matters. But either way, let me think what else they say here. And then it says, in that moment, the illusory separation between the being of the individual and the great mystery of being is transcended. This is what I'm trying to grasp with. The mystery of being. The great mystery of being. It's not calling to mind what Heidegger typically has in mind with this. So I'm just going to go. I'm not even going to use my LLM, my custom LLM for this because it's too basic. It's not even worth it. So let me just the great. Oh my God, the great mystery of being. Oh, I forgot to add Heidegger. Ooh. I just, by accident, I found a very nice book called The Mystery of Being, Reconsidering the Mystical Element in Heidegger's Thought. Oh, that looks so good. Okay. All right, so I need... so I need to have a 20-second detour while I open Amazon and I add this book to my buy list. If I can find it. Okay, I found it. Amazing. $100. Maybe I can just ask this guy to come on my podcast. Anyway, okay, I've added it. Sorry for that little tangent. What was I doing? I actually wanted to know what any of this means. Heidegger's mystery of being is the baffling, miraculous fact that any exists at all rather than nothing. Okay, got it. Got it, kind of. I mean, I still don't understand what he means by this, but whatever. At least I know what he's trying to get at, which is exactly what I said before. I just wasn't making the connection for some reason. He argued that centuries of Western philosophy forgot this mystery by treating existence as just another factual object, obscuring the profound wonder of being human. To pull back the curtain of this enigma, Heidegger completely dismantles traditional thinking, breaking down his core philosophy and covers exactly what he means, the forgetful of being. He argued that since the ancient Greeks, like Plato and Aristotle, philosophy tried to measure and define being as if it's an ordinary object or a static concept. And because we all use casually the word is, we assume we understand what that actually means. And Heidegger calls this the deepest oblivion of our time. Oh man, there's quite a lot of stuff here. Then there's also the human anchor, which is again this priority of Dasein and the characteristics of Dasein. Then there's being in the world, and then there's the miracle and the veil, which actually you don't know what that is. So let me read that. For Heidegger, the sheer inexplicable fact that entities show up at all is the miracle of miracles. Okay, yeah. And then concealment, yes. Truth as aletheia, yes. Okay. Okay, it's his basic project. Long story short. Okay, so let's read our passage again. What may and sometimes does arise is a state of being liberated by the confines of thought, and in that moment, the illusory separation between the being of the individual and the great being of mystery, great mystery of being, is transcended. But what would the separation mean here? So there's me as an individual. I have it's this embodied being, right? A being, and then there's being as such, existence as such. What does it mean to be separated? Maybe the fact that you're oblivious to it, maybe, like we were reading now. Because they do call it the great mystery, right? So maybe it's this pondering that is trying to be hinted at, right? It's the fact that you're not engaging in the mystery, in the pondering, in the philosophizing, then you're separated from it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That's probably it. Then he says, thus for Heidegger, in thinking the unthinkable mystery of Irengis, which I think it means the events, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'll double check that as well. I think this is a bit more of his later philosophy, which I'm not as well versed on it. I'm more well versed on his kind of being and time type era. Yeah, exactly. It is events, and then it says, it is the foundational event in which being and human existence, Dasein, bring each other into their own. Okay, that's quite nice, actually. So there's this reciprocity, which invites us very much to think about it in active terms and in this like relationality of Buddhism and so on. It signifies how reality becomes meaningful to us, relying on a reciprocal relationship between passive thoroughness and active understanding. Okay, right. So you're trying to grasp for understanding, right, in this like Platonic sense, but also you're not this like disembodied understanding, right? Like you're a finite being that we're thrown into the world, that is embodied, that is historically and culturally bound. Okay, let's not dwell on this too much. And then it also says, awareness that is unified with the wonder and mystery of being that arises as a gift from being itself. An event that religious thinkers might describe as grace. Okay, so I'm very interested in this topic of grace and gift. There's also this famous philosopher that talks about the gift. What is it? Marion, something like that, some French dude. I have this book in the other room. I really need to read that. It seems really important, but I still don't quite understand what that means. Even this notion of grace in Christianity, even though I'm quite deep in Christianity, or at least, well, it depends on your standards, I suppose, but deep for me, the grace sometimes still eludes me. Gift is usually how I think about it. It's kind of like it's a gift of reality to you, right? Obviously, people put it usually in personal terms. I don't do that, but it doesn't change the phenomenology, which I think is the most important. So I suppose that because this mystery of being is part of being, if you pay attention to being, then you'll be drawn by the mystery, and then you'll be gifted the mystery. right? And gifted is actually a good word, because it's kind of like, because number one, it's positive, and also it's kind of like it's this notion of being blessed, right? It's kind of like, I feel like this notion of blessedness has been a bit lost in secularism, but I think it's very important, and it's still very intelligible without any, religious metaphysics at all. Because if, for example, if you're trying for a child with your partner or with your wife or whatever, um, and if you can't, and if it's being hard, it's been years, and then suddenly you manage to get pregnant, then that is a gift. You've been blessed. You've been blessed by reality, right? So I think that's the proper way to think about it. And you can be open to this possibility of the event experience, and then there is this union. And again, union, the way that I'm interpreting it now, is kind of like this: the fact that it is an object of your attention, right? And so if it's not an object in your attention, it's kind of as if it like disappears from reality, right? From your perspective. And if it disappears from reality, then surely you're not united, right? Like that seems a pretty basic way of kind of translating it. So that's how I'm reading it now. With the wonder and mystery of being, right? And like, why is it the wonder? And why is it the mystery? I think two things come to mind. Number one, the fact that it's infinite, right? So reality is infinite, which is what we were reading some further ahead, and we've talked about this loads, right? So there's something about infinity that is just awe-inspiring, right? Like you look at space, and it's just like, oh, right? Or you like, when you understand some deep aspects of mathematics, right? It's kind of like, oh, right. And so I think this notion of reality constantly being disclosed, I think, plays some role into it. This infinity aspect, and infinity also has to do with this notion of openness, right? And openness seems an inherent good to some degree. Not an infinite good that triumphs all else. There always needs to be a balance between opening and closing, right? Between dissolution and structure, between form and matter, between the right hand and the left hands, between heaven and earth, right? Because that's how identity is formed, right? It's always this interplay. But the openness is a very important aspect, because without openness, there's no generation at all. And therefore, it's kind of like death, right? The death of reality. It's kind of like reality closes up. It's also an interesting thought that you can think of it as the lack of openness leads towards stagnation to some degree, right? Like you can kind of think of it as, let's say that the room is open insofar as there's exchange between the inside and the outside, right? So I can exit the room, and then we can think of it as, let's say that the room is closed, right? The identity is permanently closed. So like the door is closed and it's locked. I can't get out. It kind of makes you feel, or kind of makes you intuit, that this stays as it is. But this is actually not what happens. And maybe this is a little bit of a stretch, but I think there's a good connection. And I talked about this a lot in my own dissertation. It's kind of like things usually are going one way or the other. Like they're either going up or they're going down, or at least they're in this battle, right? But like this notion of just like this room staying as it is, that's not a thing, generally speaking. Or I think at least it's best to be thought as not a thing, because things decay by themselves, right? Like just things, like everything gravitates towards death. And what I mean by death here is not like in a biological sense. I mean kind of like in the sense of dissolution and in the sense of pathology, which can apply very, very broadly. Like you can think about a society, even, right? Like if a society closes itself off completely, right, then it just doesn't stay the same. Like it dies, right? And I think one way to think about it is because reality itself is never static, right? Like the context always changes. Like no matter how controlled you want to make something, like there's something that's always going to pop up, right? Like the underlying environment, the underlying context is always shifting. So the only way to stay alive in this sense is to always be adapting, right? And again, like Eastern traditions like talk about this a lot, although Christianity does it as well. So long story short, close the enclosement of being isn't a stable, static thing. It is a sentence to death. Let's put it that way. And therefore, if you take this view, then you think about what is the best thing, right? What is that which allows life and flourishing? It is openness. It is change. And again, these are tricky because we're moving across several different levels of philosophy and phenomenology and biology and sociology. So like it's very hard to come up with kind of like a thesis that like really encapsulates and it's perfectly coherent across all these levels. Like there's a broad pattern that you can detect, but obviously you're oversimplifying a lot. Because if you wanted, we could go into the other argument where if it's only openness, if it's indefinite openness, that brings problems as well. But let's not focus on it now because now we're focusing on the goodness of possibility. And that's also what Heidegger talks a lot about. Like he's more focused on this aspect, which is actually one of my critiques of Heidegger as well. I think he doesn't talk about the other side of this duality often enough. And I actually think that's a lot of what becomes problematic in his thought. And even in his life, actually. And I think I've made this argument in a previous video and kind of making the loose connection about his Nazism and stuff like that. But yeah, so that was the paragraph. Let me see what he says after. Even though I only tracked this paragraph, I'm just curious to see what he says after. Okay, he goes in some tangent, so it's not worth reading. Now 155, paragraph 1. According to Heidegger's conception of truth as aletheia, truth is essentially an unconcealment, and as such, every revealing simultaneously includes a concealment, and it is the unconcealment that produces this concealment. This fact of truth permeates every facet of being. So there belongs to all truth closed off or unexpressed hidden possibilities, a reservoir of the not yet uncovered in the sense of unconcealment. And that is a quote from Heidegger. Thus, when Dasein is turned in to one mode of understanding, beings and being, all other possible modes of understanding, are simultaneously blocked out, although always remaining as possibilities. All right, I need to reread this. Okay, truth has a concealment. Yes, it permeates every facet of being. Yes. It belongs to all truth, closed off or unexpressed. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah. So this, okay, fine. So this is a brute fact of reality, let's say. and it's hidden into every possibility. And it's kind of concealed, but it can be unconcealed. And then there's also this switch, right, between concealment and unconcealment, which we've talked about it last time. And they might be blocked out, but they always remain as possibilities, right? Each time this happens, there is a danger that you might forget the fact that the current mode of understanding is just one disclosure of a reality that contains within itself an infinite number of other possible realms of understanding, being and beings, and in doing so, we forget the true depth of being. So again, we run into the problem that we got not stuck, I suppose, but just we try to explore a little bit of the problems of this notion of truth, of relativity, of objectivity, and stuff like that. So again, an infinite number of other possible realms of understanding, yes, but are all of these valid? Like are you? Again, it's this notion. Like, are you? Is all pure possibility equally valid, equally functional, equally true? Then if so, then that becomes chaos again, right? Because it's like, why choose A rather than B? It's all the same. But if you do agree that A is better than B, then it's not just like an infinite number of other possible realms of understanding, beings and beings. Now, you can still say that. You can still say that the possibility is infinite, obviously, that's fine. But the fact that you introduced a qualitative distinction, it's still technically true, but it's kind of like trivially true, right? That's not what you should be focusing about, right? What you should be focusing about is, okay, what is the best realm of understanding for being and beings? And this kind of selection or correlation or hierarchy, whatever you want to call it, that doesn't mean that it's static. Like, it can be context dependent. I think that's what generated this like insane 20th century skepticism towards the qualitative difference of possibility. It's people assume that other people are claiming that it's static, that it never changes, and also that we know what that is, right? And when I try to make these types of arguments, I'm always very careful to try to distinguish epistemology from ontology, right? Like, I try to more or less point from first principles, like a priori, that the world needs to be ordered in a way that there's this like hierarchy of care and of goods. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I can convince you that what I think is the best hierarchy is valid. Now, again, I also don't think that kind of like epistemological dimension is completely hopeless. Like, I think the little that we can say can be useful, but there needs to be a huge amount of humility in doing so, right? But it's not completely pointless, because if it was completely pointless, that would also close off all dialogue, right? Which also doesn't feel quite sure. I think I was going somewhere with this. I think I was going to use this for another conclusion, but I kind of forgot. Either way, continuing. So it should come as no surprise to learn that, according to Heidegger, being manifests itself not only as event, the appropriate given event of the disclosure of the meaningfulness of being and beings, but it can and does manifest itself as a withdrawal from or abandonment of beings, and simultaneously has the concealment of itself as the source of all modes of understanding, an event that has led to mankind's obliviousness of being. In other words, Erignes has the event of appropriation includes its own expropriation, which Heidegger calls entheisgnes. Fuck, that's abstract as hell. Although I kind of read an extra paragraph, I wasn't supposed to read it, I think. But anyway, that's probably why I didn't track it, because maybe I didn't fucking understand it in the first place. Being does not yet occur as the appropriating event of Erignes, but rather has the expropriative Wait, I got confused here. I was reading the wrong paragraph. Okay. The appropriate given event of the disclosure of the meaningful of being and beings, but also can and does manifest as itself as the withdrawal from or abandonment of beings. Okay. The best interpretation that I can do is that there's always this dynamic aspect of giving and receiving, and of grasping, and of letting go, right? So there's like this endless possibility, and there's always this flow, this negotiation. And then it says, simultaneously has the concealment of itself as the source of all modes of understanding, an event that has led to mankind's obliviousness of being. In other words, Erignes has the event of appropriation includes its own expropriation. I don't quite get that, and I think I'll try to figure it out with the LLM, but I'm just going to read the next paragraph as well, even though that also looks really complex. In Contributions to Philosophy, which a friend of mine said that it's the most important Heidegger work, and he's very much into Heidegger. In Contributions to Philosophy, Heidegger asserts that in our current epoch, being does not yet occur as the appropriating event of Erignes, but rather has the expropriative concealment and withdrawing of entheignes. Oh my god, all these words, and they're all so similar, this makes it impossible to hold it in my memory of what those things mean. In this epoch, beings are expropriated by being. This situation exists because, according to Heidegger, the metaphysical understanding of being that has prevailed in the West from the time of Plato and Aristotle onwards has been conducted within the paradigm of Gestalt, which is enframing, the utilitarian restricted understanding of ourselves and all entities in existence simply in terms of resources that are to be made more accessible for the pursuit of our objectives. Thus, things are forced to fulfill a specific purpose, disclosed only in terms of their particular type of usefulness. Okay, this part of enframing is very, very clear. And I talked a lot about this in the book that I've written that will be published next year. But this this appropriation and expropriation, like all of this talk to me, is where I got lost. So let's see if some lectures that we have can help us. So let me just load that up. And so how should I phrase this? I'm going to phrase this as understands these passages and explain this notion of appropriation and expropriation. All right, let's see how far we can get with this. as the event of appropriation includes its own expropriation. Like, I'm not even sure if I know what these words mean, so this is completely hopeless. All right. So I'm just going to read the LLM for now. It's probably a bit too long for our purposes, but it says the following. The passages in the Heidegger corpus use appropriation in an early Heidegger sense, but they point towards a deeper later Heidegger theme where appropriation and expropriation belong together. So, and then it quotes from a lecture from Sadler about being in time, which says, there's a possibility of having a kind of tradition which would be a positive appropriation of the past, allowing its full possession of the most proper possibilities of inquiry. Interesting. Okay. So it's this notion of interpretation, of hermeneutics, right? So it's kind of like, okay, you have to build a narrative, you have to make a story. Those stories can be better or worse, basically, right? At least in a pragmatic sense. Then another quote. We may also have to rely on what previous human beings who were thoughtful about these matters had to say about these things, appropriate their insights, and then go further than they do. Yes. Okay, great. So this is actually quite important for me, turns out, because I really like this way of talking about tradition, which is actually kind of weird in Heidegger, because there's in some ways where you feel like Heidegger, because this notion of novelty, of possibility, he always has this notion of going beyond, right? Of like revolutionizing the current paradigm, right? Like stripping off the past, right? Like, look at how stupid and misguided philosophy has been, ever since philosophy started, more or less, right? But at the same, so that's one aspect, right? It's kind of like this going forward. But at the same time, there's always this notion as well that you're not this abstract thinking thing that can be detached from its context, and that context involves culture, and involves history, and involves tradition, right? So I really like the way that it's phrased here, because it's always what I think is the best way to frame it is always this tension where you should always push forward, but always aware of the load that you're carrying, and not just that, but if you do that, you might also be like overly critical, right? Of like, yeah, sure, I'm aware of the past, I'm aware of like the cultural context that I've been thrown into, but I'm completely gonna ignore it, or I'm completely gonna say that it's stupid, 100% wrong, and I'm gonna surpass it. And sometimes Heidegger does that, but I think the best way to use it is this notion of, I actually like this word a lot, appropriating their insights, and then going further than I think this is a really nice way to phrase it, actually, because it's this notion of the past has to continue alive, right? It's not just a matter of knowing your constraints. It has to be about using your constraints. Because the fact that you have this connection to the past means that if you try to completely break it off, it's like you're breaking reality to some degree, where shit will happen if you do that, right? Now, what shit? It's a bit complicated. I'm not quite sure, but I mean, I'll be able to have some thoughts on it if I thought a bit further, but I don't want to deviate too much. But whatever. Let's not get derailed too much. But it's this notion of novelty and history at the same time. But they have to be connected, right? It's not this like these two things that have no relationship whatsoever, right? Again, this is such good phrasing. Appropriating their insights and then going further than they do. Okay, like that is so good. And I think kind of religious mythology and religious narratives is also a really good way to think about it, because like if you, for example, if you look at the old Hebrew Bible, for example, like you see all these stories, and you see this exact thing happening, right? Like almost since the dawn of history, right? In terms of history, in the sense of like civilization, let's say, right? Like big civilizations, which was around that time. Like there was older civilizations, obviously. I'm not denying that, but whatever. But the point is that there was always variation in these stories. They were always innovating, right? There was never this like tradition in the sense that it was untouchable. And one of the reasons is because you can't make stuff untouchable. Like number one, you can't, because variation will pop up, and also that's bad, right? Because again, this notion of untouchable, exactly what we were talking about with being closed, right? Like closing this room, right? If you close it, if it's static, it dies, right? So it needs to adapt, it needs to evolve, right? But if evolving always, again, has this this precondition of using its past, right? Just like real evolution, right? Like a lot of the adaptations that we now have as humans, for example, they're adaptations to the environment, but also they were built on not built, but like they were outcomes of something else, right? So, for example, you know, we have a tongue, right? But the tongue wasn't built for speaking, even though if you take your tongue out, it's pretty hard to speak, right? But it evolved from something else. But then there was this. There's a technical term for this, but I don't know if I can spell it out properly. Exaptation, something like that. And this is a technical term in biology. I just don't know if I'm saying the word correctly. But either way, again, this notion of using the past and then improving on it, right? So again, thinking back to these Hebrew stories, there's evolution, there's variation, there's reinterpretation, but always bounded within what came before. And the reason why this is so important to me is because of how I think about tradition in religious terms as well, which is like, I take tradition very, very seriously, and I try to learn a lot about tradition and history, and I don't think it's silly. And so, for example, that puts me in contrast with a lot of New Age movements, for example, right? New Age movements is like, let's just build our language from the ground up, right? And we can just ignore everything that came before because it's just like superstitious bullshit, basically. The New Age, maybe they wouldn't use superstitious. Maybe that's more of a secular materialist perspective. But nevertheless, there really aren't, like, most New Age people aren't like studying, you know, very early Buddhist texts or the Desert Fathers of Christianity or something like that, right? They're reading, whatever New Age guru published, 5 years ago, right? Like the amount of reading that they do that is before the 20th century is very, very small, right? Something in the 20th century is already like old, right? There is some key texts to New Age spirituality that are from the 20th century, but like going further back than that is very, very rare, right? But at the same time, like what is spirituality about, right? It's about being human, being thrown into the world, and knowing that there are better or worse ways of being a human, and how we should have models of ourselves, models of other people, and how we can act on those models, and how we improve this whole thing, right? Like on all levels combined towards the highest thing that we can possibly conceive of. And if that's the case, we've been battling this since we're human, since we're self-conscious to some degree, however you want to define this. And if that's the case, if this is an eternal struggle of the human experience, then why are you randomly ignoring this like 95% of history? Exactly. So that is the New Age movement. But then there's the opposite way as well, right? Which is like this being traditional, right? Like being not traditional. I meant like hyper traditional, right? It's kind of like, oh, no. There can't be any change whatsoever, right? It needs to stay exactly as it was. And there can't be any novelty whatsoever. Then again, you're back in the closed room. and that's just going to die off. And also it's silly because what are you trying to close off? You're trying to close off something that happened in the past, a tradition, right? But how did that tradition came about? It came from another tradition, right? Like, so it's like there's no way to like self-enclose something, right? Like religions and history and culture, it's always in this process of evolving, like all the time. So even if you wanted to close off, what you're closing off is this imaginary construct that you just have in your mind. So there always needs to be a balance. Where was I? Okay, I was reading off my phone. Okay, that was a long detour. Appropriation is not possession. In ordinary English, appropriation sounds like taking ownership of something. For Heidegger, it means something more like making something one's own by entering into it authentically. That is so good. When Sadler says that tradition can become a positive appropriation of the past, he immediately contrasts this with merely obeying tradition has a dead inheritance. Exactly what I said. The point is, authentic appropriation is not repeating the past, and authentic appropriation means recovering a possibility hidden in the past and making it alive again. Yes. And that is so core to what I'm trying to do with Christianity, right? Like, I don't want to invent something new, and I'm not saying all these Christians before me were stupid and like I have this interpretation of Christianity that now, I have the thing, right? Like, it's not it. But it's also not a blind following of like everything that has ever been said about Christianity within tradition is exactly right, and there's nothing that I can possibly add, right? I also don't think that's true. So, again, this interplay. Thus, when Heidegger studies Aristotle, Plato, or the pre-Socratics, he's not trying to reproduce their doctrines, he's trying to receive possibilities of thinking that have been forgotten. Yes. Although Heidegger's example is also a warning, right? Because Heidegger is critiqued often, and I think somewhat legitimately, even though I'm not a big expert on philosophy, and certainly not in the history of philosophy, but like, the interpretations that he does give sometimes is very questionable, right? And so that's also this danger, right? Which we should also try to keep in mind in my own thinking, right? Which is like, I think I'm appropriating, but maybe I'm not, right? And this is also an incentive to learn the tradition really well on its own rights before, you try to think, we should think about it differently, right? Which is also how most things have worked throughout history. Like, for example, in music, obviously you have all these innovations in music and people trying to push music forward, right? And kind of like come up with new possibilities, but they're always grounded in the past. And even when they were breaking the past, they knew the past from the back of their hand, right? Like when Mozart was trying to do something new, he knew exactly what the old tradition was. He knew exactly how to do it. So he's first grounded historically in the tradition, and then he pushes that forward. And the less grounded you are in that tradition, the higher the chance that you're messing up by thinking that now you have this big, beneficial evolution of whatever you're trying to approach it. You're very likely just making it way, way worse. Continuing, appropriation is grounded in something deeper. The attunement passage is especially important. It says that the ordinary cognitive appropriation is already grounded in a more primordial relation of disclosure or attunement. This means that we don't stand first as subjects conforming objects. We are first open to a world, only afterwards we take up meanings, concepts, and interpretations. Yes. Appropriation, therefore, presupposes a prior belonging. Yes, this is what I was speaking about before. You can only appropriate what has already claimed you. Okay, this is exactly what I said. Fuck, this is long. But this is being really good, so I'll continue. Now, another point about expropriation, right? So we've been talking about appropriation first. Although the term expropriation is not developed in the files you provided, by files he means the lectures that are the rec system of the LLM, okay. It belongs to Heidegger's later thinking about ereignis, which means appropriation or event of annowing, whatever the hell that means. So in later Heidegger, appropriation means being grants a relation in which humans come to their own. I don't know what coming to their own means here, but whatever. But then expropriation, this relation simultaneously withdraws from complete possession. Okay, yes, right? Because the way that I interpret this is like complete possession is like this grasping in Buddhism, right? It's like if you hold it, then you destroy it, right? And like it's and I suppose there's two ways of thinking about it. One is kind of like, again, this notion that you can never reach it, right? So it's always beyond the grasp. And again, these notions of the infinity, of inexhaustibility, but also the fact that the grasping is to make it into a thing, right? And when you make it into a thing, when you make it into a being, right, you close off the disclosure of beings, and then you close off the disclosure, right? So you're making it into an object that cannot participate in this continual adaptation and this continual reinterpretation. And then it says, a useful formula is what appropriates us also expropriates us. Okay. So, all right. Oh, that's difficult as hell. Okay, so appropriation, again, using the past towards a productive, novel future. And then expropriation, the fact that this relation cannot be fully grasped. So we come back. What appropriates us also expropriates us. Fuck, I have no idea. I lost a little bit of brain power here. Too tired of this. But I'll just continue, I guess. I'll just read it straight until the very end. Maybe that will help as well. Now, why? Because being never becomes an object that we can master. Several sources in your corpus express this indirectly through Heidegger's theme of withdrawal. For example, reality is described as simultaneously revealing and withdrawing. Disclosing always contains concealment. Likewise, the nothing is described as an act of withdrawal. And in the artwork lectures, a work can lose its original words. A work can lose its original worlds. Its meaning withdraws from full recovery. These are all expressions of the same structure. Something gives itself, but it never gives itself completely. What is disclosed always exceeds our grasp. Yes. That access is what late Heidegger calls expropriation. Okay. Okay, so it's the access. Okay, now it's more clear. Okay, got it. Yeah, this is the simplest way to think about it. Something gives itself, but there's always a leftover, right? Like you never have the thing itself. And it's always beyond. Okay. So in early Heidegger, appropriation means retrieving the past, taking over possibilities, making genuinely one's own. And I really like this notion of genuinely one's own, because I also feel like that's a very important part of my religious journey and my religious project as well, which is like, there's no point in adhering to a tradition if the tradition is just like this list of things that the tradition says that you can't make sense of, right? So even though tradition is important, you need to make it one's own in this sense, which is how I interpret it, is that it needs to be intelligible to you. It needs to become real in your bones, right? And if you can't make it real in your bones by just assuming that the interpretation is straightforward of whatever people have said before you, then that's just not going to work. Like, that's not authentic, right? And you can even say that you should follow it regardless because you think it's the truth. But like, how do you know it's the truth? Like, that is the core issue, right? Like, that is the problem, right? Now, obviously, some, kind of traditional religion kind of goes around this problem a little bit by saying, oh, it's just revelation, it's the word of God, it cannot, like, it's true as it is. Obviously, not everyone claims that, but there's some branches that are a bit more traditionalist that try to go this route. And by doing that, you kind of solve the problem, but then there's other problems on trying to ground that claim itself, which now you're using to solve other claims. You get into other kinds of problems, a bit more foundational ones, actually. Anyway, and so an appropriation for the early Heidegger also means allowing Dasein to inhabit its heritage authentically. Yes, this encapsulates perfectly, right? Heritage, tradition, authentically, making one's own, right? You have to make it real for you. And what I mean for you, like, it's very hard to transmit what this means in a way that doesn't sound cheesy and very superficial. Like, it doesn't mean that you need to add your own subjectivity to it, right? It doesn't mean that, oh, I don't like this, I wish it was something else, so I'm going to do something else. Like, that's not the point here. Like, the point is, I think intelligibility is the best way to think about it, right? It's kind of like, it has to make sense, right? But obviously you can say, does it make sense from this detached perspective of this godlike view from nowhere, right? Like, obviously you can't say that, like, you're not omniscient. So the best thing you have is how it makes sense to you. Obviously you should cultivate your own rationality to try to have that capacity as high as you can, but it's still what you're bounded by. And therefore to therefore to claim it as real, it has to make sense within a worldview that allows that possibility to be credible, to be intelligible. So that's why. Anyway, moving on. Then later, Heidegger, appropriation becomes ontological, right? So human beings do not simply appropriate being, but rather being appropriates human beings into a relation of disclosure. I don't know what that means, really. Yet this disclosure is inseparable from withdrawal. It's this reciprocity, I guess. Therefore, every appropriation is also expropriation. You come into your own only by realizing what grants meaning, truth, and world can never become your possession. To come into your own only by realizing what grants. What is coming into your own? I suppose it's this notion of authenticity, I guess. But here it's not so clear. Only by realizing what grants meaning, truth, and the world can never become your possession. Okay, sure. It's because what grants meaning is the disclosure between the disclosure of being and the subject, and by possessing it, by grasping it, you have taken it out of the process of disclosure. Okay, that's how I'm reading it. Then it continues. In short, appropriation means coming into a belonging. And the notion of belonging is interesting. Vervaeke uses this a lot. And the way that I see about belonging is connection, right? So like you feel connected to the world, you feel connected to reality. And when you're having some kind of existential problem, right? Like you feel disconnected. You feel like you don't belong. You feel like you're not connected to the real. And we could connect it to this notion of disclosure and stuff that I've mentioned, but I'm too tired to do that now. And expropriation is discovering that this belonging can never be owned or mastered, because what grants us is always withdrawals beyond our grasp. Yes, okay. There's always a fullness of the process, and out of which we experience from that process, which is beyond our grasp. I'm kind of repeating myself, but yeah, that's clear enough. Okay, that's it. Fuck, that was a very long deviation for a note that I didn't even track in the first place. That was just my curiosity running wild. All right. Fuck, I think I did like 2 or 3 notes, and it's been an hour. My God, this is gonna take forever. All right. So where am I? 155. So next is 156. So next page, paragraph 2. Thus, the history of metaphysics discloses a destiny in which mankind's oblivion of being has steadily increased until, in our current epoch, the ultimate epoch of metaphysics, the withdrawal and oblivion of being has reached its maximum via our scientific and technological disclosure of being, which is the logical, unavoidable consequence and final outcome of the inframed metaphysical disclosure of being, where all beings, including the entirety of nature, have been reduced to nothing more than exploitable resources for technological manipulation. This scientific perception of existence, which regards itself as the ultimate approach to understanding, offers all answers now or in the future, seems to absorb the entirety of Dasein's awareness, thus concealing being more effectively than any other previous epochal understandings of being, where Dasein still potentially could experience some meaningfulness has arising from a source other than ourselves. Yes. So I won't dive too much into it, but I really like how he puts it here. It's well explained. So again, the why we ended up here is, well, actually it's a bit tricky to say, to kind of elaborate on the causal chain, but whatever. That aside, not getting into that problem, we are in this paradigm where we have reduced reality to this like manipulation of nature, and focusing on utility, like what we can do, what we can extract, how we can be more productive, how we can grow the economy, and so on and so forth, right? And I'm not gonna, I don't remember too much if I covered this a lot in past videos or not, but I talk about this a lot in my book, the upcoming book that I mentioned earlier. It's gonna come out next year, 2027. And the working title right now is The Altar in the Machine. And so I use Heidegger and Gestel a lot. So I don't want to spend too much on these videos, because I like these videos to think about stuff that I'm still trying to sort through and think through. But this is very clear to me, so I don't want to dwell on it too much. All right, so that was 156, paragraph 2. After that, 159.3. 1, 2, 3. Keeping this in mind, there seems to be no reason for regarding the concealment and withdrawal of etheinis as something negative, as a yawning abyss opening. Instead, one can understand it as being the dark or the hidden side of the totality of being that contains the unexpressed, concealed potential or possibilities of the mystery of being itself. And similar to the idea that psychological wholeness requires an acceptance of the shadow self or dark, concealed side of the personality, one could reasonably speculate that the sustenance of Dasein's illumination in terms of the meaningless of beings and being that is given to it in the appropriate events of Ereignis depends on Dasein's continued awareness and acceptance of Ereignis as part of the natural Ereignis eteignis, cycle of being. Fuck, I hate all these German words. I hate German. Okay, sure. It's this opening and closing, and the fact that one is not necessarily bad. I think sometimes I frame it as bad. So maybe I'm overly stretching it, but at least I think I understand part of the intent about trying to frame it more neutrally, in the sense that it's part of the very process. Like, it's just how things show up. And again, I try to think of it as this notion of, perspective, right? The fact that having a perspective necessarily implies that you're not having other perspectives, right? Because a perspective is precisely that out of which has a singular point of view that is specific, right? So like, all the perspectives means no perspective. Okay. Next, 163, last paragraph. So we inherent and are constrained by the linguistic structures of intelligibility that allows us to think and experience only in terms of our epoch's particular understanding of being. And then a quote from Heidegger of The Way to Language. Language speaks after the manner of the given modes in which propriation reveals itself as such. End quote. The great poets and thinkers are exceptions to this rule, since they are able to reach beyond the specific understanding of being they live in. Heidegger thus realized the various drawbacks and limitations of attempting to lock a language into fixed structures of interpretation in order to create a tool for ambiguously representing beings and communicating information. For if we manage to successfully lock every sign, word, and sentence of a language into unambiguous, precise interpretations, the language will no longer be able to respond creatively to new experiences, and the revealing power of language will be lost. It will have become a dead language, for its very being, its living, creative essence will no longer exist. So this is everything that we spoke about before, right? This notion of closing, of openness, and so on. But I also really like how it started, right? We inherit and are constrained by the linguistic structures of intelligibility that allows us to think and experience only in terms of our epoch's particular understanding of being. So obviously, in one way, this just means that you're just biased by how you apprehend the world, right? And also how you apprehend being. And this is, I suppose, like a very Kuhnian way of viewing, right? Like Thomas Kuhn's perspective on science. We can kind of bring that over to philosophy. But the most interesting bit is also that this always assumes that these linguistic structures of intelligibility, that they're always a limitation, right? But the problem is that you always have a structure of intelligibility. And there are many structures of intelligibility. Again, we come to the same problem. Are they equally the same? Are they all on the same ground? Well, no, because if they were on the same ground, then you wouldn't have this worry, right? Like, you wouldn't worry about the fact that you are stuck in a particular one, right? Because if they're all the same, it doesn't even matter, right? So you do want to get closer to something higher. Again, qualitative difference. And if that's the case, number one, there are some better structures of intelligibility, number one. And also, so first of all, the reason why I'm trying to frame this in this way is because I think this is very important for religion as well, which is like, when we think about the tenets of a religion, right, and the very center of what makes a religion be what it is, like, for example, Christ in Christianity or Buddha in Buddhism, right? The way to think about it is that their way of life disclosed a new structure of intelligibility exactly in the way that we're talking about here, right? And, structure of intelligibility can apply to many things, right? It's pretty broad, right? Intelligibility is like how you apprehend anything at all. But then even that has qualitative difference, right? Because the intelligibility of, I don't know, something casual, like for example, I don't know, something to do with this recording in terms of equipment or whatever, some kind of like technological detail, right? That is not as important as the intelligibility about how to relate to other people, right? They're vastly different in terms of importance. Therefore, there's a hierarchy of structure of intelligibility, and also what these structures of intelligibility apply to are also different. So one way to think about people like Christ and people like Buddha is that they offered the best structures of intelligibility there is for human flourishing. And in a sense, that isn't subjective, right? Because again, how I deal with my wife or children or my father or my mother, whatever, that has a reality to it, right? That is why the qualitative difference is meaningful. It's meaningful because it's real. Now, you can debate, some people in philosophy try to debate and whatnot, but to me, this is so self-obvious, and I'm willing to stand on that first than anything else, right? I take that as my starting point of ontology. So to me, it's not something you can doubt. Now, so first of all, through this lens, you can already make sense of these like religious systems, right? As these structures of intelligibility towards that which matters the most. But then there's another dimension, which is like, can a new structure of intelligibility come later that's going to surpass the previous one, right? And to some degree, the answer is obviously yes, right? Because, if you consider that the Buddha was this like paradigm shift in the structure of intelligibility about how to live the best human life, right? The reason why we accept that is because we know that the other one was inferior. And maybe the previous one was the best one that we thought was the best structure of intelligibility, right? So like the context where Buddha appeared, they were, most people were following some kind of form of Hinduism, right? And they thought that was the best structure they had, right? And so if that's the case, you can also doubt this one. You can also doubt, is the Buddha the ultimate structure of intelligibility? And obviously, the easiest, most straightforward way of answering that is to doubt that it is to always think there's always something beyond. But then the issue is, if you did end up on the ultimate structure of intelligibility, how would you know? I think that's the best way to understand what revelation means. It's like, it's somehow, I'm not arguing how this happens or that it's true or that it's possible, whatever, but at the very least, it's this idea that we have arrived at this ultimate structure of intelligibility, that somehow we know that this is ultimate, that the Buddha is the structure, not just another structure, not just a better structure, that Christ is, following these same principles. And then there's another issue as well, which is, what if the ultimate structure of intelligibility doesn't just apply to the intelligibility of the worlds, but also the structure of intelligibility allows you to disclose other structures of intelligibility, right? There's, within this massive realm of possibility, some are going to be recursive, right? Some are going to apply to itself, right? And so, and then again, this applies to this notion that I mentioned before, right? That which is the most real is that which discloses the real. So it's exactly the same thing here, right? I'm using slightly different terms, slightly different language, but it's a very similar idea. So this notion of the ultimate structure of intelligibility is also a good way to think about it, is that it's ultimate because it allows you to always know what's the best structure of intelligibility at any time. So I think, so the way that I would, and obviously this is a bit heretical, but the way that I would put it is, even in Christian terms, which is like, people are very antagonistic to this idea, I would say, is there something better than Christ? The standard default answer is no, but just an alternative answer, which I'm just gonna entertain just for the sake of the argument, is like, if something came along that was higher than Christ, then your ability to know that this was the real thing and that you were not being deceived or not misinterpreting is by following Christ, right? And you can say the same thing about the Buddha, right? It's kind of like, the best way to not be deceived is by following the best structure which deceives self-deception. So you need to always remain open, but it's worth some form of closure if that closure allows that continual opening, and also the continuing closure of when that closure is necessary. Okay. Did I? Where did I end up? That was 164. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty good place to end it, actually. So I could go for a bit longer. I probably have 10, 20 minutes in me of brain power. And my throat isn't too bad, actually. But I really liked how this ended, because it's very, very core, very, very essential to my thinking. And so it's a nice place to end, for me to sit with these thoughts. And I don't have to always push myself until burnout almost every time. So it's nice to make it a little bit more tolerable. Maybe let me just no, I'll close it here. All right, thanks a lot. Cheers. All right, time for another Heidegger video. Now, just before I start with the next passage, I'm recording this the day before the other one. Something that I would just like to expand on is this notion of tradition, of appropriation, that we talked about right before we ended that last session. And there's two examples that I just want to give. Obviously, I talk a lot about religion, because that's mostly my interest and where I apply Heidegger most of the time. Although I do think that religion is about reality. Therefore, I don't view religion as this like subset of reality. Religion has the lens through which we analyze reality. But that said, when we look back to what we have been given by tradition, some of these things just won't make that much sense. And you have to contend with that, right? You have to take it seriously, but you also have to, you can't just compromise your own rationality and just blindly follow something, right? Because the reason why you should follow a religion is because you think it discloses the truth, right? In some way, about the world and about yourself. And so you can't compromise that foundational pursuit, right? Otherwise everything crumbles. Now, obviously, what we mean by truth, what we mean by being rational, all these things are very complicated, right? So so you have to take that interpretation charitably. But nevertheless, I still think this holds true. And I do think I mentioned the religion example last time, but I think I wasn't as specific. Right? So I'm just going to give an example, maybe something even more specific, right? So it's like, if someone says,
right? Or if the tradition does this or not is relevant. But let's imagine that the tradition says, the slaughter, like is a genocide that happens in the Hebrew Bible, that was justified because X, Y, and Z, right? You have to contend with that, right? You can believe it if that makes sense to you, right? But for a lot of people, that doesn't make sense, right? And then you have to struggle with it, right? So it's kind of like, how can I make justice to this element of culture, of narrative, of this entire way of life and people, that is coherent with all the other things of that way of life and people and culture and history, right? So, for example, the fact that God is love, right? Like love and genocide are a bit hard to reconcile. It doesn't mean they're absolutely impossible to reconcile. Some theologians try to argue for a way to interpret that. But again, that interpretation needs to seem rational to you in order for you to consider it as valid and to embrace it and then to make that your story, right? And again, story is not just a so-so thing. Like it's a notion of the hermeneutics that you're employing in order to make a coherent worldview about this particular thing. So, for example, one possible response is, they deserved it, basically, right? Like they were the bad guys. And some people find that justifiable. I don't find that justifiable. I don't think that quite works out. And so, for example, the way that I interpret this, this is very complex. So, like, take this with a grain of salt. And I'm not a huge fan of going to these like biblical like interpretation thing. So again, take this with a huge grain of salt. But the way that I do it, that I think is the simplest to deal with these things, is that scripture and the stories that we've been given and the books that are in the Bible, they are oral traditions that were eventually written down about stories to try to make sense of the gods that they were following, right? The thing that they were pursuing and the thing that they were actively engaging with, right? You can even say that it was all in their heads, right? I think that's a very stupid way to put it. But even if you do that, this interpretation still holds. And that is an active process of discovery, right? Like I'm really against this notion of like perfect divine inspiration. I think that idea is very dangerous. I think that the idea of being divinely inspired is very important because, again, it is about this qualitative difference, right? It's kind of like what the Buddha said or what Jesus said isn't necessarily the same thing as what my friend Joe said when he was drunk at the bar, right? And some things can be more spiritual than others. Some frameworks of intelligibility, something like that we framed it last time. Some are better than others, right? And so that's how you start getting this spiritual connotation. And so the higher you go, the more spiritual it is, and also when it's like when it almost reaches like a consensus of spirituality, where it's like it's really hard to argue that this isn't spiritual, then you're in divine territory. Basically, that's what it means to be within the realm of divinity and not being something profane. So, so I'm very comfortable saying, for example, that a lot of prophets were divinely inspired, right? But that's very different within this framework. But then that is different than just like receiving like, almost like an email from God of like, this is exactly the divine mandate, right? Because if you do that, then again, then you do have to accept that the event that happened in interpretation, the events can be a mythological event. It doesn't need to be historical. It doesn't matter here. But that event that the story is trying to describe, that is justifiable within God's perspective, and then within God's attributes, right? So within this like love to genocide parallel, then you kind of get stuck, and that's why you have to justify that it was okay to do genocide, right? While on me, how I would approach it is that this was a time where people were still grappling with and wrestling with the idea of God, and
there was still a lot of notions of vengeance, of conquest, and so on and so forth, that are unfortunately kind of hardwired into human predisposition and nature for evolutionary reasons, and that it's ugly, right? And so it was them sorting through all this out, and you can see, and it's actually very interesting because in the old, because it's not like it goes from like a wrathful gods, completely wrathful gods, to a complete God of love within the course of scripture, right? Like that's not like the love is there from the beginning, right? A lot of people miss that when they try to like compare these like two gods or whatever. That's kind of what they point to, right? It's kind of like, oh, this old god was just like pure rage or whatever, and then this new god is like pure love. That's not the case. Love was there from the beginning, but so my interpretation is simply that they were wrestling with these ideas, right? That the highest thing is love and faithfulness, and well, faithfulness is tricky to define, but whatever. Let's go with love for now. But then there's also these other ideas that seem to make sense to people at the time, right? Like, for example, that it's okay to conquer, that it's okay to do genocide in particular circumstances, that it's divinely justified. But then eventually, the more people participate in the highest thing, the more they get illuminated by what that highest thing is. And then you see those kinds of attributes kind of being slowly faded away. That doesn't mean that it's pure openness, pure unconditional love all the time, even in the New Testament. It's not. There's also elements of aggressiveness or judgment and things like that. There's still a balance, but it's clearly not genocide, right? And I'm doing genocide here just because it's a very clear example. So this is how I make sense of it, right? This is the only way that I can take that piece of history and tradition and incorporate it in my worldview and say, yes, this is coherent, this makes sense. And it can't just be your own thing, right? Like it can't just be pure subjectivity. It can't just be, oh, I think it would be nice if this is how we thought about it, right? No, I actually think it's very plausible that this is how it actually played out. So this notion of narrative construction, of worldview building, it always has to make sense for you. So it's not purely objective because you can't get out of your own head. But it's not purely subjective because you can't just make shit up, right? So it's like, so like I think this is what makes the most sense, and I'm very confident that this is why it turned out this way. I can be wrong, of course. When I say I'm certain, I mean, to the best of my ability, this is what seems the most likely to me. Now, you can disagree with this interpretation. That's fine, right? What I'm trying to highlight here is particularly this notion of how do you make sense of things? How do you use tradition? How much should you take into account? How much you should innovate? How much you should be careful to not transgress? And another funny example is also Heidegger himself, right? So like I'm reading all this Heidegger, and it's like, it's not a purely objective thing because I don't have Heidegger here to explain me every sentence, right? I need to do a degree of interpretation. Even if Heidegger was here to explain every sentence, probably he doesn't even understand every sentence, right? Even he is interpreting himself. And so, but at the same time, that interpretation, again, it's the exact same thing, right? When I'm reading a text, you've seen me struggle with the text sometimes. It's like, there's possible interpretations, which one makes the most sense to me, right? But again, not purely subjective. I can just make shit up. I have to, it's this match between what seems the most reasonable to me while making justice to the text, right? It's the exact same process. So I think this is super important because I think this notion of hermeneutics is crucial to everything. It's crucial to philosophy. It's crucial to religion. It's crucial to how you live your life, even if you're not interested in philosophy and even if you're not interested in religion. Like, this is it. This is how you construct stories. This is how you make meaning. This is how you make sense of life. All right, that was enough. That was that was a very long introduction. So let's see where we ended up. So I have here page 165 open. So let's see what the next note is. So I had 165 paragraph 2 and 3. Okay, 165, I don't think I did these ones. And let me check 164.5. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yep. 164. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'm going to read it. Yeah, this actually continues exactly almost from the last paragraph than before. So for example, I'm going to, so last time we ended on a specific paragraph, and now I'm supposed to cover another paragraph, and there's just a paragraph in between. So to make that bridge a little bit more explicit, I'm going to read that as well, which is a quote directly from Heidegger from one of his lectures. So I'm going to start reading now. Heidegger discusses this phenomenon of dead languages in a lecture from 1925, taking Latin as his example. As dead, this language no longer subjects to changes in meaning, whereas in any living language, contexts of meaning change with changes in the interpretation of historical Dasein at the time. A language has its genuine being only as long as new correlations of meaning, and so, although not necessarily, new words and phrases accrue to it from understanding. Okay, great. I'm not going to dwell on this. Pretty straightforward. Now, next paragraph. For Heidegger, poetry more than anything else has the greatest potential to express genuine being of language. Far from viewing poetry as merely derived from everyday language, he regards it as more fundamental than ordinary prose because it is the elementary emergence into words, the becoming uncovered, the existence of being in the world. And that was a quote from Heidegger, from the elementary until being in the world. Thus, Heidegger views poetry not just as an aesthetically pleasing art form, but as a powerful force that potentially can disclose our world and transmute our existence. In contrast to this, everyday idle talk or chatter is merely a dull reflection of the creative meanings that can be achieved in poetry. Slogans and catchphrases are indices of a chatter, a mode of being of Dasein in the day, and even good original words are prone to being degraded by chatter. According to Heidegger, language is the vehicle for philosophical thought. The objective of such thinking is to let language itself speak, and the essence of language's own primordial speaking, is heard in poetic diction. Okay, this is great, and I'm very interested in this importance of poetry for Heidegger. I haven't dived in poetry too much. I happen to be reading one now. This one here, Islamic Mystical Poetry, Sufi verses from the early mystics Rumi. But I'm still quite early in my poetry journey, but I want to get more into that. But the reason why this is important for Heidegger is precisely because it has this fluidity, right? Meanings can shift, right? And also you have to, I think it's also maybe the fact that it requires this constant interpretation, right? So again, it's this very meaning-making process occurring, right? The way that I sometimes like to describe music is that the reason why music is so meaningful is because it is actually a representation. Although representation is a very bad word, but it's showing you, it's disclosing to you how meaning is made, like in terms of patterns, right? The fact that there's order, there's structure, and then there's chaos, and then some things link, some things are novel, some things continue, there's a story, there's a sub-story, right? Like that is how meaning forms, right? And this is just like a very abstract example of it, right? I keep wanting to say representation, but I hate kind of like notions of representation in cognition that I really want to avoid using it. And so I think that poetry is very similar. It's just that poetry is less abstract, right? I would say poetry is kind of like a middle between our everyday experience and music, right? It's kind of in the middle. It's still very abstract. It's still very ambiguous, but it has specific words. It's written in normal language, and so on and so forth, right? But so but it's this notion of being able to disclose the world, and it discloses the world precisely because it has this ambiguity, right? It's not fixed. It's not graspable. All right, let's continue. So now 165, paragraph 2 and 3. The sound of wind in the trees or the sensation of a scarf around my neck steps forth of the undifferentiated background of my awareness to capture my attention the instant someone mentions it to me. Thus Heidegger defines language as a pointing, reaching out to regions of presencing, letting what is present in each case appear in such regions. And this is a direct quote from Heidegger, The Way to Language. But first, things must show themselves to us before we can talk about them. A speeding car presents itself to me as dangerous, so I warn my taxi driver. Such speech is also a response to how the world lets itself be told. This quote, lets itself be quote, is also from Heidegger, and that's important to track, because I should probably use this. It's a really nice expression. How it presents itself to me. Every spoken word is already a response. Also a quote from Heidegger, also something I should use. So the world must disclose itself in an intelligible and sayable form for me to be able to speak about it. Thus, according to Heidegger, the intelligibility of the world, its being, and the language we use to express it are inextricably linked. Language points, thus initially opening and articulating the world, letting what is present in each case appear. So we see only what has been singled out and named. Only where the word for the thing has been found is the thing a thing. Only thus it is. But this pointing is simultaneously a response to the world letting itself be shown via things that call attention to themselves in terms of their significance. And thus to point is also to reiterate the saying we have heard. And this is also a quote from Heidegger, The Way to Language, this part of the reiterate the saying we have heard. By the way, sometimes the reason why I'm a little bit explicit about what's a quote and what's not, well, it's also helpful if anyone's listening, even though probably no one is, but also then I'm doing transcription over these videos, and so it's helpful for me to then be able to tell what's a direct quote from Heidegger and what isn't. So, now about this notion of language, this is something that to me makes a lot of sense and I like a lot. And I always think about kind of Genesis and Adam naming the animals, right? It's kind of like, it's almost like, first of all, he's naming them according to their nature, according to their essence, right? So it's this notion that, naming is very much to do with what a thing is, right? Which is actually counterintuitive because now we have this notion of language as completely arbitrary, right? That and part of it is because we're exposed to so many cultures, so many languages. So clearly they're different, but they represent the same thing, supposedly. So they have no impact. And obviously there's a large degree to which that is true, but not fully. But I won't get into that. But in the ancient world, there's really this notion of, language creates being. And it has to do with what a thing is. And to some degree, this has to do with the notion of categorization, as I mentioned earlier. There's actually 2 points here, and I'm not exactly sure if they're perfectly coherent with each other, or at least perfectly overlap. There's the notion of this like Platonic notion, right, of like the essence of things. It's kind of like the form of things. But then there's the whole notion of categorization as well, which I've mentioned loads, right? And Watts also mentions here, kind of like you point to it, right? Like you point to the tree, you point to the sound of the leaves rustling, and then it's like, oh, it pops. into your awareness, into your reality. Are those two the same thing? I don't think they are. But maybe they are. But I think categorization is always the easiest thing. Like, that is for sure correct. And the large causal power, even though that's a really stupid way of saying it, on how the world shows up to us. Anyway, so there's that. And then there's also this part that's really interesting. This pointing is simultaneously a response to the world, letting itself be shown by things that call attention to themselves in terms of their significance. And thus to point is also to reiterate what we have heard. Actually, this is super interesting, because maybe they are the same thing, this notion of essences and this notion of categorization, because what are you categorizing? Right? Like, you split up the world, right? Why did you split up the world in that way? Because there's a meaning to it, right? Like, the world discloses the essence of what it is, right? So, because again, it's not purely subjective, right? Like, there's a real relationship between, or a real interaction, I guess, or connection between the mind and the world is real, right? And so it's not random. Like, the world is not random. And therefore, in this process of categorization, it is a process of disclosing the real in the sense of, like, this thing, right? Like, this being. And so, for example, here he says, oh man, I didn't pay sufficient attention. He actually names this Platonic notion, like, very explicitly. Like, literally, a quote from Heidegger: "Only where the words for the thing has been found is the thing a thing. Only thus it is." No. Actually, this is the other way. Okay, because he's putting language. That language creates the being. Yeah, I think that's the best way to think about it, which is like, the categorization thinks of it mostly as language creates being. And then the Platonic notion is the other way around, which is being creates language, right? It's kind of like the essence is a real thing in the world, and then you name after the essence, right? Like Adam naming the animals, right? According to their nature. So they're opposites in some way in terms of directionality, but I still have the intuition that they're saying the same thing. I just can't quite think it through. But I think it might be, a lot of the times when these notions of the opposite, it's usually because it's not a thing in one way or the other, but it's a process that involves both, right? So, for example, there's some subjective element, and then there's some objective element, right? Like a mass and theme in Heidegger. I mentioned this every single video, every single session. You could also see it has this incompatibility, like this duality that is perfectly exclusive, right? Something can't be objective and subjective at the same time. That's usually how most people think, but that's exactly wrong, right? Like, you're being conceptually bound by what you think those things mean and what the alternatives are, right? But, like, in truth, it is this coupling between the subjectivity, and the world, like objectivity, we can call it, right? So maybe it's the same thing, right? It's a process where where language creates being, this notion of categorization, and then also that being creates language, because, again, directly from Heidegger. No, actually, sorry, this is not directly from Heidegger, it's from Watts, but it says, a response to the world letting itself be shown, right? So it's like you're apprehending the real thing, and that's why you name it, right? So it also has this direction. that being calls forth language. And then it says, a response to the world letting itself be shown via things that call attention to themselves in terms of their significance, right? And this is the whole notion of caring. This is the whole notion of meaning, right? So like we're always navigating reality through meaning. We assign meaning. And also the meaning is based on the significance of things, which again, it's this notion between me, my perspective, my finitude, and the world out there, right? So for example, the cup, right? The cup creates this affordance of being drinkable and graspable and all these things, right? My coffee mug here, which I should drink. And now I messed up the camera slightly. Let me just try to fix that really quick. All right. What was I saying? Right, the cup, this notion, subject, object, and right, and this notion of meaning, right? So like the meaning, the significance is the interaction between an agent and the world. Okay, I think that's good enough. Oops, shit, I might close this. Okay, 165. Okay, cool. So that was paragraph 2 and 3. Is that it? Yeah, it was. It is. So now, next page, 166, paragraph 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna once again. I'm gonna read something in between. I really need to stop doing this because otherwise I'll never finish this project. Like this will take me 10 years, but whatever. I just can't help it because there's a quote here directly from Heidegger on the origin of the work of art, which is one of my favorite Heidegger works. It's just so good. And it says, language by naming beings for the first time first brings beings to the world. First brings beings to words and to appearance. Only this naming nominates beings to their being from out of their being. Such saying is a projection, no, it's a projecting of clearing, in which announcement is made of what it is that beings come into the open has. Okay, sorry that I messed it up so badly reading it, and also this is a bit dense. I'm going to read it again. Language, by naming beings for the first time, first brings beings to words and to appearance. Okay, yes. So language discloses being. Okay, that's what we talked about before. Only this naming nominates beings to their being. Okay, so I suppose there's also this notion of only this naming nominates beings. So there's these individual beings out there, and then with a name, you kind of make them pop from their being with capital B, right? Meaning the disclosure, like existence itself, and the disclosure of all beings. And so with the naming, those individual beings, they nominate to their being out of their man. This is so abstract and so hard to figure out. But like, kind of what comes, I'm not sure if this is correct, but kind of what comes to mind is that you kind of reveal their true nature by naming. That's the only thing that comes to mind, but I'm not sure if that's quite right. And then the rest of the quote says, such saying is a projecting of clearing. I don't know what saying means here. Is that the naming? it's kind of vague, in which announcement is made out of what it is that beings come into the open as. Okay, that's the best time I'm going to go. I don't want to dwell on this too much. I could try to think of it more. I could try to use the LLM, but I'll just skip it. Then after that, it says, Lee Braver elegantly summarizes the simultaneously presencing of language and being and beings. Propriation is nothing beyond the presence of speakable beings around us. The appearance to each other of beings and speech has an event. Propriation bestows, I have no idea how to pronounce this, upon us a meaningful clearing in which an articulated world appears and appeals to us to articulate it. Since our essence is to be the beings to whom beings appear and who speak of these things, propriation is what allows us to become who we are. That's end quotes from Braver. And then another quote from The Way to Language from Heidegger. We human beings, in order to be who we are, remain within the essence of language to which we have been granted entry. Okay, Heidegger is actually much easier to understand than the previous quote. I also don't feel like figuring out what the hell Lee Braver meant. That was pretty heavy. Now, Heidegger says, we human beings, in order to be what we are, remain within the essence of language in which we have been granted entry. Okay, that seems pretty straightforward, I guess. So like all these notions of language we talked about, this is who we are. Language beings are in the house of being. And language is the house of being in which human beings dwell. That's maybe a better way to put it. And we're always enclosed by it. It's how we make sense of the world. It's how we disclose the world. And also we've been granted entry, right? So it's like we just dwell on it and some other beings don't, right? So my dog isn't dwelling in the house of being, right? Like he's not carving up his world in language. Obviously, this depends how you frame language, but whatever. Even if you want to make the claim that some animals have some kind of very proto language, whatever, at least they don't have this sophisticated language that human beings have, which is the important point. Anyway, and then it ends. Thus, true poetry has the ultimate expression of the primordial disclosive language of being, is, for Heidegger, not merely language that uses poetic techniques such as alliteration, meter, rhyme, and metaphor, but a mode of expressing language that recaptures the illuminating power latent in commonplace words in such a way that we see and experience the world as if for the first time, right? And then it has parentheses, eragnes. And I forgot what eragnes is. And also last time I was Googling this stuff, but I forgot that I have here kind of a glossary of terms of everything Heidegger. So that's a bit easier to go check rather than anything else. So, although this here is by category, which isn't that useful to me, this would be easier than Google if I had prepared this better. Because I have the whole glossary is divided by terms, by sections, by themes, which makes it a bit hard to find stuff sometimes. But I think I also have another glossary later that has everything and not categories. So I just need to find that. I think it's this one. Yeah. No, it's not. Okay, apparently I don't have it at all. Okay, it turns out I don't have that full glossary as I meant.
But it has to be here on the themes somewhere. So how is it? It's with an E. Eragnes. I'm gonna find this. It has to be here, unless I'm massively fucked up here. Oh, I found it. Okay. Ennowing. It is a dynamic historical happening describing how human existence and the truth of being mutually appropriate and belong to each other, while later linguistic writings uniquely frame this as language granting mortals their nature. Okay. Human existence and the truth of being mutually appropriate and belong. Okay, sure. All right, so where was I? Okay, and he was talking about like this notion of commonplace words, right? So again, it's this notion of meaning making, right? It's like something just exists, right? Like you're thrown into a culture, you're thrown into a tradition, you're thrown into a language, and everyone just assumes that it has a meaning, that the meaning is obvious, right? This is how you should interpret this genocide. This is how you should think about what it means, what Earth means, right? What heaven means, whatever. And by Earth, I meant I was explicitly trying to come up with an example that wasn't religious, because this applies to everything, right? Like even if you hate religion, doesn't matter. You have the exact same problem either way. So what he's trying to get us to think through is that actually, because there is no like ultimate meaning, that it's always open, right? And so you can always think of the new. But again, you can't just randomly think of the new, right? Like it has to make sense, right? It has to be plausible, it has to be believable, it has to be rational, we can say. That's why Heidegger always talks so much about etymology, right? Like, and maybe he's wrong in some of his examples, but like the point is, he's trying to come up with new ways of seeing the world through language and through words, and kind of renew the sense of words. But also, he can't just randomly make shit up, right? Like you can't just say that actually a dog means cat, right? But let's say hypothetically, if dog etymologically was associated with being a guardian, for example, right? Then that becomes plausible, right? Like you can play with the symbolism of what it means to be a dog, right? This is not a perfect example. I just randomly came up with this in my head, but yeah, something like this. And hence the importance of poetry, and hence also the importance of a language being alive, right? Like the contrast of everyday language, everyday here not meant with a negative connotation in the sense of idle talk, which is like language as is, compared to a dead language like the Latin he describes. And then this continues. Indeed, it is clear from Heidegger's later writings that he considers our most authentic relationship to language has a vital source of poetic disclosure. Okay, great. So now let's read the notes that we actually wanted to cover, which was below, which is about the emptiness of everyday language. Heidegger observed that words in general had become impotent, worn out and emptied of meaning from overuse, and thus unfit for thinking being in depth. For instance, look at how the word love is used today. I love beer. I love football. See you later, love. Add to this the appearance of the words love on thousands of shirts, greeting cards, and commercials. And it comes as no surprise to learn that the word has now been sucked dry out of its original meaning and intensity. According to Heidegger, this was not always the case. There was a time when the word love was first used, when no difference existed between the word and the intense emotion it was expressing. Each time the word was spoken, there existed simultaneously the real experience of love.
For Heidegger, a fundamental key to understanding ourselves lies in recognizing and reliving the initial moments of existence when being first spoke through us through fundamentally important words such as peace, love, truth, and compassion. When this happens, someone says, I love you, will truly experience the original significance of these words, and their behavior will reflect their experience. Okay, this is very interesting. Let me just, I want to drink some water, but I don't want to lose my thought, so I'll drink water after. Two things come to mind here. One is, I think we should be a little bit skeptical from this, because I think this plays a little bit into this nostalgic past, right? That people in the past had it right? Like they knew what love was, what love really was, and we don't, right? So we just need to go back. Now, I'm very interested in history. I'm very interested in the ancient world. I respect tradition a lot. So there's a lot of value from that. I'm not denying that at all. But it's still dangerous, right? Like you're making a fantasy out of the past as this perfection that you're chasing, and 99 times out of 100, that's not going to play out. It's just a fantasy. That doesn't mean that there isn't value in there, and it doesn't mean that in some ways they did have it better than we have. All of that is true, but nevertheless, this idealization is dangerous. And also, it seems to, so, and that applies in general, like it's a broad point. But then there's a little bit of a more specific point about language, is like language is always referring to experience. Is really the reference at any point perfect? Like really? Like that seems highly unlikely. Like why would that be the case? Right? I think it's more plausible how many people have said that language is always an imperfect reference to the world, right? And so the ancients didn't have the perfect correspondence between the word peace and the phenomenon or the experience of peace, right? And so on and so forth. That's one argument against this perspective. But there's another argument that supports Heidegger, which I think is interesting, which is, if we take this notion seriously that I've mentioned many times before, about that the reason why things need to be static, the things why things cannot be static and they need to be dynamic, is because the world itself is dynamic. It's unavoidable. It's just baked into reality that things change, that the context changes, that situations change, that needs change, and so on. So there needs to be this like evolutionary adaptation going on at the same time, all the time, right? And this is what life is, right? Life itself is this adaptation, right? If you kill adaptation, no life. Like, bam, like right away. Like it's just it's just dead mechanistic stuff forever, right? So this miracle is, in a very deep ontological sense, related to adaptability. And obviously you can think about this in terms of evolution, right? So like species evolve. But also you can think of it in a more pragmatic sense of like a specific life of a specific being, which is like that evolution not only can change the organism throughout history in the sense of like its descendants, but also that very evolutionary process, it's also shaping the adaptability of the specific individual, right? So that is what it is to be a cognitive agent, right? A cognitive agent can respond to its environment, right? Like that's what life is, right? Life adapts. Like even if you take the evolution out of it, even if you consider life as in this like laboratory setting of like this specific animal and no descendants, right? The fact that it's an animal, the fact that it's alive, the fact that it can perceive the world, what is it perceiving for? It's perceiving it to make sense of the world, to make a model of the world, so it can act better, right? So, and what is acting? Acting is changing one's circumstances, right? It's adapting to the environment in some way to achieve a purpose, right? Like not be eaten or get food, whatever, right? So like this is baked in at the very, very, very core. So if we take all of that seriously, that like this importance of being dynamic, of being adaptable, then if we have this in mind, then this notion of Heidegger actually might be quite reasonable, because it's not just nostalgia for the past, because since things change all the time, and since words almost by definition don't change, right? Because that's what you're analyzing, right? You can't, like if I say, if we're talking about the word love, right? I'm pointing to the word, like I'm pointing to the pointer, right? And I'm saying this is what I'm talking about. Right? So like by definition, it is this object. It's this static thing, and therefore I grasped it, right? Like it is a thing. But again, if we take seriously everything we talked about before, when you enclose something, then you kill it, right? Or you engage in the process of killing it, right? It's an ongoing process of death. And if that's the case, then it seems quite reasonable for Heidegger to make this type of claim, which is like, okay, if everything that is static dies over time, then unless that has changed, now it's worse than it was before. And therefore, if you try to trace the beginning, that was perfection, right? Like logically. Right? And this notion of perfection is interesting as well, because it's also this notion of a perfect origin, right? Again, Genesis again. It's like where there's a perfect unity between the mind and the world, like between the human and reality, right? Where God was fully present, right? Like there was a complete alignment, right? And that plays very well into the mythology of the fall as well, right? It's like everything was fine, right? There was this perfect joining of human beings and reality, but then it was fractured, right? Now, within the sense, within the sense that we're speaking of here, we can think of it as, okay, there's this fallenness, but it's like a progressive fallenness, right? It's like over the centuries, over the millennia, we lose this ability to track language to reality, right? And because we live in language, maybe that's one way to think about this increasing disconnect. And the fall isn't like that, right? The fall is supposed to be this event, right? Like boom. But that might just be a dramatization to help us think through the process in which that event occurs, right? That doesn't make it invalid. It's just another way of looking at it that is easier to hold it in memory, and that makes a good narrative about the event that you're trying to describe it, right? And so if it's a better narrative, you can also say that it's more true, right? Obviously, this is complicated. People can obviously disagree with this, but just try to frame it in the way of thinking that I'm trying to disclose it has. So we have these two ways of reading Heidegger's interpretation here. And I think, and I'm actually quite torn in between the two. I think both make a good argument. If I had to be forced, I think I do agree a little bit more with Heidegger. I do think that we need to have this constant renewal. But at the same time, another point in all of this is that words aren't truly static, right? So for example, the word love isn't actually the same word, like all the time, right? Right. So like the words themselves, like when you're talking about the words, then yes, then you encapsulate it and it's a static thing. But that's because you kind of frozen it in time, right? But language isn't frozen in time. It does evolve, right? And so that kind of breaks a little bit this Heideggerian notion of language that's dead. And it's not in the sense that it breaks Heidegger's argument. Like Heidegger takes this into account. Like he talks about that precisely this nature of language that is adaptable, right? So I'm not saying that I'm not making a straw man out of Heidegger. Like he knows this and he talks about this, but it's just an acknowledgement that the way that I put it was a little bit too strong. Like I was just trying to make an overall point, describe a specific direction. But despite the fact that there's this adaptability, we can also think of it as, but is that adaptability perfect, right? Well, no. And if no, then there's a gap, and the gap is what Heidegger is interested in, right? It's what we've been talking about here. Okay, that's good enough. Let's just have a few seconds break so I can drink some water, maybe drink some coffee as well. I'll just put my phone into non-disturb as well, since I'm at it. But yeah, this has been pretty good. Okay, we're about 1 hour in. And some coffee. I messed up the camera again. All right, back to business. So I finished this note, I think, on 166. So next is 169. Paragraph 3. He also deeply explored his own language, searching in particular earlier meanings of words that had connotations of being. Like, for example, bauen is a German verb meaning to build, but he replaced this sense of the words with the old German usage, which meant nurturing, cultivating, preserving, and caring. Words more closely related to being than to technical construction. So yeah, this is wonderful, and it's a really good example of everything. We've talked about it before. I'm not sure if this paragraph is the one I wanted, because the issue is that the way that I counted paragraphs in the past was that I always considered the first paragraph, no matter if it's starting on this page or starting on the previous page, and that's how I counted it now. But I think sometimes, especially if it's a long time ago, I think I wasn't super consistent, and sometimes I forgot or made a mistake or whatever. So I'll read the other one just in case. In his discussion of language and being in time, Heidegger maintains that Dasein's mode of understanding and its moods, the way in which is attuned to the world at any given moment, are always interacting to disclose the world, granting it intelligibility. Talking, meaning discourse, which is equiprimordial with moods and understanding, is the expressive articulation of this intelligibility of the words, of the worlds, in the sense that discords, talking, imparts a sense of structure in terms of patterns of meaning that differentiates and unites the multiplicity of separate, although connected, meanings that arise from, constitute, and reveal the world. Okay, let me read that again. That seems really important. Talking, which is discourse, which is equiprimordial with moods and understanding, is the expressive articulation of this intelligibility of the world, yes. Okay. In the sense that discourse imparts a sense of structure, yes. Okay. And that structure is patterns of meaning that differentiates and unites the multiplicity of separate although connected meanings that arise. Okay, this is amazing. This is really well written. That is exactly how I like to put this notion of meaning, right? It's and I've talked about this before, especially I think in the earlier sessions, right? It's kind of like there's all this multiplicity in the world. Meaning is like boom, everything snaps into one thing, right? So for example, my coffee mug here, it's tons of things, right? It's a handle. It has the base, right? It has different types of paint or whatever, however this is made. It has a specific material. It has all these mini shapes in different parts of the mug, right? But I look at it and it's like mug, right? And that is based on the meaning, on the function that it serves, right? Again, this notion of essence, which is also very connected to the notion of telos, right? Of purpose, of direction. And this can apply at every scale, right? So for example, the mug is on the desk, right? But I can also consider the desk as a whole, as like my workspace, right? And again, a bunch of particularities and boom, meaning. Let's continue. So discourse is not the same thing as language, for it is prior to grammatical properties or logic, and it is thus the fundamental ontological precondition for language, which, when spoken out, naturally leads to language, and thus it is also a fundamental trait of Dasein's being. There is language only because there's talk. For the existential ontological foundation of language is discourse or talk. Okay, this is pretty interesting. I didn't remember this from Heidegger at all. I mean, I read it before because I've read this book and many other books. So, at one point I knew, but now I completely forgot that he tries to make this distinction. And then it continues. I prefer the translation talk since I feel that facilitates an understanding of Heidegger's analysis. Okay, this part doesn't matter. He was just continuing a footnote. What matters is, continuing now, language in terms of grammar, words, sentences, and so on, is talk manifested in the world in a ready-to-hand form that enables the articulation of intelligibility to be transmitted from one Dasein to another. And again, I'll repeat this part, right? Manifested in the world in a ready-to-hand form that enables the articulation of intelligibility, right? So the articulation of intelligibility is related to the ready-to-hand. Right? And the ready-to-hand is, again, meaning, purpose, utility, right? Continuing. First, there is the live action of talking. Relevant here is the identity and personality of the speaker and listener, their relationship, and the circumstances and nature of their interaction. The means used to express the talking is language, but talk is not necessarily or fundamentally linguistic. As Richard Dreyfuss explains, rede, ordinarily means talk, but for Heidegger, rede is not necessarily linguistic, i.e. made of words. So I shall translate rede by telling, keeping in mind the sense of telling as being able to tell the time, or to tell the difference between kinds of nails. We can make sense of Heidegger's use of both a linguistic and non-linguistic sense of telling if we first see that both require a prior expressive structure of articulation. Okay, this is really interesting. This notion of telling, I mean, this is just his translation, but like telling in the sense of like, again, it's this notion of intelligibility, right? It's the notion of differentiation. And that comes before the logical structure of language, sorry. Okay, interesting. So, 169, okay, so now we move on to 172. And it's the first paragraph. The language we are referring to here has silent saying has nothing to do with our conventional understanding of the word. Heidegger explains that all forms of conventional language can be best understood as the expression of a primordial language, a kind of saying that is not the same as speaking. For someone can speak endlessly without saying anything. Conversely, someone is silent, he does not speak, and can say a lot in his not speaking. Saying means to show, to let appear, to let be seen and heard. And this is a quote from Heidegger. Lovely, lovely stuff. I love this. And maybe I can use this in the way that I speak about stories and myths. Not so much in the sense of silence, although there's something very valuable and worthwhile there as well, but in the sense of expression of a primordial language, right? I think maybe that's an expression that I can look a little bit more into for my own work. But continuing, saying is thus a showing, which is the essence of language prior to all forms of language and speak. The essential being of language is saying has showing. Yes. Okay, this is very interesting because fundamentally I think that's what religious narrative is, right? It's this language in the sense that it's prior to language, right? It's this structure. Like, let me see how I can put it here in this kind of terminology, right? It's this saying that lets being be shown and appear and be seen and heard in a specific way with a specific structure. And again, that structure is the structure of the narrative, right? So it's this invitation to a specific mode of intelligibility, and that is prior to all forms of language and speech. Yes, right? And again, the essence of being, of language, is saying has showing. Quote from Heidegger. And again, he's not making the religious argument here, right? It's just that I'm using it for my own work. Okay. I'm just going to, because this was so good, I'm going to read the next paragraph. Heidegger explains how our familiar environment shows us things in the sense that it allows us to understand and assimilate a knowledge of certain skills. For example, fishing, without needing to use speech or language derived from speech. This indicates that there is meaning inherent in our world, that exists prior to language. Yes, it is this process of transmission of meaning that he refers to when he speaks of the world saying something to us. This saying is obviously silent or mute because there is no perceivable act of communication. So Heidegger perceived the meaningfulness of the world as a kind of silent saying, and he described the relationship of human beings to that saying as one of hearing. Okay, amazing. This is so good. I'm glad I read this. And again, this has to do with what we talked about previously of like language, of like letting being speak, right? We mentioned this first about language, which is like language conforms to being, right? It's not just like language creating being, right? It's this mutually recursive process. But even before, but even in the sense that they're talking about here, in terms of this pre-language, right? It's like even without language in the sense of communication, right? And communication is some form of, maybe one way to think about communication here is some form of meaning, some form of intelligibility that comes from outside yourself, right? So if you tell me something and I'm like, oh, I know what you mean, right? Like you gave me a specific meaning and that's just not in my own head, right? If I just came up with it, then there was no communication. And obviously these can come up with from other people, right? It's like an active thing. But then the worlds can also communicate. Like the world can show you things. And if the world can show you things, then why not think of that as communication? Why not think of it as an invite, right? So again, for example, the world shows you a way to act, a way to interpret, a way to move, right? And again, obviously it's silent, it's mute, right? But nevertheless, it's, why would you not think of that as real? And also to some degree, this has to do with the notion of affordance, right? So, for example, this is a very basic example. So I think the value of it is when you abstract higher. But like, he mentions fishing here, right? So, for example, actually, no, let's not go with fishing. I don't know. I'm just thinking through the scenario. Like I'm walking through nearby a river or whatever, right? Or whatever. Let's say I'm building something, right? I'm trying to build a raft for the river or the sea or whatever, right? And I see a rock, right? The rock kind of like speaks to me, or the world speaks to me about the rock, that I should use the rock to do what I need to do, right? And so it communicates to me, right? It's like because that happening occurred from me noticing, like coming up, like it's this sense of action, of participating in the world, like, right, as I was going about, I see the rock, right? So like it's not just like this pure subjectivity stuff, right? And therefore, if I have this event as I'm going through the world, then why not think of it as communication, as something being disclosed to you, right? And then you're like, aha, I should use this rock to, hammer, I don't know, whatever. I don't know how to build a raft, so I can give very specific examples. And so, and again, this has very much to do with this like notion of affordances and stuff, and like Fourier Coxi. But then what I think people don't quite understand, or people don't quite put emphasis, is that this also, like, we always give like these very basic perceptual examples because they're very easy to communicate. But there's no reason to think that this only applies to that, right? Like, human beings are very complex, and we have complex goals, right? And we have and we perceive things that are very abstract in nature, right? So, for example, a political movement is something that you perceive, right? It's a real thing in the world, but it's a very complex thing, right? You can write 100 books on a political movement, and you still haven't exhausted what that political movement is, right? And it's also like not a material thing, right? Like, it's not like you can just point out, oh, this is where the political movement is, right? Like on this person, right? You can't do that, right? Because it's a group of people, and it's not just a group of people. Like, if you put all the people that belong to that political movement, that's still not a political movement, right? The political movement, it's also affected by the environment, by other people that know the political movement but don't engage with it. It depends on the history of basically the entire history of culture. So it's this very complex thing. But again, it's this phenomena, right? And all this phenomena can speak to you. And then there's also a whole moral dimension to it, right? So like these affordances, you also see this calling and this notion of possibility and of adherence and of alignment within a moral world, right? Like as I'm talking with someone, I'm also being called in particular ways, right? Like from the situation. So yeah, there's that. Let's leave it at that so we don't dwell on it too much. So 171. Okay, so how much do I have to finish the book? Ooh, I don't have that much more actually. Oh, what's the time? I have maybe I could finish it if my throat doesn't get too bad and if I don't dwell on it too much. So the next one is 209 in terms of page. That's a big jump. Okay.
209, and it's paragraph 4 and 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So in the previous paragraph, he's just talking about the Van Gogh painting and the shoes and whatnot, which is, I remember this well, so I'm not going to read it. So, but then on this paragraph it says, more importantly, it seems clear from the following rhetorical question asked by Heidegger with reference to the shoes that he considers the historical identity and precise appearance of the shoes that were used as a model for Van Gogh's painting irrelevant for understanding the work of art as a work of art. And then a quote from Heidegger. It is our opinion that the painting draws a likeness from something actual and transposes it into a product of artistic production. By no means. That was a question. Sorry, I pronounced that wrong. The work, therefore, it is not the reproduction of some particular entity that happens to be present at any given time. It is, on the contrary, the reproduction of this thing's general essence. Okay. End quote. Well, I could try to explain this, but I think the guy is going to do it right after, so it becomes a bit pointless. So I'll just read it out. In other words, Heidegger certainly does not intend artworks to be evaluated as faithful imitations of reality. Instead, Heidegger's analysis of the shoes in the painting, he contrasts what such shoes might have meant to a peasant woman wearing them with what the painting of those shoes allows us to see. He implies that, although common sense might suggest otherwise, we can perhaps discover what a piece of equipment truly is. In other words, reach a deeper understanding of the nature of usefulness of a piece of equipment, in this case shoes, not in the process of actually using the equipment, but simply through viewing a pictorial representation of unused equipment, as shown in the painting by Van Gogh, which depicts a pair of empty, inactive peasant shoes suspended in bare, undefined space. Okay. And then a quote from Heidegger. This equipmentality of equipment first generally arrives at appearance through the work, and only in the work. Van Gogh's painting is a disclosure of what the equipment, the pair of shoes, is in truth. The entity emerges into unconcealedness out of its being. The Greeks called the unconcealedness of beings, aletheia. In the work of art, the truth of an entity has set itself to work. Some particular entity, a pair of pleasant shoes, comes in the work to stand in the light of its being. The nature of art will then be this, the truth of being setting itself to work. End quote. Okay, this is great. So again, arts, the thing's general essence, and again, essence being what it truly is, right? Like the thing that makes it what it is, which means that you're ignoring all the infinite particularities that don't make it what it is, right? So for example, if the laces are, light brown or dark brown, it doesn't really matter for what the shoe is. And again, this is very Platonic, right? But then the issue is, and so, right. So, but that essence isn't just like this Platonic form of the shoe itself, right? The way that I'm interpreting it here, I'm not 100% sure if it's faithful, but it's like there's a particular meaning that can be attached to things that can also go beyond the thing. I have no idea how to articulate this. But what I'm trying to get at is, for example, here he mentions a lot about that there's meaning into the pair of shoes that isn't just the shoeness of the shoe. The fact, for example, that it's peasant shoes, for example, like that is important, right? So, for example, we're not talking about the form of the shoe that could be from an upper classman businessman in the 21st century, right? So the essence of the shoe that is being apprehended in the painting
is dependent on this context, right? So it's the form of that. It's the essence of that. So the shoeness plays into it, but there's also the form, the essence of that very like constellation of associations and ideas and meanings, right? The fact that it's peasant shoes, the fact that they're work shoes, the fact that they're old, right? And if I remember, I don't know if it's mentioned here, but I think Heidegger originally meant, when he was describing this example, I think in the Origins of the Work of Art, which is where these quotes are from, if I remember correctly, he also makes the juxtaposition that the reason why these meanings show up is also because of how it was disclosed in the painting, which is they're outside its natural environment, right? And don't quote me on this. Maybe I'm misremembering, but like the fact that they're, I don't know if they were just standing there or if they were hanging or something. Kind of curious now, but I'm a bit too lazy to go search the painting. But the fact that they were not in the peasants working, right? It kind of reminds you of that fact, right? Like the absence is a more direct pointer to their normal use and the whole constellation of meanings and associations within it, right? And so that whole bundle of meaning is being spoken to you through the painting. I'm going to quote Heidegger again. In the work of art, the truth of an entity has set itself to work. Some particular entity, a pair of peasant shoes, comes into work to stand in light of its being. The nature of art would then be this: the truth of being setting itself to work. The truth of beings setting itself to work. What does that mean? How can we interpret setting itself to work? Maybe setting itself to, because setting itself to work kind of implies this generative thing, right? Like this construction, almost to some degree. So maybe he's speaking about this disclosure, right? Or this creativity, this openness, right? But openness to what? Like, because maybe openness to what the shoes can be, maybe, right? So there's peasant shoes and there's upper class shoes or whatever. But I'm not sure if this is quite right. I'm just trying to brainstorm. Okay, we'll leave it at that. We can just move on. So, well, actually, maybe yeah. But I need to remember, if I'm stuck, it's usually very helpful to just read the next paragraph. Usually that answers it. So I'm going to do that. Heidegger explains that when the shoes are fulfilling their true function, worn by the peasant's woman in the field, they are inconspicuous to her. She just wears them without reflecting or even noticing them. Right. Okay. So by this representation in the painting, right, we are able to truly see the shoes as they really are. Now, continuing. For there is a fundamental distinction between art objects and non-art objects, such as tools and clothing, which have a function. The latter are represented or framed as ready to use, and the raw matter that the item compromises blends and disappears into its form, which is why the material becomes completely inconspicuous to its user. In the work of art, however, the material used is apparent to the observer. It has not been used up and made unnoticeable via classification as an item of utility, and it is also conspicuous on account of the tension it manifests, caused by the opposing forces of unconcealment and concealment that exists in all true works of art. So for the peasant woman, the shoes simply serve as their basic function, allowing her to stand, walk, and work in the field. In contrast, Van Gogh's painting discloses the observer of the living presence of the shoes, as well as the life of hard labor that their presence reveals. Expressed in oil paint, one can see their essential shoeness, the full context of the truth of being in the world of the peasant. Okay, great. And they do mention shoeness, but again,
I feel like maybe that's slightly misleading because like it's not shoeness, it's the shoeness of that particular shoe at the same time. It's actually very funny because it's like it's clearly the form, it's clearly the essence, which by definition eliminates the particularity, but it's also the essence of a specific subset of that particularity, right? Which is peasant shoes, for example. And I suppose the reason why that is because forms stack up, right? They have to. And again, like the fact that you're, I do think my interpretation is right. Actually, the fact that you're taking them out of their regular utility, like their regular context, right? And you're forcing a spotlight on it, which otherwise you wouldn't see, right? Because they're kind of like unconsciously incorporated into your everyday life, right? So by noticing them out of context, then you see them more in context. All right. What else? 216b. B meaning bottom, so it's the last paragraph. Rock and roll music, when it first burst on the ears of our society, was certainly not created by popular demand. Although rock and roll emerged from rhythm and blues in the southern US in the 1950s, the truth of rock and roll was still, in a sense, a bestowing, characterized by a paradigm shift that took the music world completely by surprise, an extraordinary musical revolution that gave birth to new values in society that were in conflict or strife with the familiar and ordinary standards of the day. It altered entirely not only the manner in which the general public understood and appreciated music, but also the way in which people viewed the world and their role in it. The essence or truth of rock and roll was grounded by its creators and preservers. The music and the musicians and their appreciative audience, and this new beginning contained within itself a blueprint for mankind modes of questioning being, as well as other forces within society and governments that control us. In other words, it shifted mankind's historical existence in an entirely new direction. As such, it does not seem unreasonable to cite the event of rock and roll as a possible evidence against Hegel's proposition. Okay, well, because it's the last paragraph, and not only it's the last paragraph on the page, but it's the last paragraph of the chapter, we kind of jumped into this with no context whatsoever. And I don't remember at all what's the deal with Hegel and what Heidegger was trying to criticize Hegel for. However, at least it's very clear regarding kind of this event has a new disclosure, right? And almost has a revolution. All right, so let's go to the next one, 232. Oh, okay. Oh, amazing. So the last chapter, so I kind of wanted to end the book, which I only have 3 notes for. However, this chapter is called Tao, Zen, and Heidegger, which to me is always very interesting, like the connection between Eastern traditions and Heidegger. And I want to make it justice and not rush it. So I'm going to leave it for next time. And also, if I remember correctly, I got this book specifically because I wanted to read this chapter. It's just that I ended up reading the whole book in general. But so yeah, it's an important chapter. I want to give it full attention. So I'll stop here. See you next time.